upstate New York. At a time of year when the trees are still green, but the mornings are starting to have a slight chill in the air, people of various ages, ethnicities, and backgrounds slowly begin to fill up the otherwise empty park. They move quietly into a circle. With their eyes closed, perform graceful, slow movements following meditation music from a loudspeaker placed in the middle.
I think in the US, a lot of people think it's basically strictly a Chinese thing, but it involves meditation, probably. Some persecuted group, and maybe you have to wear a yellow t-shirt to do it.
For the last 20 years, you've heard journalists talking about them on the TV and radio. You've seen them holding rallies and peace protests around the world. They are practitioners of Falun Gong. In the 90s, Falun Gong grew rapidly and was celebrated throughout China. By 1999, 100 million Chinese practiced, but for the past 21 years, the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, has tried everything in its power to eliminate it.
You know, the regime has spent billions and billions year after year trying to keep the lid on the Falun Gong issue. Only now, recently with the pandemic, have people seen the mask come off.
Media in the West have done little to expose these crimes against humanity, so Falun Gong practitioners inside and outside of China have mobilized to tell the world the truth. Who are these people? What motivates them? And how might their struggle to expose the CCP have far-reaching implications for all of us?
One day when I was in the bookstore, in the Chinese history section, I came across the book Falun Gong, which had been kind of miscategorized and put in the wrong place. So when I picked up the book and I started looking through it, I was like, wow, this looks like what I'm looking for. Actually, it's that energy related practice rather than martial arts. So I took it home, and that night I just read it cover to cover. It was mind-blowing. It all started to come into focus that I had actually seen practitioners on my campus at college exercising, and I was like, oh, that's what they're doing over there. So then the next day I went out and met up with them, and they taught me the exercises. I was doing the third exercise where you bring your hands past your eyes, and my eyes were closed, but when I did this, there was like a really bright light every time my hands went past my eyes, and I was shocked. My heart started pounding really quick. I was like, this is real. Like the energy is actually real.
I mean, I had done a lot of meditation in my life, but after this, I never felt lighter in my entire life. The experience it's almost hard to describe, but I felt like I was floating. And I remember walking away from the park I was living in New York City at the time, back to the subway. And the whole time, I just felt like my feet were barely touching the ground. I just was floating. And I said, I need to learn more. I want to know everything about this.
In China, it was very mainstream. And this kind of practice has been part of their culture for a very long time. There's a physical element, kind of like you might find in yoga. And then there's a spiritual element. And this is an ancient kind of practice you would find in China and throughout Asia for thousands of years.
It wasn't the specifics of what I was reading that drew me to it. It was the perspective he was coming from that felt so complete and compassionate and strong and authoritative. You can only be that strong when you know something that well. And as I read, I was only being reaffirmed more and more why there was so much confidence behind the words I was reading. I had been spending a lot of money traveling to all these different courses and studying all these different things, from iridology to acupuncture, other forms of qigong, and I was spending a lot of money. And I thought for sure tomorrow they were going to start charging for this. So I started printing everything off that I could and took it home and read it.
I remember when I first practiced, I went to the park and a practitioner taught me how to do the exercise. After that, he didn't ask me about my name or my contact information. All the practitioners at the spot just smiled at each other, and they pick up their bag and they left. And I was like, because I was a little nervous, how refreshing, because it's not like everybody trying to get your contact information, ask you when you're going to come next time.
The way I was in life before picking up the practice is that when I was very diplomatic, and I don't mean that necessarily in a good way, I'd walk into a room and I would kind of change my personality, what I was advocating for or not, depending on who's in the room. I don't want to ruffle any feathers, this kind of thing. And it always bothered me. One of the things I noticed in myself after studying the principles of Falun Gong is that change. I could walk into a room and be very comfortable first starting from a principle standpoint. What do I think is right here? What do I think is wrong? And even if everybody in the room is sort of against it, or I look up to them and I don't want to, perhaps offend them, I was much more natural. It wasn't something I had to force. It was very sort of natural to say, folks, here's where I think we stand. And it sounds like a simple thing, but it's tremendously liberating.
About 6 months after I started practicing, I went to Texas because Jiang Zemin, the former leader of the Communist Party, went to Texas to meet with President Bush at the time. And so a lot of practitioners went there to basically protest and show banners telling the leader to stop persecuting Falun Gong. So again, I was very new in the practice, but when I went there, it was like being in a sea of just incredibly nice, friendly people. They were there truly to peacefully demonstrate and call for help, really. And there was, over the years, like, the term protest takes on different meanings, right?
Many years ago, my husband and I had a few people come over to our house to work on an advocacy project. These were all people who practice Falun Dafa. So we were there to talk about what we were going to do for the project. Well, after everyone went home, we found on our answering machine a recording of us speaking in our living room. Now you might think, oh, it was a hip dial. No, it wasn't, because that same evening, other people who were at the meeting called us and they said, you'll never guess what happened. There's a recording of our meeting on my voicemail at home. So this happened to several people's landlines, actually, when they got home. So we realized it was probably an intimidation attempt of some kind. So we reported it to the FBI. The FBI gave us a meeting. So my husband and I went and met with them. And we talked about what happened. And they asked us one question. They said, do you guys have children? And we said, no. And they said, good, because you're up against a giant. So that sentence has stayed with me for a long time.
They've been persecuted for 21 years in China, and they're still peaceful. They're still trying to think of creative ways to stop the persecution without hurting people, and it's just a remarkable group of people.
Everybody's nice, and everybody's nice when their self-interest isn't involved when they're dealing with you. But I think what sets practitioners apart is that practitioners require of themselves to be better people, and they require of themselves to consider others before themselves. And I think if you were to put somebody as nice, I think that's genuinely nice. And that's not nice when it's convenient for them to be nice, and not nice when their interests are at stake. One time I was working with a practitioner when I was in college, and I thought this moment was very defining in terms of being a practitioner. I woke up late in an activity that we were doing together, and I was supposed to deliver some audio equipment for the practitioner. And when I woke up, I already saw I was maybe 30, 40 minutes past the time that we were supposed to meet. And I felt really bad about it. And so I ran. It took me maybe 10 minutes to get to the location we were supposed to meet. And he was just patiently waiting there. Didn't say a word, had a smile on his face. And I kept him waiting for so long. And it was because I was careless. But he didn't say a single thing. I apologized. And he said, oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. But I knew he had work that day and he had to get back to his job. And I was just, I thought that moment really encapsulated what being a practitioner is. They didn't bear any grudges. They weren't upset. Very patient, and he just said, don't worry about it, it's okay. What matters is now we're able to do this now, it's okay.
From our perspective, the Falun Gong community, One of the principles we believe in is karma. Everything you do comes back to you. You do something horrible is going to come back to you. You do something good comes back to you. Think about what it takes to have a prison guard. He's a father, he's got kids, he's got a wife at home. And because of the propaganda, because the state is insisting that he persecute Falun Gong practitioners and force them to give up their belief, this otherwise perhaps decent man is now the implement of persecution, perhaps even a torturer. What does it do to that man's life? What does it do to his family, his community? That's very much in our minds. If you think about the persecution, it's really a mechanism for a whole lot of people to do horrible things. And that's all going to come back to all of us. And so it's not just about ourselves. It is about that, but it's not just about that. It's also everybody who's been caught up in this, helping them break free from this entire system that is a persecution system set out by the CCP. Free the Falun Gong practitioners so they're no longer victims. Free the persecutioners so they're no longer implements of that persecution. Everybody's being victimized by this in one way or another, and that's the real motivation.
There were 70 to 100 million people, Chinese people practicing Falun Gong. They had to justify this persecution. They had to get people to act the persecution out, to actually do the torturing, the arresting, and the turning in of practitioners, because practitioners became good neighbors, good people. Like, it changed people, right? Good workers, good employees, all of that. And so they had to figure out how to make this persecution actually happen. And so they used their state-run media to defame the reputation of Falun Gong practitioners. And so they created a lot of propaganda against Falun Gong that people had to listen to through the radios, through the TVs, through everything, on the subway, on the trains, day in and day out, so that they could justify arresting and taking in busloads of people every single day in major cities in front of everybody.
The practitioners, for years, they were trying to reach the media, but because the first thing that came out of China in 1999 was the propaganda, and it came out in force. Like, the regime is a skilled tactician in propaganda and controlling people's minds, essentially. So as soon as the persecution started, they just unleashed this onslaught of propaganda, and the media just took that and published it as fact. They didn't do any research. They didn't ask any practitioners in the United States. And of course, the access that they'd be given in China would be very tailored and, carefully crafted. So they didn't have any truth. They repeated the propaganda, and that's kind of what stuck. So because they couldn't get a fair shake in the media, they had to go this grassroots method, handing out flyers, having parades, having different events on their own. And then, in times where it's like people don't quite get it, they'll just look at the group from afar and be like, oh, there's a bunch of people wearing gold and yellow. What are they doing over there? Or like, a lot of them are from China. They don't speak English. So they're having these rallies in Chinese. So it's hard for people to connect and relate to those things. So a lot of times the first impression is kind of what sticks with you.
I'm very lucky because I speak Chinese fluently. So I have been many opportunities to come across people from China at work. And I always try to clarify the truth to them about Falun Dafa, because I found that almost always a lot of Chinese people had misunderstanding about Falun Gong.
The fact that we're a bunch of grassroots people and we're up against a communist foreign state using pretty much every tool in its apparatus to attack us meant that it's been very difficult these 20 years to get people to be clear, first of all, on what Falun Gong is, and second of all, to be clear on what's happening to them in China, because obviously the Communist Party doesn't let people into China. They're not going to let people there's no transparency into their prison system or their judicial system or the police. And so what they're doing is very, very veiled. And so it's been up to us, and it's also very heroically been up to the practitioners inside China who have been the ones who are literally going door to door in every single town, village, and city across China to explain to people what's really happening to Falun Gong.
Practitioners' continued commitment to nonviolence and to love their persecutors is incredible. I mean, what everyone has been through, the amount of torture people I know have been through.
It's a tremendous risk inside China when Falun Gong practitioners go out and try and explain what's happening to them. But I think the point of view is that that's the most effective and really the only thing they can do. The Chinese Communist Party controls completely the media, the government, the judicial system, the police. But if enough people come to realize what Falun Gong is really about and what the persecution is really about, at some point, they'd stop doing it. And that's exactly what's been happening. This is, I think, one of the real sort of small miracles that's inside China, is that you're starting to see in the last several years, there are little villages or towns where the policeman in charge is like, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. Because for the last decade, he's been having practitioners that are in his town come up and explain to him, hey, this is what Falun Gong is about. Hey, do you know what they're doing in the prison down the street? Do you know who's torturing this person? You know, this person lost her son. This person lost their whole family. At some point, that reaches the human heart.
As we know, communism was kind of an import into China. It's not part of Chinese culture, but unfortunately, that's the ruling party right now. And they don't allow faith, in many respects, but traditional Chinese culture involved a lot of faith elements. So it's helpful, not to view Chinese people or China negatively, and to remember that it was once a very glorious culture and civilization. And on some level, a lot of people still have that in them somewhere. But because of the regime that they have been under, they've been through a lot. It's helpful to be compassionate toward them as well, because they've been through a tremendous amount.
Falun Gong is tremendously good for the world for a number of reasons. One is, if everybody tries to become a better person, your community gets better, your society gets better. It has this huge domino effect of where everything improves together.
I believe it's important for people to know the truth of Falun Dafa because the free world is at stake. I think if you look at what practitioners are going through as a microcosm of what the entire world is experiencing right now, then it's critically important for people to understand what practitioners went through in the persecution of the last 20-something years and what the whole world would face if they're not careful and if they don't learn from the experiences that practitioners went through in the last 20-something years.
For many decades, the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, has placed itself as the absolute authority over people's lives and beliefs in China. Its officials have amassed enormous wealth through nefarious means. It has torn apart generations of Chinese families, and it demands that Chinese people worship it with an almost religious fervor. And yet, the CCP calls us, the Falun Gong community, which is a traditional Buddhist-based meditation practice that's free to learn and you can do in the privacy of your own home. They call us a cult. How did the CCP come up with this label, and what has been the impact on people's lives? We're going to take a close look at these questions. My name is Levi Browdy. I live in New York with my wife and 2 sons, and for the past 20 years, I've served as the executive director for the Falun Dafa Information Center, which is an all-volunteer organization working to expose the human rights abuses in China. Throughout this time, one of the big challenges we have faced is a constant barrage of propaganda from the Chinese regime. Their goal has been to divert attention away from the human rights abuses by marginalizing and demonizing people who practice Falun Gong. A cornerstone of that propaganda has been to convince the world that Falun Gong is a cult. And while this is a bizarre and tragic tale of a deadly campaign in China, it is also a campaign that has taken root, to some extent, right here in the West. In fact, we can feel the effects of this propaganda bearing down on our lives, our freedoms, our empathy, and even our ability to know the truth. It's that far-reaching. Let me explain. Falun Gong is a Buddhist-based meditation practice with roots in traditional Chinese culture. It was first introduced to the public in 1992. Over the next several years, Falun Gong grew in popularity, and by 1998, as many as 100 million people were practicing. During these years, the Chinese government leaders praised Falun Gong for its health benefits and moral teachings. But everything changed in 1999. The top CCP leader, whose name is Jiang Zemin, grew fearful that Falun Gong had grown too big and that its great reputation was overshadowing his own legacy. Therefore, in July of 1999, he ordered that Falun Gong be eliminated. Immediately, people who practiced Falun Gong were rounded up by the hundreds of thousands. Many were imprisoned, tortured, or killed. And yet, when the international community condemned the Chinese government and demanded to know why they were doing this, CCP officials had no real answer. Here's an example. Days after the persecution started, a senior Chinese government official appeared on ABC's Nightline with Ted Koppel. When pressed by Mr. Koppel, the only excuse this official could come up with was that Falun Gong was obstructing traffic and disturbing social order. Hardly the kind of behavior that would warrant mass arrests and widespread torture. The international community was not buying it and put pressure on Beijing. Several months later, in October of 1999, for the very first time, the CCP labeled Falun Gong a cult. This timeline alone proves that even the CCP does not believe this label. Otherwise, they would have used it from the very beginning. And remember, the CCP spent almost a decade praising the health benefits of Falun Gong. Furthermore, when you look at Falun Gong teachings themselves and how they're put into practice, it is abundantly clear that Falun Gong is quite the opposite of a cult. The instructional books and videos to learn Falun Gong are free to download, and you can learn on your own. There's no organization to join, no membership, no hierarchy, and no fees. To be clear, this means anyone who'd like to practice may do so without spending a penny, in the privacy of your own home, and without requiring the help or approval of anyone else. It's also important to note that Falun Gong teachings emphasize setting aside anger, resentment, and other negative emotions, and to engage life and those around you with honesty, compassion, and tolerance. Its teachings specifically discourage many religious trappings, such as worshiping, proselytizing, isolating from society, etc. The teachings encourage people to live their own lives, adopting the principles of the practice as they see fit. All this is abundantly clear to anyone who spends even a little time talking to Falun Gong practitioners and getting to know them. In fact, some journalists, academics, and human rights workers in the West who've done their homework on Falun Gong make it clear this label is false. For example, Ian Johnson, who won the Pulitzer Prize for covering Falun Gong in China and witnessed firsthand the cult narrative in state-run media there, said in response, quote, Falun Gong aimed at improving one's health and didn't meet many common definitions of a cult. Professor David Ownby, who is the director of the Center of East Asia Studies at the University of Montreal and did extensive research on the Falun Gong community, said the entire cult label was, quote, a red herring from the very beginning, cleverly exploited by the Chinese state to blunt the appeal of Falun Gong and the effectiveness of the group's activities outside China. The Washington Post laid it out very clearly when they wrote, quote, the crackdown against Falun Gong was undertaken to demonstrate and solidify the power of the Chinese leadership. This obviously is very personal for Jiang, the CCP leader I mentioned earlier. Another post article went on to say it was Zhang who ordered that Falun Gong be labeled a cult and then demanded that a law be passed banning cults. In contrast, the nature of Falun Gong has been aptly captured by many leaders in the West who've actually come to know the Falun Gong community. Mark Palmer, a former U.S. ambassador and a co-founder of the National Endowment of Democracy, had this to say, quote, Falun Gong is, in my judgment, the single greatest spiritual movement in Asia today. There is nothing that begins to compare with it in courage and importance. Irwin Cotler, Canada's former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, put it this way, quote, Falun Gong represents the very best of Chinese culture and values. And did you know that the founder of Falun Gong, Mr. Li Hongzhi, is a 5-time Nobel Peace Prize nominee? He was nominated for the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought by the European Parliament. He is the recipient of Freedom House's International Religious Freedom Award and has received hundreds of awards and proclamations from local and federal government leaders across North America, Europe, and Asia. So clearly, this is a false label, and clearly the CCP purposely used it to divert attention away from human rights abuses. But has it really worked? What exactly has been the impact? Well, inside China, the results have been catastrophic and widespread. Keep in mind, in the 1990s, Falun Gong was widely respected. But over time, this propaganda turned millions of Chinese people into implements of CCP tyranny. It has turned police and prison guards into torturers of innocent people. It has turned neighbors and coworkers into CCP informants, pressured to identify people in their neighborhood or office who practice Falun Gong, so those people can be taken away to prisons and brainwashing centers. It has torn apart countless families. Wives or husbands, fearful of CCP thugs, threaten to divorce their spouses if they don't give up their practice. Children are ostracized at school or themselves punished if their family is known to practice Falun Gong. In short, this propaganda has dehumanized and demonized tens of millions of people, fueling atrocities throughout the country. Outside China, the cult label has had some effect in silencing voices in media and government that would otherwise stand up for Falun Gong. And when journalists in the West propagate these lies, and when we believe them, then the CCP, a foreign communist regime, has achieved something quite chilling. It has successfully manipulated our emotions, distorted the information that we use to assess the world around us, and in many ways, silenced us. So the next time you read in the news that Falun Gong is a cult, send the journalist a link to this video and ask him or her, does he or she know that they are repeating propaganda from the CCP that is not only demonstrably false, but is formulated specifically to vilify a persecuted group? Hopefully, they'll take a closer look and set the record straight.
In these times, many of us are searching for ways to achieve overall wellness and health both physically and mentally. Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa, is a self-refinement discipline that millions of people around the world have made a part of their lives. It consists of 5 sets of gentle, easy-to-learn exercises and meditation, focusing on self-improvement through cultivating the universal principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. The standing exercises are designed to open energy channels, helping purify the body and awaken wisdom. The sitting meditation helps unlock energies, leading to a tranquil and peaceful mind. Many who practice Falun Gong experience dramatic health benefits, as well as newfound energy, mental clarity, and stress relief. Falun Gong encourages learners to attune their lives to virtuous qualities. More importantly, Many feel that in Falun Gong they have found a deeply rewarding spiritual path. Falun Gong is practiced in more than 80 countries in all languages and is open to everyone. It is taught absolutely free of charge in parks, community centers, and through online webinars. There are no commitments, and you can practice at your own pace. So start your path to a more calm and healthier existence. Try Falun Gong today. It might just be what you've been searching for.
Mr. Yu Zhou was a percussionist for the popular Chinese folk music ensemble, Residents from the Valley. The band released 2 successful albums and frequently topped the charts in China. Yu Zhou was married to Miss Xu Na, an award-winning artist whose paintings were exhibited by the government's Ministry of Culture at the Great Exhibition of Chinese Arts. Life seemed full of promise for the beautiful young couple. In July 2001, Xu Na was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for allowing out-of-town Falun Gong practitioners to stay at her home in Beijing. During that time, many Falun Gong practitioners around the country traveled to Beijing to appeal to the communist regime for freedom of belief. While in prison, Xu Na was forced to do slave labor, held in solitary confinement, and repeatedly tortured. She was tied up in excruciatingly painful positions, force-fed, and suffered brutal beatings. Many Falun Gong practitioners have died from these forms of torture. In 2008, the Chinese Communist Party's campaign against Falun Gong escalated sharply. Chinese authorities used the facade of Olympic Games security measures to, in fact, carry out large-scale arrests, imprisonment, and monitoring of Chinese citizens known to practice Falun Gong. An April 2008 report by Amnesty International noted, "It is increasingly clear that much of the current wave of repression is occurring not in spite of the Olympics, but actually because of the Olympics." On January 26, 2008, Yu Zhou was driving home from one of his concerts with his wife when police stopped their car for an Olympics security search in Tongzhou district in Beijing. Police arrested the couple and took them to the Tongzhou District Detention Center after discovering they both practiced Falun Gong. Yu Zhou was tortured to death in police custody 10 days after being detained. Devastated, Xu Na was later sentenced to another 3 years in prison. She again survived and was released in 2011. After facing years of abuse in Chinese prisons simply for practicing Falun Gong, on July 19, 2020, Xu Na was arrested a 3rd time while visiting a friend in Beijing. The arrest came just 1 day before the 21st anniversary, marking the beginning of the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of Falun Gong. Xu Na's whereabouts and condition are currently unknown.
This is Ms. Gao Rongrong. an accountant at an art college in Shenyang, China. The year is 1999. Gao's face is about to be known around the world. When the Chinese Communist Party launched its brutal crackdown on Falun Gong in 1999, Gao was fired from her job and later imprisoned for refusing to give up her beliefs. On May 7, 2004, Gao was tortured with electric batons for 7 hours straight at the Longshan forced labor camp in her hometown of Shenyang. The torture seared the skin off her face, head, and neck, and her once radiant face was left scarred with blisters. Desperate to escape the ongoing brutality, Gao jumped from a second-floor window where she was being held, fracturing her hip and breaking her left leg. She was then moved to the Shenyang Public Security Hospital, where she was kept under guard. When her two sisters, Li Li and Wei Wei, were finally allowed to visit her, they burst into tears upon seeing her face. Gao told her sisters she wanted them to take pictures of her face and use them to let the world know about the persecution. The next day, one of her sisters managed to bring in a camera and take a few photos and recordings without the guards noticing.
这些都是废人的待遇，怎么对法律无知？这些做好人、修真善人是没有，这些善良的人却没有一点良知，很残酷的折磨、伤害。所以，我现在在这里。 我希望我们获得自由，我希望将用于一手掀起的这场对法轮功的镇压，能够得到全世界善良人们的重视。
On July 7, 2004, photos of Gao's burnt face were published on the Minghui website. Soon, the images of Gao's face were displayed at human rights events around the world, and her story became the first case study included in the 2004 United Nations Human Rights Report on China's persecution of Falun Gong. Furious over the leaked images, Chinese authorities sent Gao to the notorious Masanja forced labor camp, which was widely known to employ the most brutal torture to break the spirit of Falun Gong practitioners. On June 12, 2005, Gao's parents were notified that Gao had been taken to the Masanja hospital, where she was unconscious and breathing through a machine. 4 days later, at the age of 37, Gao passed away.
My father was sentenced for 1 year of labor camp. 3 months later, my stepmother too was arrested. During that year, it's just me and my younger brother by ourselves. My brother is 3 years younger than me. He was in the 3rd grade. I had to make breakfast for him, and I had to see him off to school. Our lives became very difficult. We lived on the little savings my father had left us, and we ate very simple meals. At the time, we lived in a single-story home. It was always very cold in the winter. We had to build a fire. I had to learn to burn coal and keep the furnace warm in the winter. Otherwise, my brother and I would freeze. Suddenly, we didn't have anyone at home. When we got back from school, the house was empty with no one to cook for us. We had to keep in mind how much money was still left, and then we had to go grocery shopping. Even though I had no appetite, I still had to cook for my brother. It felt like I was forced to grow up all of a sudden. I just had to face it all and adjust myself quickly and grow up. Looking back, it felt like I didn't really have a childhood. My name is Han Yu. I was born in Beijing, China. Since I was a child, I started practicing Falun Gong with my father. After the persecution began on July 20th, 1999, both my parents were persecuted to varying extents. In 2004, my father died from the persecution. I refused to believe my stepmother when she told me my father was dead. He was so healthy when I last saw him. Many times, I tried recalling when I last saw my father, and I couldn't accept the fact I would never see him again. I was not mentally prepared for this at all. I insisted on thinking that they must have made a mistake. They must have. My father must have escaped. I would probably run into him near a bridge somewhere. In June, the local security department advised we could see my father's body. There were many policemen there, outnumbering my family members who went. The police had told us not to bring any camera, not to tell any reporter. They searched us before we entered the room. Only direct relatives, my stepmother, my brother, and I were allowed in. My father's body was lying on a bed in an empty room. When I saw my father's body, I saw that he had lost a lot of weight. His face had many wounds. The area under his left eye had caved in, and all over his face, on his chin, it was covered in bruises. I wondered what he had been through before he died. In addition, there was a cut that started from his throat, and it was stitched with thick black threads. I wanted to check how big the incision was, so I tried to unbutton my father's shirt. As I got to the second button, the police saw what I was doing and yelled for me to stop, then shoved us out of the room abruptly and didn't allow others to see the body again. My family, of course, insisted and argued for a long time. At the end, the police relented. Later, my aunt and uncle went into the room. I quickly teared open my father's clothes when the police were not ready. We saw the long cut went from his throat to his belly. I put my hands on father's belly and felt a large block of ice there. Very hard ice. My father died at the Fangshan District Detention Facility. The policeman claimed They were not certain about his cause of death. They needed to perform an autopsy to find out. They said they have written approval from the family. I never saw any paperwork, nor did my stepmother. The police forced an autopsy and said my father had a heart attack. There were no official papers to verify this. My father did not have any serious illness. He was very healthy before being arrested. It's impossible that he had a heart attack so soon after arriving at the labor camp. Obviously, he was beaten to death. An autopsy is nothing more than an excuse. The crime of organ harvesting wasn't exposed until 2006. Yet my father's death happened in 2004. I couldn't imagine that they could do something so evil. In 2007, I was on the internet when suddenly a news story appeared about how Falun Gong practitioners were the victims of organ harvesting. My thoughts flashed back to my father's death. And I realized that he too was a victim of organ harvesting. I cried throughout the night until I passed out.
Imagine living in a society where compassion, honesty, and tolerance have been banned. Where 100 million innocent people who live by these values are attacked with propaganda, imprisonment, and violence. This is a story about freedom of conscience. This is a story about peacefully defying tyranny. This is a story about the largest grassroots civil disobedience movement in the world today. This is a story that touches us all.
Despite the ongoing outbreak in China that many are now labeling the CCP virus, the Chinese Communist regime continues to persecute people who practice Falun Gong. Looking at the persecution cases between December 2019 and March 2020, we find at least 860 people who were arrested or sentenced for their practice of Falun Gong. After sentencing 193 Falun Gong practitioners in December 2019 and January 2020, the communist regime's court system slowed down amidst the lockdown and travel restrictions implemented across China. Yet despite that, twice as many Falun Gong practitioners were arrested in February 2020 compared to February of last year. And in March 2020, a total of 385 practitioners were arrested for their faith. Additionally, in February and March of this year, Chinese authorities actually transferred officers to Wuhan, the epicenter of the pandemic, to replace some of the prison officers there that had become infected. This demonstrates that even amid a pandemic, the Chinese regime has prioritized keeping prisoners of conscience under lock and key. Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa, is an ancient spiritual discipline in the Buddhist tradition. It includes gentle exercises and a sitting meditation. The core principles of Falun Gong are truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. The practice has been brutally persecuted by the Chinese Communist Party since 1999. There are more than 4,000 cases of Falun Gong practitioners dying from abuse and torture while in police custody. Let's take a closer look at a few of the heartbreaking cases of people being persecuted for their faith over the last few months. In our first case, we look at a nightmare scenario that has decimated a Chinese family. After losing a husband and 2 sons to the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of Falun Gong, a woman watched a third and youngest son die on March 10, 2020. The mother of 4 from Hunan province had previously lost her husband in 2001 after his health failed while struggling for months to secure the release of his 2 sons, who were both arrested in Beijing for appealing for their right to practice Falun Gong. The oldest brother, Mr. Chen Yumin, died on April 26, 2011. He was tortured and injected with unknown drugs while serving a 5-year term in Xinmi prison for his faith. He was 48 years old when he died. The second brother, Mr. Chen Xiaomin, was arrested on June 7, 2016, and was released later on medical parole in 2018. As a result of the abuse in custody, he suffered multiple health issues and had completely lost the ability to take care of himself. He passed away on May 14, 2019. His lungs were completely decayed. The third and youngest brother, Mr. Chen Xiaomin, was arrested on June 6, 2016, and was released on January 18, 2020. Like so many other prisoners of conscience, he was in critical condition upon his release from prolonged abuse and torture while in custody. Emaciated and unable to eat, he never recovered and died on March 10, 2020. He was 51 years old. Our second case examines a 64-year-old woman who died suspiciously while in prison for practicing Falun Gong. When Ms. Xiao Yongfen's family visited her in Jilin Province Women's Prison in early January 2020, she was still in good spirits and didn't appear to be suffering from any serious health issues. But only a few weeks later, the Jilin Province resident, who had been serving time for her faith in Falun Gong, died suddenly while in custody. She was 64. Our third case looks at a woman who was arrested in March 2020 after previously undergoing severe torture for her faith. After watching her younger sister die following years of abuse by police and herself having barely survived a decade of torture, a 49-year-old woman in Shulan City, Jilin Province, was recently arrested again for not giving up her faith in Falun Gong. Officers knocked on Miss Song Yuchen's door on March 26, 2020, pretending to be conducting a census. They deceived Miss Song into opening the door. The officers told Miss Song that her letter to Li Keqiang, the Chinese Communist Party premier, in which she demanded that the CCP stop persecuting Falun Gong, had been returned by authorities to Beijing, and that the National Appeals Office had ordered them to arrest Miss Song. Miss Song says she told the police, "I'm just seeking justice for my faith. I didn't do anything wrong, yet I was almost tortured to death in prison. I'm still suffering many health problems now, and I can't live normally. What's wrong in my writing to the premier?" They arrested her later that evening, and we believe she still remains in police custody. Miss Song was first arrested in 2003 when she was sentenced to 12 years in prison for her faith. In prison, Miss Song says she was constantly tortured, including savage beatings and extreme stretching, as well as being injected with toxic drugs. When she was released on bail in 2014, she was in serious condition and she had been reduced to skin and bones. The cases above only represent a small number of practitioners who have been persecuted for their faith in Falun Gong for the past 21 years in China. You can help them by being the voice for the voiceless and sharing this video with your friends and family, or by signing a petition to end this persecution at faluninfo.net.
Yeah, state organs is certainly an accurate title for what happens to organ pillaging in China. It's done by the state, for the state, to the benefit of participants. And the secondary goal in it, if not the primary goal, is to get rid of so-called enemies of the party, the Falun Gong practitioners. The numbers grew so quickly from 92 to 99, 70 to 100 million by the government's own estimates, and their values are so different from the parties that they were terrified. I met a young woman in London whose father was a practitioner, Falun Gong practitioner. He was thrown in jail. He was sentenced to, I think, 11 years in jail. Her mother was thrown in jail. The police literally sort of dragged her mother away one night, and they left her in the apartment. I think she was 12 or 14 or something like this. And the father was in jail. I mean, this is for believing in truth, compassion, forbearance. But there's so many cases like that. I mean, we've talked to dozens and dozens of people like this, and they're all wonderfully sweet, kind people without a vicious bone in their body, and they have nothing but goodwill for people, and yet they're treated this way.
Her name is Zhongfang Yang. She passed away on July the 2nd, 2002. She was 37 years old. She was beaten to death within one night of being kidnapped by the police.
His name is Xueqin Yang. born in Shanghai. He was planning to get married in 1999, but never came back after he went to appeal in Beijing. He passed away while in police custody in 2000.
Her name is Shuhua Gao. She died in March 2003 while being force-fed and tortured in prison.
Since April 25th, 2000, this candlelight vigil has been held around the globe every year in front of the Chinese consulate in memory of those who have lost their lives. But this year, because of the CCP virus, we have no choice but to silently remember them indoors. This is their story. In the 1990s, Falun Gong was the fastest growing spiritual practice in China. Also known as Falun Dafa, it is a spiritual practice that promotes the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance. The practice contains 4 gentle standing exercises and a sitting meditation. It was supported, awarded, and even endorsed by Chinese authorities for the moral and health benefits it brought to society. However, not long after, things took a drastic turn. In the mid-90s, the Chinese communist regime saw that 100 million people were practicing Falun Gong, and this made them feel insecure because the belief in truth, compassion, and tolerance didn't align with its communist ideology. High-ranking Chinese officials then ordered police to harass practitioners across the country and to demonize Falun Gong in the media. On April 25, 1999, 10,000 Falun Gong supporters from all over China stood in front of the central government in Beijing to peacefully petition for their right to practice their faith. It was the largest peaceful protest for freedom of belief in China's history, and in what should have been a great opportunity for the Chinese Communist Party to embrace righteousness, instead turned into 20 years of terror, torture, and murder. Chinese leader Jiang Zemin labeled the peaceful appeal as a siege, and on July 20th, 1999, unleashed a full-blown persecution campaign with the goal to eliminate Falun Gong. And in order to sustain their crimes, they concealed the truth, which has led to the disappearance of countless innocent lives. Today, the Chinese Communist Party has once again sacrificed innocent people as a result of its lies. What could have been a contained virus has instead spread to more than 200 countries and regions. Since the beginning of the outbreak, the regime has silenced whistleblowers and misled the public. Instead of putting people's lives first, they chose to withhold information, destroying documents and data, and been massively underreporting infection and death figures. This cover-up cost the world precious time in combating the spread of the deadly CCP virus, causing a lack of global vigilance and eventually a pandemic. As a result, on this anniversary of Falun Gong's peaceful appeal, we want to honor the thousands of innocent lives who have been killed. Through this video, we hope to commemorate the courage and dignity shown by practitioners in China as they continue to risk their lives to protect their freedom of belief and uphold the universal principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance. We are grateful for the millions of people around the world who have stepped forward with us to demand the Chinese regime stop the persecution of Falun Gong. And we hope, especially in light of recent events, that the world can come to understand the destructive nature of the CCP and ultimately the need to hold it accountable for its crimes against humanity.
April 25th, 1999. They came silently, stood peacefully, and left without a trace. Their principles were truth, compassion, and forbearance. A dictator bent on their destruction. The force of a communist state turned against them. The event that changed China forever.
I was in Beijing when the crackdown occurred. watched it happen. Pretended to be a tourist, a lost tourist, and watched old ladies get thrown into buses. I didn't know what I was seeing. I found it very disturbing.
It's this huge population, extremely vulnerable. Family didn't know where they were. Jailers didn't know who they were. And they became this just vast sea of expendable humanity.
The year was 2005. A patient of mine came to me one day and told me, "Doc, I have to tell you that I was scheduled to undergo heart transplantation on a specific date." And I looked at him and I said, "How can they schedule a heart transplant ahead of time 2 weeks?"
I was in the labor camp, a town labor camp in Beijing for 3 years. Every 3 months, we got a blood test,
an eye test, and a kidney test, and everything.
No one in the mainstream press that have offices inside China are covering it inside China. And they're missing the story of what is one of the most catastrophic human rights violations in our time.
After I left China and my perspective totally changed, then I said, oh my God, I committed a crime.
For over a decade, the Chinese Communist Party has been butchering thousands of prisoners of conscience for their organs, one of the most horrific genocides in modern history. Doctors schedule an exact day that foreign patients get an organ, whereas in the US, it usually takes around 2 years to find a match. Welcome to the Coalition Roundtable. I'm your host, Chris Chappell. The Chinese Communist Party has been harvesting the organs of its citizens, prisoners of conscience. This has been a watershed year for the story, thanks in part to those who are joining me today. Let's talk a bit about the investigative process. How do we know this is happening? So are these live organ harvests?
Yeah, always. Yeah. I mean, organ transplantation in China is different from everywhere else in the world, because everywhere else in the world, you're dealing either with live donors who, after the donation, are still alive, brain dead donors who are obviously brain dead after the transplants as well. In China, you get people killed through the organ extraction, and that's only in China.
How is getting an organ in China different from anywhere else in the world?
Nowhere else in the world, to my knowledge, is the donor killed in the process. If you get a kidney from X country, you're probably getting one kidney and somebody's being paid a certain amount of money. It's not good for their health, of course, but in China, the donor is dead and the body's burned. And that's something that people find very hard to accept.
And from the patient experience, there's a couple ways it's different. One is militarization. I mean, you don't normally have military personnel operating on you for a transplant elsewhere, but that's true in China. Another is they send you to the courts to figure out where to get the organ from. Or the courts don't normally serve as organ distribution centers anywhere else, but they certainly do in China. And another is the form of payment. It's often these red envelopes. You know, there's a lot of cash being thrown around, high amounts. It just reeks of corruption and undercover activity.
Don't we estimate that it's about $8 or $9 billion a year they're getting now out of their industrial scale? That's a lot of people, a lot of salaries.
Let's talk about the amount of time it takes to get an organ in the US versus in China.
In China, you show up, you tell them when you're coming in advance and say, I want to get an organ, and you can book in advance, months in advance, if you want, a heart transplant, a liver transplant, whatever, a lung transplant, organs where obviously somebody has to be killed for the organs, because, you know, a donor can't live without the heart. So you can book for somebody else to be killed months in advance, and that doesn't happen anywhere else in the world.
You did the bloody harvest, you did the slaughter. Why did you make an update?
What we did for Bloody Harvest and Slaughter is we just took the Communist Party of China's statements of volumes at face value. They said 10,000 a year, so we started saying, okay, where does this come from, 10,000 a year? But at some point, we realized, well, I mean, they lie about everything else. Why would they be telling the truth about this? So we decided we'd check that figure as well. It was checkable because we could go to the individual hospitals, and the individual hospitals were telling how many transplants they were doing. Either newsletters or research reports. We had bed counts, we had staff capacities, we had budgets. So we had a lot of different figures to cross-check volumes, and we were able to see whether the 10,000 was real or not. Obviously, it's a lot of work because There was 1,000 hospitals in China doing transplants. 169 of them were eventually registered officially as being allowed to do it, but there was maybe 800 plus others that were also doing it. What we did, obviously with researchers, and a lot of them, is go through all this hospital data to get real volume figures rather than just Communist Party volume figures.
I think, the person who I thought explained all this best of the various research methods that were coming out there is Matt Robertson, because he really went through in one article he did called A Hospital Built for Murder. He went through comprehensively all the different approaches, or what he called guerrilla numbers, to establishing transplant
It's a
volumes.
brilliant article, Matt.
Yeah, and that was on one hospital.
I'm glad you brought that up. Matt, tell us about the Tianjin Hospital.
I think our challenge all along has been to convince the diehard skeptics. And the original thought behind that was to try to bring this issue into one tangible thing that you can hold in your hand and kind of move around.
So you feel a lot of the information in the bloody harvest and the slaughter, it was not enough to convince the skeptics? Because it sounds like there's a lot of information out there that was just on the table.
First of all, they don't read the stuff. So that already makes it very difficult.
Very difficult indeed. Let's throw this away now.
These diehard skeptics, they would just not read the stuff and then dismiss it.
I've met with former senior people at major human rights organizations, and they don't know that it's for real, or they don't think it's for real. They're like, oh yeah, that issue. Yeah, but I thought it's like a bit, thrown together. They don't have this idea that it's like totally for real.
So where's that gap coming from?
Because it is such a difficult issue to study. Like if you look at any other major human rights issue in China over the last 20 years or so, for others, you've got some document, for example, looking at orphanages in China that, just killed babies, they let them starve to death in the cold. In that case, there was someone who came out, a doctor who escaped with a duffel bag of documents. And so that makes that one bulletproof.
That was something that happened.
Yeah. It's totally extraordinary. This was the biggest story, China human rights story. But this one is so crazy. You have to go about it systematically. So you have to whack 3, 4, 5 moles at once. Because people always have these different objections to well, how do you know it's not death row? How do you really know it's not death row? How do you really, really, really know it's not death row? Anyway, the Tianjin, the whole point of that was to eliminate objections. Just going by that one hospital, you can be if at least you can show that in this hospital, there's something really screwy going on. First of all, that there's way more transplants than can be explained by the official explanation.
How many
then
transplants?
You're already somewhere.
Tianjin, we have figures on Tianjin.
I think it's about 4,000 a year.
Look, we don't know. We can say how many transplants. You say, look, probably this many. It's completely estimates.
You say you can't know how many transplants this one hospital is doing. How do we know that there
because
are
you can
more
get a
than
really good
10,000?
idea. Because here's what you can do. You can be okay, so in 2006, they built a new building with 500 beds, 17 stories. It was funded by the Tianjin government. 2006, the next year, they moved a death row approval to the Supreme People's Court, and they severely dropped the number of people on death row. So the first thing is you show the numbers are really big. And so, for example, you've got 500 beds, and then the occupancy of those beds for kidney and liver transplants is 90%. On their website, they say the average waiting time is 3 to 4 weeks. And so if you say, you've got the beds are occupied to 350 beds are occupied at any one time, and you can also cross-reference it with the surgeons they have there. So they've got a massive surgical team. 60, 70 surgeons. They've got their thick bios. It's not easy to be a transplant doctor. There's a lot of, it's a lot of work. It's a very specialized field of medicine. And so you just put all this together, and the first thing you establish is that the volume is simply huge. So any skeptics out there who are watching this, they have to explain who else is being killed. So if they don't think Falun Gong, this is too crazy. Then it's okay, so who?
And officially, China admitted to using executed prisoners.
Well, they flipped around on that. Originally, they said it was all donations. Then they said it was almost all executed prisoners. And now they're back to saying it's all donations.
And it's not possible that donations, they've implemented a donation system, and that's why.
Yeah, that's of January 2015. So everything about this is very hard to study. So for example, we know after 2015 that this persisted because, for example, you got people making phone calls and they're able to nail down they've got people saying, yeah, we've got a week. And so some could be lying, but when you do that to 20 hospitals and they're all saying, we've got organs, then you know that it's still going on.
We had callers calling donation centers, and the donation centers say we don't have any donations.
They would also say that sometimes the phone would actually ring for a month and a half. They'd call every day. Finally, somebody'd answer the phone, and they'd ask, well, how many donations have you got? They'd say 5.
We went to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Human Rights in China almost in 2006. Metis and I both been involved with Amnesty International in Canada, and they basically took a 7-year hold on this. They wouldn't agree that this was happening. And one of them told me privately is that they felt that if they raised this issue, they would lose all ability to lobby to get rid of the death penalty in China. So basically for 7 years, head office for Amnesty then was in London. We were not allowed to get anywhere with Amnesty on this issue. We now have Amnesty fully on side with us as of about a year ago. I think Human Rights Watch, I'm not quite sure where Human Rights Watch is, but they have come around eventually. And
one thing that Matt said I'd like to follow up on is about waiting times. And there are not waiting times for organs, but there are waiting times for beds because these hospitals are operating at capacity. There aren't enough doctors, there aren't enough beds, there aren't enough hospitals. And there's been this huge building boom of transplant hospitals, and Tianjin's one example of it. And how can they be building all this capital unless they're sure that not only there's a huge supply of organs now, but there's an endless supply of organs into the future? And
that is one of the most striking things that all this supposed debate has been going on. There's been all this hurly-burly and political play and statements from the Chinese about all their reforms and so forth. And we see there's nothing reflected in the actual hospital records. There's nothing but construction, nothing but an endless construction, and no signs do we see within the actual literature of a lack of confidence in the future. Most just creepiest thing is this sense that, well, we're just going to have organs going into the future.
Ask David about Wang Jiefu.
Well, so Huang Jiefu, the person, how would I describe him? He's the person in charge of the
chief
reform.
Chief liar. For the
chief liar. So he gives a number of 10,000 transplants a year. How many organ transplants a year did you find in the update?
Well, what we did is we didn't have a specific figure. We did a range between 60,000 and 100,000 a year.
So he's saying 10,000, and you're saying 60 to 100,000
a year, and it's increasing over time because of the increasing capacity. So the earlier years maybe it's closer to 60,000, later years closer to 100,000. Wang Jiefu at one time was Deputy Minister of Health.
He's the vice chair of the healthcare committee for the Communist Party. That's very important. Like, he's in charge of the health of top party leaders. He's a liver surgeon.
So we'll try not to say anything bad.
The function we see him performing is basically he's the public face of the Chinese Communist Party on this issue. And he's constantly making statements about it. And if you track his statements over time, he contradicts himself all the time. I mean, you can point to one thing about it he says and says it's true or is it not. But if you look at a bunch of things he says, he's just contradicting himself. So it's just pointless even talking about what he says.
Matt, I believe you have a story about Huang Jiefu and a liver surgery he did.
Well, I think Huang Jiefu is great in what he shows us about the system. He did like this fancy liver transplant in 2005, in which he ordered 2 additional livers to be delivered to him personally, that, I mean, must have been removed like within 12 or 16 hours of his making the phone call. So he went to Xinjiang. He did a demonstration of removal of a liver cancer. He found that he could that the operation was possible to perform an autologous transplant where he removes the liver, removes the cancer, and puts it back. In order to do so, he ordered 2 spare livers. So he called the 3rd Military Medical University in Chongqing and then his alma mater in Guangzhou, and got 2 extra livers, like flown on plane to him.
How did you find out about this story?
It's all in Chinese media. There are 4 articles all about it.
Why is it possible for a surgeon in the U.S. to order 2 livers?
Well, who are you going to kill?
I mean, is that the only way to have?
Yeah,
a liver?
either someone is brain dead in hospital, then there is a period and that liver is allocated. But in that situation,
if you controlled the twilight zone, you could do that. You could arrange the car wrecks perfectly timed and maybe tissue matched ahead of time, and you could pull this off.
So someone has to die for there to be an organ.
It's not just part of the liver, it's the full organ.
Yeah, those were full liver transplants.
What are the numbers these hospitals are saying they're performing every year?
If you add them up, you're getting figures.
Figures are estimates. They're not like one hospital by one hospital. We have the number.
Let me give you a fairly simple way of explaining this. It's not a perfectly accurate way. It's a kind of cartoon, but we actually use a more complex method in the update. But there's a number. Give you a number. 146 hospitals who do kidney and liver transplants. That's not even a perfect number, but these are the ones who sort of
they were registered, approved, yeah.
Registered and approved by the Ministry of Health.
I believe there are others, but for the sake of argument.
For the sake of the argument, let's take a fairly low number. These are just the high volume places because it makes it simpler. We're not doing hearts and we're just doing kidneys and livers. Those hospitals tend to have, and you start to see a pattern after looking at this data, and I've been looking at it for quite some time now. You see a pattern of at least 2 to 3 to 3 or 4 transplant teams, actually 20 to 30 transplant beds at least.
Well, they have minimum.
We'll get to the minimum requirements in a minute, but we don't even have to use those. You can just see this pattern. And a 20 to 30 day stay, and you tend to see 80 to 100% occupancy rates. What do you pull out of that? Well, one way to say is it possible that the average transplant center in China, ministry approved, is doing 1 transplant a day, just 1.
With all this staff.
Now, with all that staff, 2 to 3 transplants a day, and some of them are just sitting around twiddling their thumbs and not doing anything every day. But let's say they do 1 transplant a day. Well, that gives you a very simple number. 365 times 146, that's 52,000 transplants a year. So we're already at 52,000. Now, the fact is, the Ministry of Health actually demands they have far more beds than that and a far larger staff than that. They actually
quota too, isn't it?
Well, yeah, they have quotas, but the key thing is that they're asking for a lot more facilities than that. Well, now, fair enough. Me, David Kilgore, and David Matus are not walking around China with clipboards making sure that the Ministry of Health is getting their money's worth here. We're not doing that, so we can't say that that's right. But if it were true, if these hospitals are following the directives of the Ministry of Health that allow them to get that license, they would have to be doing about 80 to 90,000 transplants per year.
Yeah, that's the minimum.
That's the minimum. And now we haven't even gone into Matt's Shenzhen Central Hospital at 4,000 to 5,000. We haven't talked about Beijing 309 military hospital.
The massive hospital.
Yeah, which are way beyond the minimum.
Now we're talking 3,000 to 4,000. These are, easily we start coming into these figures.
I really wish we'd brought the update because it's 700 pages, 2,300 footnotes. It's just massive.
And most of it is on these extraordinary hospitals. It is mainly about hospitals which do 1,000 transplants or over every year. And you keep naming them off. It's mind-numbing actually to look at these.
So how is it possible that Huang Jiefu is saying 10,000 a year and you are the only people researching what seems to be obvious?
It is an awful lot of work to go through all these individual hospitals and put together this information sort of bit by bit.
It's a story like this. Why isn't everyone rushing to cover it?
Oh, it's had a huge coverage. If you look on our website, you'll see that we've had 4 stories in the New York Times. The Times wouldn't touch this story for 6 years.
Well, that's the thing. This story has been out 2006. 10 years later, the New York Times finally writes 4 articles. What happened?
I think the answer is partly that it's a complex story, that it involves a lot of different pieces of evidence. There's not, like with some of the examples Matt gave, just sort of one thing you can point to. There's, of course, all the contrary communist propaganda. There's censorship in China. People are more concerned about what happens to them in their own neighborhood.
So I think this is a key issue to the story of organ harvesting. The story of organ harvesting is very much the story of Falun Gong. 1999, it becomes the most controversial hot-button issue in China. What was Falun Gong before 1999, and what happened after?
Before 1999, the Chinese government actually actively promoted Falun Gong as this way to improve health. It's part of the Qigong movement. At that time, it's not just Falun Gong. There are hundreds of other Qigong movements that emerged.
In state media?
They were promoting it not only in state media, they also give a word to Falun Gong for improving the health, the general state of the population. Falun Gong is more than just the practice that's beneficial to the health. It also has a spiritual side. That is, there are 3 principles: truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. And these Falun Gong practitioners are encouraged to use these 3 principles to judge their daily action, their daily decisions. And because of that, they sort of rely on their own conscience and their own judgment. They don't follow the communist propaganda anymore. And for communists, that's an ideological challenge.
Well, so how do you go from a practice that is promoted, it helps people's health, it preaches the truth, compassion, tolerance, you're saying. How does it go from that to then becoming a cult?
Too many people doing Falun Gong, and that's the numbers.
So because of the culture, a spiritual vacuum after Cultural Revolution, Chinese people, they lost their tradition completely. They lost the spiritual side, belief, everything. And when Qigong exercise emerged, especially in Falun Gong, it became extremely popular. In the course of 7 years, there was 70 million to 100 million people practicing Falun Gong in China. The actual number, we don't know. It might be much higher than that. But because this popularity, 70 million to 100 million at that time in China is about 1/10 of Chinese population. If the Communist Party is going to persecute 1/10 of Chinese people, 1 out of 10 Chinese people, they need to turn the public opinion around. For people like us who live in the South, maybe some of us have never heard of Falun Gong before because we're not really tuned into that Qigong yoga movement thing anyway. I was a kid. That persecution, that propaganda on TV every day, in every level of media, really did the damage. And when the Western world first got to know Falun Gong, it was after the persecution started.
I think we have to put this in the context of intolerance generally. I mean, if you wouldn't ask, you know, what is it about Christianity that makes ISIS goes after Christians, or any of the other examples of religious intolerance?
David, you can think that way, but that's not the way I thought about it. One of my main purposes in my book was to go out and actually find out what this was about, because that was not a satisfactory answer to me to just say, well, maybe they're a cult, maybe they're not, and who knows, but you know, they shouldn't be persecuted. No, I felt this is important to establish what this group is. And I mean, there's a simple definition that people can test for themselves and doesn't require some expert coming out and saying, well, this is the definition of a cult and this is how it works. It's like, that's very vague stuff. My parents were psychologists. Trust me, this isn't an exact science. What we found, though, is real cults have angry people who've left. That's what you have. You have people who've left the thing and they hate it. It's consumed their lives and they're mad as hell and they can't stop telling the world about it. So if you go to Children of God's website, post Children of God, you will find dramatic stories. If you go to the Scientologist, you'll find incredible stuff. If you go to, Divine Light Mission, you'll find these kinds of stories. You will not find this website for Falun Gong. You will find a Chinese government-sponsored website that hasn't been updated for years, okay? Because it's not real. It's AstroTurf. It's fake. The point is, there is real action. I know people who've left Falun Gong. I know practitioners who have no longer do the exercises. They don't strike me as particularly angry about it. They're still actually quite concerned about the human rights aspect. Okay, and I think that's very important because that's what separates out a cult, is that experience of, oh my God, this thing took over my life. It abused me, it used me, it separated me from my family. There's your academic definitions. It took my money. You know, those are the, and so there's a little bit of truth in the academic definitions, but the point is Falun Gong doesn't meet that. And I can say that with some confidence because I could not have hung around a group for that many years if it had been like that.
I absolutely agree with you. It's not a cult. In fact, I used to be responsible for cults in the Department of the Attorney General in Alberta for a brief period. And so I got to know some of them. And you mentioned one of them a minute ago. And we've actually had a case in the courts in Canada where it was ruled that Falun Gong is not a cult. And if you look at, as you said, all the indicia of cults, it is not one. And it's simply a part of this demonization that goes on. It's an easy term to throw out. David and I have met Falun Gong practitioners in probably 50 countries.
Or even more, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. All walks of life, all ages, all backgrounds, all education. I've found them to be a wonderful group of people.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with any of that. I mean, Falun Gong, first of all, it's not even an organization because it's a set of exercises with a spiritual foundation. Yeah. Everything's on the internet. You don't pay anything. You don't sign up to anything. You can start whenever you want. You can stop with it whenever you want. You don't even have to tell anybody you're doing it. You can. Their principles are very simple and ethical. And I mean, all of that is true. I still say in terms of victimization, it doesn't matter. There is no excuse for killing anybody for their organs, no matter what you think.
I think what the issue is, sorry, I didn't make this point. This ties into exactly the problem with organ harvesting. Anastasia, everything you said about Falun Gong, I dismiss it because you're a Falun Gong practitioner. I don't believe a word you said. And everything you've heard, Falun Gong is not a cult. You've been told this by your interaction with Falun Gong. How do you deal with this just kind of broad dismissal?
If we frame the whole debate in the terms that are set by the Communist Party, then you get into this kind of dead end where you're arguing whether or not Falun Gong is a cult. And it's just like this bizarre, like dead, like just stupid line of argument. Like, of course it's not, first of all, but the only reason that would ever be even the terms in which it was discussed is because of this massive persecution. And the biggest thing that persecution did was turn something that wasn't even necessarily defined. And so it turned it into this disparate thing that you do into like a group.
See, Jews are very familiar with this, okay? I'm half Jewish, and David Matus is a Jew, and I think we're very familiar with this because all the years that we've been alive, we've gone to at least other countries or something, and people have said, yeah, that Holocaust thing, you guys must have done something. But this is true. So we're very used to this idea that people say, well, that bad thing that happened to you, you kind of brought it on yourselves maybe a little bit.
I'm involved in human rights generally, and I see sometimes the instrumentalization of human rights accusations, and sometimes political opposition will accuse their opponents of human rights violations, which are not real, as a way of making a political point. So, one has to evaluate a human rights accusation and look at the evidence. And you're right, we can't just trust somebody, whether Falun Gong or not, simply because they say it. And I wouldn't dismiss somebody because they're Falun Gong. I wouldn't trust them because they're Falun Gong either. But most of our evidence, like for the update, we have 2,400 footnotes. 2,200 of them are Chinese official sources.
For people to really come to terms with what Falun Gong is, they would need to come to terms with an absolutely extraordinary injustice, because Falun Gong says that they believe truthfulness, compassion, forbearance, and that they just want to follow these values and assimilate to the universe. And it's this very simple, like primal goodness. And if that's all it is, and they're being eliminated because of that, then that is a lot to swallow.
I didn't ask anyone to accept anything I had to say about Falun Gong in my book. I simply said, you base these things on their actions. You can go through my book. You will not find violence, okay? The most violence you'll find is somebody cutting a wire and connecting it to another wire. And even a lot of practitioners were upset about that. It was very controversial within the practitioner community when they were cutting wires so they could transmit a different program over the Chinese airwaves. In fact, what I found living around Falun Gong was that they spend most of their time discussing ethical matters like this, and the agreements are pretty brisk.
When a couple of years ago, we were walking in a group of about 1,000 Falun Gong practitioners in Hong Kong, and there was this group called the Youth Care Society. What it really is a branch of the 610 office that harasses and shouts down. They tried to shout down you in Hong Kong recently, David. I would go like this to them when we walked by them. And a Falun Gong practitioner beside me said, "Don't do that, please. We don't do that kind of thing." So, and then the next time I saw these people, they would take the subway.
There we go. There we go.
Take the subway. And they'd come up every 10 blocks. And the next time I saw them, one of the guys went like this to me. There's enormous respect for Falun Gong practitioners, the ones I've met around the world.
But there's an enormous problem with this within the journalism community. Again, I hate to bring it back to journalism one more time. I once met with I think he was Reuters or AP. I don't want to remember. And I met with this guy in Hong Kong, and somebody said, "Oh, you should have a drink with him." I did. And he said, "Oh, yeah, I'm a China expert. I do China stories." And he said, the one thing I'll never do, though, is I'll never interview somebody from China who's got an agenda.
Ooh.
And I was like, how do you do stories? What do? Do you just exchange pleasantries? Nobody coming out of China has a grudge or an agenda or an idea. It's just a standard we would never hold in our own society to.
I'd like to follow up a bit on what Matt says. I think part of the problem we're faced with is that accepting Falun Gong for what it is means accepting the persecution for what it is. People are hesitant to admit that for a number of different reasons. It impacts their interaction, the economics, and it's just the horror of what's happening.
It has no place in our world. We don't have good and evil anymore. We have interests. We have competing interests.
Yeah.
Falun Gong defies that.
And the victimization of Falun Gong defies that too. There is obviously no justification for what's happening, and admitting that it's happening is admitting something that people have difficulty even imagining that it's happening. If you look what's happening in China with the Catholic Church, the Communist Party appoints bishops, and with the Buddhism, they've got their own Panchen Lama, and Islam, they have their own imams, but they can't do that with Falun Gong. And because they can't control them by appointing somebody who is the head of Falun Gong, the persecution is the only way out, which is to a certain extent explains the persecution exaggeration, but it also explains their strength, because the Falun Gong cannot be destroyed in that way by appointing somebody the communists decide to appoint as their head, because there is no head.
So you end up with a large group. The official numbers from the Communist Party were 70 to 100 million practitioners. Persecution begins 1999. You end up with a huge body of unnamed, unidentified people in the prisons, in the labor camp, that everyone else in society has backed away from. And then they become just this huge pool for organs.
Yeah, we've talked to people who've got out of these camps, by the way, and we probably should mention something about that, because we've talked to them on about 15 capitals, and we're absolutely horrified by what they go through in these camps.
This is all small fry. I mean, what happened 6 months later was that they started to systematically build a machine to monetize those people. And this was not clear until this report came out. When all the evidence was put together, it became clear that they built a machine to do transplantations. So the reason the death count is so high now, is suspected to be so high, is because there's no other plausible source.
Except House Christians, which we don't know enough about. That's possible that they're an emerging source, at least. But look, I was always estimating at least 500,000 to 1 million Falun Gong in detention at any given time. And every time I've sort of thought, well, you know what, this has got to be fading. New evidence comes out and shows that I'm wrong. I think that's right. And I think this is an extraordinary machine. And it was also provincial. I mean, every province has gotten involved now. This is what we're seeing is a truly national, incentivized it.
They turned a political persecution into also a commercial.
A commercial killing business. And this is another facet of the update, the institutionalization of this killing. It's in the 5-year plans, it's in the budgets, it's in the grants, it's embedded into the system.
The amount of awards these hospitals get individually is extraordinary. I mean, it's not just them bragging about, oh, I'm the #1 kidney hospital. No, they actually receive special awards. They proudly list them. They're competing for them.
Matt, you had a point?
Hospitals were rated for their advancedness on how many transplants they did. And it was a criteria for judging like how good a hospital is. So it's completely built into the system.
Anastasia?
Do the Chinese archive all these materials?
They wipe them out the minute we look at them, then usually after we archive them. I have a strong belief that they do not actually archive these materials, that they're incredibly careless about them, that they wipe them out all the time. But they're also careless about them, fortunately, in a good way as well. They tend to throw them in the trash and then not delete the trash, if you follow me. It's something we've all done on a computer. A lot of the mistakes are very elemental.
Well, the bottom line is we have no idea what their internal accounting mechanism is.
Not exactly.
We honestly don't know whether this was a centralized campaign to eliminate Falun Gong, or if it was simply creating the incentives and letting it rip.
I think both actually can be going on at the same time. If the question is, will you ever find a kind of master plan, something labeled the final solution for Falun Gong? No, I doubt that document will ever emerge. And if it existed, it's probably gone.
So what we have here is a massive persecution. Organ harvesting, which we may never know the full scope of, is still but one aspect of this persecution of this group.
Research wasn't done to the same degree with their campaign of thought reform against Falun Gong, but it was similar in that an industry was created. Like there were specialist academics in how you brainwash Falun Gong practitioners effectively. They had like book series, and then that would be distributed to prisons. They had like experts in this. They had training programs for this. They had
prisons
medals.
Got awards and so forth. Again, they were ranked and they got awards, and prisons boasted about being the #1 at transformation.
We do have a better idea of what other victimization is going on, because the other victimization, a lot of the victims survive and they can talk about it, and about the torture and about the forced labor and the sleep deprivation and so on. But obviously with killing for their organs, they don't survive. So we don't have the same access to information.
How could one of the greatest crimes of the 21st century happen in one of the largest countries in the world? To understand that, we need to understand some of the history of the Chinese Communist Party. Anastasia, you grew up under the Chinese Communist Party. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes, I did. And when I talk to my father's generation these days, I can still feel the fear, the trauma that they experienced. Cultural Revolution is a big tragedy in Chinese history. Communist Party aimed to destroy Chinese traditional culture. What they destroyed was basic human nature, was the way that our society was formed, the foundation of our society, the kindness between people. And my father's generation grew up in the midst of Cultural Revolution, and they watched their families and friends being picked out, publicly humiliated. And that's always been there in their mind. And as a result, Chinese people have learned to put their head down and not speak their mind.
How has the Chinese Communist Party been able to maintain its grip on power without using the rule of law?
As Anastasia said, it's totally hostile, harmful to the Chinese people, and not in line with Chinese traditions, but it's very much in line with what communism does. Communism, the leadership of the vanguard of the proletariat, and you can see in the Constitution of China, it's all about the leadership of the Communist Party. But this vanguard of the proletariat, it's a few people. So how are a few people going to rule a large number of people without democratic elections? The way they do that is they create fictitious external enemies, and then they mobilize people behind this false creation of an enemy.
So are you saying the party manages to maintain its power by always targeting, basically like a witch hunt, a group that is the enemy?
I mean, originally it was the capitalists, but then the Chinese Communist Party switched to capitalism, and they had to find somebody else. Falun Gong was a good candidate because there was lots of them. They were everywhere. They were not going to defend themselves, and they were not communists, so they became a very easy target.
David, I believe you had a point?
Also, the Tibetan Buddhists have been treated outrageously, and the Dalai Lama, who's probably one of the most admired people in Europe. The Christians have been persecuted.
It's always someone.
The Uyghurs have been persecuted, scapegoated. It's I think there were 45 atomic bombs set off in the Uyghur part of China.
There is a quality of kind of always digging oneself out of a previous crime. The problem for Jiang Zemin was make Tiananmen go away.
The Tiananmen Square Massacre.
Make Tiananmen Square Massacre go away. Make it disappear. And how do you change the subject? How do you turn the page? Communism is remarkably clever when it comes to tactical moves. Okay, so we can often see that. If you've ever dealt with the Chinese Communist Party the way we have and sort of tangled with them, you see them reacting from day to day. But on a strategic level, they're not.
No.
They're quite blockheaded. There you see this attempt to, well, let's just turn the page by creating a new scapegoat, a new group. Let's turn to a new enemy. And that at least was the explanation. I'm not sure I completely buy it. I think there's a lot of explanations. I spent a lot of time in my book giving a lot of different possibilities for it. But that is one of the key ones. That is the one he claimed was completely responsible for this. Turn the page, make Tiananmen go away, create a new enemy. Don't let the Public Security Bureau's muscles atrophy. Make sure they stay in shape.
What is the origins of organ harvesting of prisoners of conscience in China?
Well, there's some suspicion about earlier in the 90s, but really 1997 is when you can clearly say it took place. In the Gulje incident, you have 6 high-ranking Chinese cadres arriving in Urumqi, and the doctor, I've interviewed him, he's in Europe, he's told, go to the political prisoner wing in the Urumqi prison, start taking blood samples, map them out, map out who we've got, and well, why do I have to do that? Well, just because we're going to have to start tissue matching these particular people. These guys get their organs, they leave, 6 more come, and this goes on for about a year and a half. These are tiny numbers.
It's clear that something was happening at earlier time.
It went to an industrial scale operation against the Falun Gong community, a peaceful community of 70 to 100 million people targeted by the chairman of the party, and they were killed, as we say, 41,000 transplants by 2006. We can find no other explanation that they were taken from the Falun Gong prisoners of conscience who had been convicted of nothing, were put into work camps, were blood tested and so on. And then when somebody came from the United States or Canada, they were taken out of a work camp and were killed, and their organ was flown to the buyer in Shanghai usually.
So this was a big shift from the history of the Communist Party persecuting its citizens to the organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners.
Basically, you had prisoners being executed for their organs in the 80s. In the mid-90s, at some point, probably in Xinjiang is where it takes place, you have live organ harvesting. All right, that's when it seems to come in. 1995, 1994, we have Enver Tohti on record. He performs a live surgery. We have other witnesses who are in the same region who describe screams coming out of the organ harvesting vans as if somebody's still alive in there. Then we get the first political prisoners being harvested in 1987, and then in 1999, it all starts to really go into a different world. And that's where we enter the really high levels of organ transplantation.
How do you harmonize this image that the CCP is portraying across the globe of being, a powerful, respectable country with something as terrible as this happening behind the scenes?
The image that we're discussing here of the CCP is not one that is particularly welcome, anywhere when dealing with China.
Well, why isn't it? Just, companies are trying to do business in China.
Right, because they don't want to know about mass killing. There are, states who are trying to deal with China on what, they're trying to get China to help them in some way, like cooperate with them on climate change, for example.
I think the issue is not so much why are they doing that or how are they doing it, is why we outside are not reacting to this better or differently. And I think the reason is there's a lot of willful blindness, that people make money, they've got personal or company or government reasons for wanting to do business with China. And so they just ignore this because it's more convenient to do that.
Anastasia, you had a point?
Yes, because the nature of the crime we're talking about here, the evidence amount to potentially crime against humanity. And because of the nature of the crime, it necessitates a response from foreign government if taken seriously. So everybody is intentionally, perhaps, turning a blind eye on this because no one wants to be the one that's responsible of the moral responsibility to do something, take action.
Not everybody is. The government of Israel and part of the Knesset in Israel passed laws barring Israeli nationals from going to China for organs when they discovered, a very renowned transplant scientist, Dr. G. Labby, discovered that patients were going to China for transplants at a particular time and place, and he realized then what was happening. So to their great credit, the Knesset passed laws barring trafficked organs. And of course, Taiwan has now done it last year, and Spain has done something quite similar too. So there are 3 countries that have shown real leadership in combating this.
I think one thing the international community fails to realize is the differences in how the Communist Party structures the country versus in the West. For example, in the United States, it's not as if hospitals are answering directly to the US government. But in China, it's a very different situation with how the CCP has a direct hold on all levels of society.
When I was in the Young Pioneer, every single class would have this vice chair of the Young Pioneer and numerous kind of heads or officials, class officials. And those are all commie youth officials. And they start at age 6 or 7. That's how micromanagement this party is. They start with the kids, and every street that they would have a street head, perhaps a middle-aged woman who wears a red band on their arm. Their job is to scrutinize on every neighbor. And this is probably unheard of in the West, but that's the pressure that Chinese people are born into.
This extends very much, to the medical system. Like all these major hospitals, they have party cells. Some of them have websites, so you can see they have party meetings. They have a party secretary in these hospitals. A lot of the surgeons that we've been tracking, they double as party officials. There's one very well-known liver surgeon who's a head of an anti-cult association, specifically to attack Falun Gong. There are doctors who double as the head of a police hospital. The medical system is deeply meshed up with the party.
There's also the structure, which is that for every government function, there's a parallel party function, and the people are different, and the party functionary decides what the government functionary does, rather than the other way around. The government system is a shell or a set of puppets, and it's the party that fills the shell or controls the puppets. That's one difference with the Western system. Another is there's simply no rule of law. If somebody in the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party breaks the law, they can be prosecuted. But there's no such thing as prosecuting a Communist Party official who's doing something in a Communist Party function for breaking the law. It's the party that decides what the legal system does, not the legal system deciding whether the law is being respected.
To me, it's fairly simple. This is a surveillance society. Okay, that was my first book, was on basically how surveillance works in China. But that does not mean that everybody is really watched all the time. Yes, there's the women with the red armbands, and there's a certain amount of that going on. But it doesn't mean their sort of electronic surveillance is necessarily taking place of everybody in China. But it does mean party members get watched, and it does mean the military gets watched. And where does organ harvesting begin? It starts in the military hospitals. It was always military hospitals run. And then the armed police get involved, and in fact, it becomes almost competitive between the armed police hospitals and the military hospitals. It is impossible for the Chinese Communist Party not to be watching that activity and blessing that activity. Okay, so right from the beginning, and we haven't even gotten into that topic, but this idea of rogue hospitals and sort of triad elements, that this sort of idea gets danced out every once a year or so by the Chinese Communist.
Can I just pick up on that military point? One of the cases we discussed in the book, The Bloody Harvest, is a I won't say what country he went with, but he went to a #1 People's Hospital in Shanghai. A Major Tan in uniform came in with a list of names. He went down the list. He picked out a name, came back 2 hours later with a vial with 2 kidneys in it. The kidneys didn't work. He went back 3 more times with 3 more sets of vials of kidneys. None of them worked. He went home to his country, came back about 3 weeks, 3 months later, and they went through the same thing again 4 times. So since it was 2 kidneys, every time 4 people were killed before he got his kidney. And
Well, explain why that is such a shocking fact.
That 4 people, undoubtedly some of them were Falun Gong, perhaps most of them were Falun Gong, were killed so that this guy could have a kidney.
So it's impossible to be able to find on short order matching donor organs.
In the West, people wait for organs, and there's long waiting times. With China, it's the reverse. They can get organs almost immediately. It's the sources that are waiting for a patient to show up. With kidneys, and people have 2 kidneys. In theory, you can donate 1 kidney and still survive. But we don't find surviving kidney donors. I mean, more recently, they set up a donor system, and it's possible. But when we were doing our initial reports, it didn't exist. So what we have is a vast organ donor pool, which is being killed when a patient arrives and needs an organ.
There is no way that the Communist Party can deny culpability in this massive system.
They deny it. But then you ask them, well, what is wrong in the book or in any of the books or in Ethan Gutman's book, for example, and they have no answer whatsoever. The argument is over as far as I can tell. And I think there is no serious person that disputes this is going on a massive scale. And we say minimum 60,000 transplants a year are being done in China.
They deny with bafflegab, gobbledygook, utter nonsense. I mean, they just make up imaginary statements, produce figures without foundation, accuse us all of being anti-China, whatever.
So there is no possibility this is rogue hospitals, as you say, or triads.
I think what's so important about what we have discovered is that you can't do this kind of transplant volume with rogue hospitals. You have to have central involvement across the board.
But with large-scale persecution, like, for example, Falun Gong, it's not just a few people, it has to be the entire society.
And we have a chapter in the book called Sujiatan, and it's about Annie and her husband, who was a surgeon. And in a 2-year period, her husband removed the corneas from the eyes of 2,000 Falun Gong practitioners. He was paid the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of US dollars for doing these operations. He would take the corneas out, and of course they're still alive, and then they'd be unconscious. They'd go into another room, and all their other organs would be taken out. He started to have nightmares, and he couldn't do this. And Annie, his wife, told him, "You've got to stop this." The 2 of them managed to leave China, and she blew the whistle on this whole issue. That's the kind of inhuman system that was operating and is operating today in China with the medical profession.
I think if you're asking about how this comes about in terms of motivation, I think there's a number of factors at play. One of them is compartmentalization. People at different parts don't know what the rest is doing, and this helps to make willful blindness function. People will say, well, I don't know, I see a body in the operating table, I don't know whose body it is, or I see a corpse that I'm cremating, I don't know whose corpse I'm creating, and so on. So that's one thing. Another, of course, is censorship, so that none of this is reported. You can't see through the media what's happening. You don't have the normal sources of information. And a third thing is incitement to hatred. I mean, as I mentioned before, the Communist Party is always making up these enemies, but it doesn't just say, designate somebody or some group as an enemy. They start these propaganda campaigns, and that was certainly true with Falun Gong, which depersonalizes, dehumanizes, marginalizes these people to the point where the few people who actually see and know what's going on, they'll say, well, Falun Gong are enemies, Falun Gong are not people, we can do whatever we want with them. And of course, there's the greed factor, all this money that's being poured into it, and the pressure of the party if you break away from them. So this combination, this confluence of events leads to this awful result.
There's a great Nazi comparison. There were probably more than one psychologist, but Robert J. Lifton interviewed a bunch of Nazis in the 50s or 60s, I believe, Nazi doctors. And he observed that in their minds, the difference between healing and killing became blurred. And that's basically how they were able to justify what they did. In this case, it couldn't be any more clear because they're taking organs out of bad people or non-people and putting them into Chinese citizens and saving lives and stuff. I'm sure that psychology comes in it somewhere where they can somehow justify killing some people.
Even right in the beginning of this whole process, you have these kinds of questions coming up. I think this has been present from the beginning, but that's an evolution too. I mean, a lot of these doctors got involved in the one-child policy. They did forced abortions. They did them for years. If anything sort of starts that process, forced sterilizations began the Holocaust. It was the same thing. They didn't start by outright killing people and giving them lethal injections, that sort of thing. It was forced sterilizations. It's very similar in China. So you've had this kind of ramping up process within the medical community for many years.
I see the party as an institution that has only one priority, which is keeping the party in power. In power is a group of mass killers. This is the party history, a history of mass murder with the murderers still in power. So it just continues unless something is done to stop it.
I think you raise a very interesting point that the party exists to maintain the party. It's easy for a lot of people to see like a dictatorship and see this one person in power, it benefits him. But with the Communist Party, it's not about preserving the power of any individual. In fact, the history of the party involves many of its top leaders getting purged and killed. It's the system to maintain the system.
It seems that a lot of the debate within China is how to change the Communist Party, how to reform the Communist Party. The obvious solution, which is getting rid of communism, just doesn't seem to be on the table. Party won't let it be on the table. The repression narrows the room for debate. And then within that debate, everybody's talking about how we can improve the Communist Party rather than how we can improve China.
Anastasia, explain about the flag. You might be interested in how the flag is structured.
Flag was 5 stars, the Chinese National People's Republic of China's national flag. The center, big one, means the Communist Party. But if you notice that there are 5 stars, if you take away the big star, if you take away Communist Party, there are 4 stars left. And what is 4 in Chinese? Yeah. Yep. So that's what they make Chinese people think. Without the Communist Party, they're going to die.
No, and I mean, we're just talking about Falun Gong and how it's been maligned, and then switch to the Communist Party. There is a Chinese saying called "zei han zhua zei." It means the thief yells, "Catch the thief." And so the Communist Party called Falun Gong a xie jiao, like a deviant religion, or it was translated to English as an evil cult. And if you actually look at the Communist Party, it's actually a really fun experiment. If you just like look at the attributes of cults, it's like the Communist Party hits every box.
Yes,
it takes money from its followers. It keeps people in captivity. It's like
for their families.
Yeah, it's like
no getting out.
Right, it's a centralized thing. Like this is a regime where in the 60s there was cannibalism, like politicalized cannibalism. Like it's not eating because people are starving, like in the Great Leap Forward. This was like eating people's hearts for like because they're political enemies, like documented cases of this. Yep. So this is like a really crazy regime.
But China's changed.
So then you bring in the organ harvesting, and like this is like the ultimate. This is the apotheosis of the Chinese Communist movement. It's like cannibalizing their own citizens for money, using doctors.
One of the ways it's changed is it's become a lot more global. It projects its persecution around the world. I mean, there's lots of persecutory regimes, but China is almost unique in the sense that its persecution spreads everywhere.
Moving forward, what can other researchers do?
What we need to do is action at the legislative level, such as Israel, Taiwan, Spain have done. Sweden and the United States and so on could pass laws basically barring organ tourism by their citizens to places where they can get trafficked organs. And there's only one place in the world where you can get a trafficked organ on an industrial basis, and that's China.
So what is organ tourism?
It's transplantation across the border with exploitation. In China, what we have is a very particular form of organ tourism, which is institutionalized. In many countries, it's a black market, but in China, it's not. It's the standard hospitals. It's systematic, a practice that's universally decried within the transplant profession.
Say you live in New York, you fly from New York to Shanghai, you pay a huge amount of money for the organ. They do blood tests and find out what's a match for you, and they go out to a work camp and they find a guy out in the work camp who's been convicted of nothing in all likelihood. He's probably a Falun Dafa practitioner. They take his liver out and they fly it to you in Shanghai. You get a new liver. They tell you you're getting it from a convicted capital offender. You fly home to New York with a new liver, and he is dead.
So it's possible a lot of people in the West have gone to China under false pretenses.
Oh, more than possible. It's happened.
And they end up with an executed Falun Gong organ.
We've got data for 2 countries, Malaysia and Taiwan.
There's also the Koreans and the Indonesians.
So then currently, Israel, Spain, and Taiwan are the only countries in the world that have banned their citizens from organ tourism.
We often have a lot more leverage than we let on over China. And in this case, it's fairly obvious to me that we do, because even back then, in those years when I was working there, pharmaceuticals, big pharma, was a big gleam in China's eye. They were looking to expand in this area. That was the big profit. Okay, the idea was that China would eventually have a medical establishment which could make drugs, new drugs, all kinds of drugs that people would buy. They'd buy them for a fraction of the cost, and they'd get them approved in a fraction of the time because they'd have their own FDA. Everything I've seen in the literature leads me to believe that is still a resident in China. And in fact, it's maybe more resident than it ever has been.
It would also not have the human experimentation problem.
Exactly. You've got a huge captive population, if you like, that you can experiment on. That's cheap to do, even if we're not talking about something, really insidious or evil. You can do clinical testing over there, as Roche discovered very quickly. Roche does clinical testing of transplant patients. And you look at those issues and you say, well, okay, is 8 or 9 billion the big money? No, of course, that's nothing. That's pocket money in China. We're talking about the real money. And I am sure that the medical establishment, the Chinese medical establishment, realizes this is a confidence game. If the West accepts the Chinese medical establishment as legitimate and ethical, it's very possible for them to go ahead with their dream. If the Western medical establishment does not accept them, even in one area, but this has become a fairly important area and a fairly visible area, then it's much harder. There's 2 wings, if you like. One wing which is working on pharmaceuticals, which is the big money, and there's another wing which is working on this rather political project of wiping out Falun Gong through a massive transplant program, and that's another wing. This wing is the easy cash, and this one is the long-term and the big cash. And that's the big payout.
But what I would say is transplant tourism is wrong and it's a problem, but it's a demand problem. And what we're dealing with the killing of Falun Gong for their organs is a supply problem. And you're not going to solve the supply problem by dealing with the demand problem. You could cut off transplant tourism completely and the killing of Falun Gong for their organs would continue, because the reality is in China, just in China, there's lots of people who need transplants.
I'm not saying, David, I'm not saying that we are going to cut it off. I'm not saying this will stop them from doing what they're doing. I think they'll probably complete the crime. I want to increase the pain that they feel for doing it. And this is the way. I want to cut them off. If a medical establishment does something like this, they deserve to go down in flames. That's what I'm saying. This is not some sort of situation where we can just say, well, we can just sit back and no, we have to take a stand, if nothing else but to clean our hands, okay?
And you're saying the Transplantation Society should get out of China?
They should get out of China. Everybody should get out of China who's involved in medicine, as far as I'm concerned. We should cut the Chinese off. They are a pariah nation. What they have done is, there's no other way of putting it, and that's the end to it, in my opinion. Whether it stops the organ harvesting of Falun Gong, whether it leads to more transparency, I have no idea. Even if you're in the middle of the Holocaust, do you sit there and really make that calculation that the British did, that if we bomb Auschwitz, we might kill some innocent people? That's not the consideration anymore. You do what you can to stop it. You do what you can so you can say, I have a conscience, I did something.
Absolutely.
So what can be done? Not just to clean our hands, as you say, but to actually affect actual change in China, to perhaps stop genocide.
We can certainly do what we can to avoid any complicity, and that's why I think it's important to have ethical standards and legal standards to basically stop transplant tourism completely into China. But to actually change China, we're not going to change organ transplant in isolation from everything else, because the organ transplant is affected by the overall problems of Communist Party rule, lack of court supervision, lack of independence to judiciary, lack of freedom of the press, and so on. And the only way you get out of this situation is by the end of Communist Party rule in China.
That's a high bar for most people looking to engage in China. I mean, I think that the argument can be made that simply raising this at the highest levels, by the United Nations or the World Medical Association or major governments, that if they raise this at the very top level of the Communist Party and also made it an issue publicly, like an international issue about China that everyone was aware about, and that there was a deep sense of global shock, and everyone would be deeply disturbed if everyone really realize that this is for real. And I think that would have a huge effect on the Chinese leadership and might lead to stopping it or other changes that went along with stopping it.
The problem has been that the way that every medical establishment or authority, global authority, has handled this is by calling for transparency from China. So, okay, we need China to be more transparent about what's going on. And this plays into the Chinese hands, because Huang Jifu is only happy to make up some new numbers. He'll make them up and he'll publish them. And he calls that transparency.
Well, if the transparency consisted of publishing your entire list of previous transplantations such that they could be traced to the donors, if that was the demand, then that could never be met. And so that would be an effective way.
I think that's worth doing. I think we should try to get it done. But I'm not sure that's a lower bar than getting rid of Communist Party rule. That itself is a pretty hard thing to accomplish.
Well, it's just a rhetorical statement because they're never going to do that. They couldn't possibly do that. But if you set that as, you could at least say that's when we'll be satisfied, which is like, that's never going to happen. It means we'll never be satisfied.
But that's where I lose confidence in Western institutions to be able to set up exactly what you described. Yeah, if you were running them that, no problem, okay? Set the bar high. Up till now, they haven't. The problem now is we have the Transplantation Society, which got into China and negotiated, I think, probably with the best of intentions to a great extent, found themselves very quickly, just demanding transparency. And what they meant by that was the Chinese could make up numbers and please take us to a hospital which has been cleansed for our benefit, and then we can look at it and pronounce you reformed. This is a problem. This is a problem that we lead ourselves into a situation. People buckle in China. I don't know what it is, but people really fall into a trap, and I've seen it again and again.
I would suggest sort of three immediate practical targets: end transplant tourism. Secondly, avoid all contact with the Chinese transplant profession. And third, have an independent investigation, governmental or intergovernmental. Those things could be done and will have an impact on what's happening in the future.
That is achievable too. Those three things are quite achievable.
Chris, you asked what can other investigators do? I think there are a few unexplored avenues. No investigators so far, as far as I'm aware, have actually just gone through Chinese transplantation literature from the late 90s until now and just gone through them issue by issue and seeing what are their research and development findings, advances in transplant practice, whether they're developing their own drugs. That stuff's available now. It's on databases. And so that's one thing. Another is trying to find out transplant recipient groups and seeing how widespread, there must be people who've received transplants that are talking with each other on Chinese media platforms, digging deep into Chinese literature and getting a hardcore sense of the industry again, and then inferring from that.
I think additional research is worth doing, but what the research does is it just replicates what we've already found. It just gives us additional information, but the priority has to be activism to stop the abuse.
Sorry, Anastasia, do you have a point to make?
I support what Matt said. And about the recipients, there are loads of Chinese forums. Chinese people go online and talk about everything. In those forums, you can get a lot more information that can point to new things.
In Canada, for example, some people are going by car from city to town to village, and they're getting phenomenal coverage. I don't know whether it's on the front page of the papers, but they have a sign up saying stop organ pillaging. And all of us can do our thing in our own country, wherever we are, locally or nationally, and we can do what we're best at.
Human rights violations are attacks on humanity. And the way you remedy the victimization is for humanity to reject its own victimization. If you mobilize enough people in enough countries that get concerned, then violations end.
What have you found effective?
From my side, I would like to see more artists perhaps joining the movement. This is not about any theory, it's not about any human rights law, it's about real people's life. Once I think everybody gets that, once they really feel it, everybody will be compelled to act.
Is raising awareness enough?
If everybody throughout the whole world, including in China, was aware, yes, it would be enough.
So then this is my thought. The persecution of Falun Gong, organ harvesting, this is really just the latest in a long string of crimes against humanity the Communist Party has perpetrated. People always talk about, can the Communist Party reform? Or how can we make the Communist Party reform? Can it? Is that even a discussion worth having? Can there be a reformed Communist Party?
Well, we could talk about that probably for 2 hours, but the immediate goal is to stop people being killed for their organs.
I absolutely agree with you, of course. But I can't help. This is where the Jewish genes kick in.
Good genes.
Well, I don't know if they're good or what, but I think the important thing about the Jewish experience was we worked very hard. A lot of people worked very hard, Jews and non-Jews, to make sure that this was something that was really investigated and brought out to the open, and everybody had to think about it and everybody had to face. It took years for that to happen because Germany was part of NATO and we needed their help to defeat the Soviet Union. That was the concept. But eventually it did happen. There's a long-term struggle here, and it has to do with just the human species. I mean, not falling into these. They have to learn from every time we descend into genocide. You must learn from it.
I mean, the Holocaust experience is done in the context of the unconditional defeat of Nazi Germany. And what we have with Communist China is the Communist Party still in control. Grappling with this kind of mass killing where you've got the perpetrators still in power. I mean, we're trying to deal with it a bit now in Sudan, but it's very difficult to do when the perpetrators are still in power. I wouldn't say it's impossible. On the contrary, I would say we have to try to do it. And the issue in the end is not, at least from my perspective, is it going to succeed? I don't think we have any choice. We have to go ahead and try to do it, whether it's going to succeed or not.
This is the most optimistic time in the organ harvest. Now, number one is taken seriously. Like it's a thing. It's not this weird sci-fi story.
Kidney in the bathtub story.
That itself is a big shift. And then that awareness will deepen. There are a lot of professionals getting involved. They're forming networks. They will mobilize to activate higher level intervention with China. It's getting momentum and it's going to build and build. And there'll be a big, what Ethan says, it's completely inevitable. There's going to be a huge global learning experience about this because this is such a uniquely evil thing that has taken place from so many different aspects. And that will be analyzed and reflected on.
Will there be trials?
I mean, there must be because a lot of these guys, they're not, they're only in their 40s, 50s. Presumably many of them will be alive when the Communist Party has ended. A database I've seen of transplant surgeons puts the number at 9,000 something. It must be a 6-figure number of people, I guess maybe, at least a 5-figure number of people that have been directly involved in this industry. And so, I mean, there will be an enormous amount of debriefing. There'll be memoirs. There'll be archival research to do. This will be like a massive field of study because it is such a unique thing to have happened.
And you, Anastasia, as a Falun Gong practitioner, you've had to face an ugly side of humanity that most people have never had to encounter. Do you feel that it's time for a thumbs down, or do you have hope?
We should never lose hope on ourselves. We do have the capability to do unimaginable crimes, but we also are capable of compassion. And that's yet for a lot of people to discover. But they still have it in them.
What has really been inspiring to me is nothing's ever devolved into factionalism, and people have kept at it. The stubbornness, the way people have kept at it. This is the one thing I truly share with Falun Gong practitioners. That perseverance, I really, really respect this, and that really does give me some hope.
If you're uncertain about whether this has happened, read the research. If you're satisfied that it has happened, do something about it. If you're uncertain what to do, go to endorganpillaging.org, and we've got a menu of things you could do. Pick one.
Thank you for watching. If you want to do something, if you've been moved to do something about this, go to the website endorganpillaging.org. That is the International Coalition to End Organ Pillaging in China. They have a global advocacy network, and that allows people around the world to actually do something about this. It's a list of things you can do, simple things like sign petitions, write letters, or if you have specific skills, like if you can offer legal advice, that's an option. This is a way for everyone watching to do something to end probably one of the greatest crimes of the 21st century.
David Matus is actually Jewish, and he's been a student of the Holocaust, and he's done enormous amount of work on that. In fact, he's on the Raoul Wallenberg investigation committee. We're both actually from the same city in Canada. We actually knew each other when we were very young, 16 or 17, at university together, and we've both been interested in human dignity for all our lives, really. My mother and father were lucky enough that they could have caregivers in our home in the late 40s and 50s who had come from places like Poland and other countries where the Russians, Soviet Union had been and had done terrible things to people. And so these wonderful women would tell me what had happened to their family or their cousins and at the hands of the Russians. So I think I learned about communism when I was maybe 6 or 7 or 8 years old. And so I had a sort of inner understanding of it. And so when I learned what the Communist Party was doing in China, it sort of brought back memories of what the Russians did to people in Central Europe and Eastern Europe. People I had known and loved. They were dear, dear, dear friends. So I guess it may have started there. And over the years, I've known people from Rwanda, friends from Rwanda, people from Ukraine, a lot of countries that have been treated abominably by totalitarian regimes, whether Nazi or communist. And as far as I'm concerned, they're virtually the same. The Nazis and the communists had, yes, there were differences, of course, but the methods were the same and are the same today. The totalitarian governments of any stripe think that people have no dignity, they have no value, and that they can do anything they want to them. And I sometimes worry that human life in China today has no value whatsoever. And when you see what's happening to the Falun Gong practitioners, you would have to think that's true. We were asked to investigate by the coalition to investigate the persecution of Falun Gong, and the two of us agreed to do it independently. And when we both learned the other was going to be doing it, I think we were both delighted. We've been doing it. We've been adding to our knowledge for 7 years, and I think initially on our first report we did it after 4 or 5 months, and we were convinced that the allegations were true, that the Falun Gong community were being killed for their organs, and their organs were being sold to organ tourists from abroad and to wealthy Chinese. And then we did a follow-up report, and then I guess we did the book in 2009. And by that point, we had received so much evidence that we had no doubt whatsoever in our minds that this we call a new crime against humanity or a new form of evil in the world was going on. And the people that say, I even heard this on this trip, that we need more evidence. Well, I think if you look at it, we have 52 kinds of evidence. And for some people, we'll never have enough evidence. But if we had 152, they'd say, we need more evidence. But for fair-minded people in governments and parliamentarians and so on, and journalists, I don't think there's any doubt that the case has been proven. The fact that the government of China is now talking about stopping organ transplants from prisoners. Of course, they never mention Falun Gong prisoners. They always talk about prisoners who are subject to capital punishment. Wang Jiefu, for example, the former Deputy Minister of Health, always talks about convicted criminals. And I've never heard the word Falun Gong come out of his mouth. He's admitted, for example, that he did 2 liver transplants for, I think, since 1989, every week. And now he's involved with this new donation program. And I hope it works. I hope they do stop using organs from all prisoners. But since it's so profitable and they've been doing it for so long, I think it's going to take even more pressure from the world community. And I think we're at the tipping point where we're finding that talking to parliamentarians in Asia and North America and Europe, I think we're at the point now where parliamentarians are going to pass laws that say it's if you buy a trafficked organ, pay for an organ, that's an offense. And New South Wales is talking about this. In Australia, we've been to the Irish Parliament, and I think they're looking at this sympathetically. I was in the British Parliament last week. So, and now, of course, in Sweden, I hope that parliaments will pass laws like this right across the world. We're going to keep going until this stops, along with thousands and thousands, if not millions of other people, until the
the pillaging of organs of Falun Gong stops in China. We are going to keep going. We're going to last longer than the party state in China. When they stop, we will stop. Gao Zhisheng is, in my view, he's a Nelson Mandela or a Mahatma Gandhi figure in China. He's called the conscience of China. He's an extraordinary person who was born and raised in a cave, of all things. His family was so poor that he couldn't go to university. He couldn't go to law school. He when he got out of the army, he managed to pass the bar exam, which it shows you how brilliant he is. And then he became one of China's 10 best lawyers. He defended the poor, the disabled, the farmers who were being thrown off their land. He was a national hero. And then one day he decided, I have to defend Falun Gong because they're being treated atrociously, inhumanly. And he took up that cause. And it seems to me that that's the only thing that caused the party state to come down on him like a ton of bricks. And his license was taken away. Do you know they had policemen living in their home? He was in jail, but living with his wife and 2 children. There were policemen in the house. It was Adolf Hitler couldn't have designed a worse form of intimidation, persecution. So he's been in jail now off and on for 7 years. He's been tortured inhumanly, barbarically. They've done things to him that no regime in the 20th, 21st, or any century should do to any human being, let alone a model citizen like Gao Zhisheng. So we've actually, David Matas and I and others have nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize. And I still hope that he'll get it. Possibly, I've had some encouragement that maybe he'll get it this year or next year. In a democratic China, I'm convinced that somebody like him would end up as the leader of the country. They're certainly afraid of him. I mean, just as the apartheid regime in South Africa was afraid of Nelson Mandela, then they came to realize that the only way they were going to be saved from terrible things happening to the regime was to let a man who believes in forgiveness and reconciliation become president of a democratic South Africa. And of course, Nelson Mandela did exactly that. He didn't seek revenge. He didn't seek to shoot people and that sort of thing. He wanted people to get along, and he did it better than perhaps anybody in recent history. So that's what a Gao Zhisheng would do for the party in China, in my view. He would not take revenge on them the way the regime has taken revenge on him. That's why I say he's like Nelson Mandela or Mahatma Gandhi. Many people simply cannot believe that in the 21st century something like this could be happening. It's something out of science fiction. It's something out of a horror story or a horror movie. And in fact, they made a horror movie about it a few years ago. And there was one made in Korea where a young couple were on their honeymoon, and they went to China. And somehow the woman disappeared and her organs were taken from her. And this was a very popular fictional movie, but we're not talking fiction, we're talking reality. So people don't want to believe it. That's the first thing. And that's perfectly understandable. But at some point, even though you don't want to believe something, if the evidence is simply overwhelming, you've got to tell yourself that you've got to accept it and then to do something about it. That's the problem, is a lot of people probably accept that it's happening, but they just don't want to do anything about it. And they have to do something about it. We all have to do something about it. We have about 20 recommendations in our book, or both books, but probably the best one is that the countries outside of China should stop buying the organs from China. That's one way. Then we have to do about many other things, but we have to any place anybody from China goes, they have to be confronted with this thing. You are killing your own citizens who do gentle exercises and who are nonviolent, who are non-political, who believe in truth, compassion, forbearance, as the Falun Gong community does. You are killing these people for their organs. What outrageous behavior! Are you a civilized government? Are you worse than Hitler? Are you worse than Stalin? We can all do something. We can phone our member of parliament. We can write a letter to the editor. We can go to a cocktail party and tell a Chinese diplomat that this is terrible what they're doing. I was at an event in Korea last year, and somebody from the Chinese, he's not in the government, he's from a non-government organization in China. He got up and he made this wonderful speech about the environment.
And it was all, most of it was nonsense as far as I'm concerned, but he made the speech. And so I got up and asked him, well, when is your government going to stop killing its own people for their organs? And he sort of stumbled around, and the usual answer, he said, oh, there's no evidence of that it's happening. And, you know, just gibberish. So we all have opportunities when we can confront either the officials of the government or citizens of China, and if they realize they're being ridiculed wherever they go and condemned wherever they go, I think the pressure would build from the top, and the people at the top would respond. I think they're doing it actually now. I think the fact that this latest plenary of the party last week and the week before has come out and saying they're not going to take organs from prisoners anymore is a step in the right direction. It's easy to promise this, and it's been promised before, but the fact that they feel they have to promise it shows that they're getting a lot of pressure within the country and from outside the country. And basically, naming and shaming is the thing that I'm convinced that the party state in China responds to. And people say, oh no, don't upset them, don't say anything like this. But no, what they need to hear is people saying, there is not another government in the world that kills its own citizens and sells their organs to foreigners, let alone nationals. Basically, it's about $500,000. If a Falun Gong practitioner is killed and their organs are sold, now the organs don't last very long. They have to be transplanted quickly. But if they could transplant all the organs, including skin and lungs and everything, I mean, it's corneas. If they could transplant all of those immediately before the organs become unusable, I think it adds up to about $500,000. But if you take 60,000 Falun Gong practitioners times $500,000, what does that work out to? It's a huge amount of money, and if ever there was ill-begotten proceeds from crime against humanity, that's it. We are asking people if they can get the name of a doctor or doctors who are doing these transplants to please get us their names. We have a number of the names in our recordings where we phoned a hospital and a doctor will identify himself and will say, yes, there are Falun Gong practitioners available for taking organs from. And we've got their names, but we want all the names we can get so that these names can be provided to the International Criminal Court. And these people, I hope, will be on the docket in front of the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity, because that's what these things are. And so, hopefully doctors, if they realize that people are trying to get their names and are getting their names, some of them will say, I'm not going to do these operations anymore. And I have one of the examples we cite in the book is a doctor who removed, it's hideous. He removed the corneas from 2,000 Falun Gong practitioners over a 2-year period. And we have his name and so on. And eventually he stopped. He was having nightmares. He couldn't sleep. And he'd been paid the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of US dollars, his wife told us. And he left the country. I'm not sure where he is now, but these are the kinds of people we want their names and their as much information about them as we can, so that we can have them ready when hopefully when China becomes a democratic country, these people will go to the International Criminal Court. We can imagine 2,000 over a 2-year period. They were being run through his operating room at a pretty high rate of speed. It only takes about 20 minutes, I'm told, for remove a cornea from somebody's eye, or 2 corneas. But these were people who were being forced to do this. It was a crime against humanity of the worst kind. He would take the corneas out, and then they were under anesthetic. They'd be taken into another room, and then all their organs would be taken out. Initially in several other rooms, but finally they did all the operations in one room. And then the bodies were burned. So 2,000 people were killed just in that one hospital. The doctor knew they were Falun Gong practitioners, and he told his wife this. Now, I was a prosecutor for 10 years, and somebody's going to say, well, that's hearsay evidence, because you have to get that out of his mouth, not out of his wife's mouth. But reasonable people who aren't hung up over fine points of procedure would accept, I think, readily that, and especially if they read her statement, which is in our report, which is available in 18 languages on our website, david-kilgore.com, would read her statement and would say, this is a woman who's
been told all these things by her husband, and it's as if it's coming from his mouth. And since he won't talk to you, you can't talk to him. You can count on his wife's evidence. And if you don't like her evidence, and some people don't, you've got 51 other kinds of evidence. And at some point, 51, 50, 49, at some point, most people will say, yes, I am absolutely convinced this is happening. And unfortunately, most people, David Matus and I are completely convinced it's happening. And we've become more and more certain it's happening as we talk to more people. We talked to one person, I better not mention the country. He's doing fine. His health is good. But he told me that over about a year-long period, he went to the Shanghai #1 People's Hospital twice. First time, a Major Tan, a surgeon in military uniform, of all things, brought him 4 sets of kidneys, and none of the kidneys were compatible with his body. So he went home for 3 months, came back about 3 months later, and he got 4 more sets of kidneys. And finally, the 8th set of kidneys worked, and he's home doing fine. But 8 human beings are dead. And I'm sure that, I don't have the names, but I'm sure that at least half of those people are Falun Gong, victims who've been convicted of no crime. A policeman has signed a little form, and they go off to the forced labor camp. And then, as I explained to people, when the computer says that you're a match for somebody in Shanghai hospital coming from Canada or Sweden or someplace, that person is killed. And the person comes home with a new kidney or liver. And of course, they're told they're getting it from a convicted murderer or something. But we explained very clearly that the only people in these camps who are examined medically every 3 months are the Falun Gong practitioners. And the other prisoners aren't examined at all. So it's for obvious reasons that the Falun Gong, because they don't smoke and drink, are considered to be the best people to get organs from. So it's a no-brainer for people to, I think, understand if they know these things, that Falun Gong practitioners are being killed for their organs. How many? We're asked that a lot. David Matus and I estimated that from 2001 to 2005-06, it was about 41,500 transplants could only be explained as coming from Falun Gong practitioners. Ethan Gutman, who went at his research in a different way, estimates that it's about 60,000 Falun Gong practitioners have been killed for their organs in these forced labor or concentration camps. And if you project us up to 2008 too, our figures are remarkably similar. It's sort of 50, 60,000 human beings have been killed for their organs in China. An awful lot of people have been sent there, as you know, on the police signature. There's no hearing, there's no appeal, there's no trial, there's no charge. Some obedient policeman comes up to somebody and says, you're going to a camp, signs the form, and off they go for up to 4 years. That's a method that was devised by Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin, and was imitated by Mao in the 50s, as I'm sure you know. And the model is still working, 60 years later? Russia long ago got rid of that system. So why is it still working in China? That's the question that we should be asking every Chinese official and every party official that anyone sees anywhere in the world. There are still an awful lot of people, of which probably at least half are Falun Gong practitioners in these camps across China, that are making they're making products like Christmas decorations or garments or toys or you name it. They're people. I've talked to people who've got out of these camps. One woman I'm thinking of, who told me she used to sew sweaters. Well, in fact, it was Jennifer Zhang told me she used to sew sweaters all day. And other people have told me that too. And where do these products end up? Do they end up in stores here in Stockholm or in Ottawa or New York? I suspect an awful lot of them do. And how come the government of Canada, the government of Sweden allows these products into our countries? What we need, of course, is a law that puts the onus on the importer to show that what he or she's bringing into Sweden or Canada is not made by slave labor, forced labor. The United States has an agreement to ban products from forced labor coming into the U.S., but they don't enforce it. And there's a country in Asia that maybe I better not name that has a free trade agreement with China. And I asked one of the officials
what they were going to do to prevent such imports. And he said, oh, we're going to have an inspector in Beijing. One inspector. So let's get serious about this. Let's say we're going to show some backbone. We're going to show some smarts on this. We're not going to allow our kids to play with dolls and toys and whatnot that are made by somebody who's working 16 hours a day for no pay in a forced labor camp in China. The 610 office was set up after the persecution, or at the time of the persecution, started in mid '99, July '99, and they were authorized to run this thing across China. And I talked to a policeman in Australia several years ago who had told me that, and this is maybe typical, is that he was told that if somebody was coming out of a labor camp, a Falun Gong practitioner, and that if he and his colleagues had any doubt that the person was going to go back to being a Falun Gong practitioner, he told me they were authorized to shoot the person. Can you imagine giving that authority to the police in a 21st century? Any country. And fortunately for him, he simply said I guess he couldn't take this, and he fled China, and he's now in Australia. I believe he's a citizen of Australia. But that's the kind of mentality that was operating there. It's a lot. It's 52. I think I counted 52, and 52 different kinds of evidence. We usually just say we have numerous kinds of evidence, and some of them anybody can, I think, understand, and others are more complicated and are maybe more indirect. But putting them all together, they amount to I think, a conclusive body of proof that this is happening. We often refer to the phone calls where we would have people speaking excellent Mandarin or Chinese, and they would call hospitals across the country and tell them they were trying to get a Falun Gong organ for transplant, and they'd ask for a doctor, and quite often in the early days they could get doctors who'd tell them in 2006, and the doctor would say, yes, we have things like we have Falun Gong practitioners available through the courts or through the police. And we then I'm trying to find the map here. We then make a note of where it was, and we hired independent translators to make sure it was an accurate transcript. And we have it in the book and in the report and on tape. We've kept these tapes too. And there we are. That's the, if you can see the dots there, wherever there's a dot is where we found a hospital or a detention center where we could get someone saying on tape that they had Falun Gong practitioners available for organ pillaging. Now, if you can imagine, because it's so stupid, one of the things they did to rebut this is they got one of the doctors we spoke to, and I think he's in here, and they got him to say on a tape made by Phoenix Television that, yes, I got a call on that day from somebody calling about this, and yes, I spoke to them, but I didn't say anything about this. I said this, this, and this, denying it, in other words. Now they were doing this in Mandarin, but we had his voice. Did they think we spliced his voice in saying something completely different? But I guess they assume everybody's stupid, that we would we doctored the conversation. So I mean, that's the level of their rebuttal, and it's just so mindless, and it's so stupid that we don't think any reasonable person would have any doubts about the overall effect of the evidence. Of course, you don't see this on television anywhere because these murders are taking place in operating rooms, and nobody's going to get a. There have been a few photographs that have been taken out, as you know, but it's hard to get out unless people see it on television. A lot of people don't believe it can happen, and they say, we want to see it on television. Well, we can't show it on television because the surgeons aren't going to take films of it, and the so-called victims the victims are dead. So that's probably the difference. I wish dearly that we could get somebody to film one of these operations, but thus far we haven't been able to get that. We've had some very interesting things happen. I was hearing earlier today, and apparently it's available on Epoch Times, about somebody sent a taped conversation of when Bo Xilai was in the Kempinski Hotel in was it in Berlin, and somebody taped the conversation where somebody called from the Chinese embassy and said, it's all there. Which room are you, Mr. Bo? And then the question was, well, who authorized you to commit this pillaging of Falun Gong? We've got apparently Bo's voice saying it was President Jiang Zemin. And apparently there's more too that was said, but that's pretty good evidence, because everybody knows it was Jiang Zemin that started the persecution, and now we've got Bo Xilai, who was, as you know, probably the lead persecutor of Falun Gong in his region, his state, admitting it. And this fellow Yang Lijun, the police chief who went into the American consulate, we've had some rather extraordinary statements. Remember, he got an award for doing, I think the figure is thousands of operations on the people, taking their organs out. And he's making a speech saying what is it? He said, it moves the soul to do something like this. Can you imagine? This is not a human being who's saying this, but he does. So if people are open-minded and they're prepared to look at the evidence, I don't think anybody will have any doubt that this has happened, and it's still happening, and it's got to stop. And as I said earlier, we're going to keep going until it is stopped. We've got a whole chapter in the book on the patients and why they do it and why they're desperate, and somebody thinks they only have 6 months to live, and they say to themselves, well, I'm going to go and get a liver in China. And all these operations are often terribly badly done. The doctors in China won't give any charts now to come back with the patient because they don't want their names to be on it. So a lot of patients, I gather, have the operations badly done. One man I heard about recently was being practically taken into the operating room after paying, I forget how much it was. It was a lot of money he paid for his organ, and somebody said to him, we need another $10,000. So the man, I think, produced the $10,000, but it's pretty hideous stuff. It's clandestine. There's sort of back corridors in these hospitals. It's just, from what we've heard from people who've gone through it, it's a very sordid process. And you come away with no information to take back to your doctor for aftercare where you came from, and it's just like the mafia of medicine, if you like, and it's an awfully depressing, sordid business. But if people are desperate, they will convince themselves of almost anything, especially when the doctor says to them, well, the organ you have, Mr. Smith, is from a convicted murderer. And so then the person must wonder, well, has this person got AIDS? Have they got some terrible disease? And but people are desperate, and we understand that. But and we would do anything to try to encourage people to give more voluntary organs in Canada or Sweden or anywhere. And interestingly enough, one of the countries that's taking the toughest stand on this is Spain. And yet Spain is also the country, as I'm sure you know, that has the highest rate of organ donors, voluntary donors. So, and Israel has discovered with their law that by saying that anybody who signs a form volunteering to donate their organs will have priority when it comes to organ transplants. So they've found that their legislation has apparently increased the number of people signing their donor cards. So there are lots of things that can be done, but one of the things that should not be done is people should not be going to China as organ tourists. The idea is, of course, to throw the brokers in jail, and those are the people to go after. And I think Israel did that, by the way. They put one of the brokers in jail, and once the brokers are out of business, then people don't even know how, even if they want to go, don't know how to access the means of going to China. So the people who really go after the brokers, and these people are unscrupulous people that should be put in jail, in my view. Dr. Jay Lavie, he's got a chapter in this book, and I have so much respect for Dr. Lavie. He didn't believe it was happening until one day one of his patients said, I'm going to get a heart operation, I think it was. I'm going to
China next 2 weeks from now to get a heart operation. And Livy says, "You're what? They've timed the operation for 2 weeks from now?" And you may not realize then that it takes, with the tissue types and blood type differences, you've got to have a large number of people who are same blood type and tissue type. So he immediately knew that somebody was going to be killed like a chicken in a poultry plant so that he could get a new heart. So that the penny dropped for him on that, and he started the campaign to change the laws in Israel, and he and the members of parliament in Israel did this. And now it's an offense to use a trafficked organ, and nobody goes. I believe nobody has gone from Israel to China, and since this legislation was passed. So if it works for Israel, why wouldn't it work for Canada or Sweden or any other country where we believe in human dignity and the rule of law? And we're not saying you have to name China in this. Just have a law that says you cannot buy an organ, and you could build in an onus section that says that if you come back with an organ, you have to show that you made a reasonable effort to find out it was donated and so on. In fact, there's a big uproar going on right now in Sri Lanka. You may have read about this, where they're Sri Lanka and Colombo is trying to set themselves up as an organ center. And there's a considerable worry that the Rajapaksa government in Sri Lanka may start to use the same methods as China. Certainly the Rajapaksa government in Sri Lanka is far too close, in my view, to the government of China, and they may see this as a chance to make money as well through similar methods. Up to now, Sri Lanka has only been using organs, or one kidney, for example, bought, I gather, in some cases in India. But there's a danger that we get onto a slippery slope, and then other countries which don't have the rule of law or don't have respect for human beings could end up doing the same thing. That's why it's got to be stopped with China, and we've got to draw the line in the sand with China on this issue. He knew what was happening to the people who were anesthetized after he did the corneas. He could see what was happening to them in the next operating room. And I guess eventually he had, as I think I mentioned, he was having nightmares. He couldn't sleep. And his wife, Annie, said to him, "You must stop doing this. It's hideous." He removed the corneas from 2,000 Falun Gong practitioners over a 2-year period. I've seen some other accounts of what's happened to surgeons who do this, but this kind of information does not get out very easily. It's kept very much under control. Yeah, we've heard some really appalling stories, which we account in the book a bit, about how patients are treated and how they're told they have to register, for example, under a Chinese name, because since 2008, there's been a huge pressure on the government not to sell them to foreigners, to sell them only to Chinese nationals. So people will go under and will be registered under a phony name, a Chinese name. But I wish I had more evidence of how it's struck. But let me try to explain that a little bit. I became aware of this quite recently, that with this forced abortion policy for the second child, that somebody was telling me the other day that when a child would be born to a mother who had already had a child, instead of putting the child up for adoption or something, the doctors would stand around in this operating room and they'd think about what's the most effective way of killing the child. So they would, I guess in the one case, they would give the child vaccination with water in the child's head. The child would die. Well, how can you, if you are so dehumanized by doing operations like that, how does it become a problem to take the corneas out of a person's eye or an organ out of a person? Our doctors in the rule of law countries take an oath, of course, to protect human life. But when your medical problem today is how you're going to kill a newborn baby, perfectly healthy newborn baby, what does it do to your sense of humanity and your professional ethics? And I guess that's how these doctors that are doing these operations for lots of money think, well, that's fine. That's just another day. I'm just a butcher in a butcher shop, and this human being is just like a slab of beef or something. I mean, I don't know how they do it. And I've often thought we should ban any doctor involved in organ transplant should not be allowed to go to any civilized country. Now, people will take great offense when I'm in effect saying that China is not a civilized country, but in this area, it's barbaric. And the doctors who are doing it are barbaric. I
recall several years ago, there was a transplant conference in Boston, and all the transplant surgeons from around the world came. And one of the surgeons from Tianjin, where they do a lot of this work, was talking to a friend of mine and his wife, and there was a Falun Gong demonstration going on outside the hall. And actually, Hillary Clinton spoke to the meeting at about the same time. And this doctor was saying to my friend happened to be from Germany, and the doctor from Tianjin pointed out how many liver transplants they did at his hospital. And my friend said, that's as many liver transplants as we do in all of Germany in a year. And then he said, well, where do you get your organs from? And the doctor's answer, and it's in the book actually, was ask the people demonstrating outside. Now, is that an admission of guilt? I would think that any jury that I've ever appeared in front of would take about 5 minutes on that to find that profession guilty. And I don't know why those people are allowed to go to any transplant conference in countries that practice medicine the way we do in most of the world. I think, in fact, you could probably argue that it's only in China where medicine is practiced this way. This goes back to what I was saying about when human beings have no more value than a goat or something or a chicken. This is the kind of thing that can happen. It's unimaginable in the 21st century. The party has a parallel government. So in every government office, there's a party official who's basically telling the public official what to do. So yeah, state organs is certainly an accurate title for what happens to organ pillaging in China. It's done by the state, for the state, to the benefit of participants. And the secondary goal in it, not the primary goal, is to get rid of so-called enemies of the party, the Falun Gong practitioners. The numbers grew so quickly from 92 to 99, 70 to 100 million by the government's own estimates, and their values are so different from the parties that they were terrified of certainly the two factors, if not both. I met a young woman in London whose father was a practitioner, Falun Gong practitioner. He was thrown in jail. He was sentenced to, I think, 11 years in jail. They usually don't bother going to some kind of a court hearing. Her mother was thrown in jail. The police literally sort of dragged her mother away one night, and they left her in the apartment. I think she was 12 or 14 or something like this. And the father was in jail. I mean, this is for believing in truth, compassion, forbearance. It's just impossible for me to understand, and I think for most people to understand how any regime on earth could treat its people this way. Yeah, that was the case. But there's so many cases like that. I mean, we've talked to dozens and dozens of people like this, and they're all wonderfully sweet, kind people without a vicious bone in their body, and they have nothing but goodwill for people, and yet they're treated this way. It's a bit like the way the Christians were treated by the Roman Empire. The people were believed in helping others and kindness and so on. And these monsters from Rome would come along and say, we're going to burn you at the stake, Nero, for example. And they would light Christians, they would light them with fire. And well, it's the parallels are rather strikingly similar. And as we say at the end of this book, if you recall, we say that the values of Falun Gong, truth, compassion, and forbearance, are really the values of most of the Chinese people. And that's probably why this vicious, contemptible group in the party are so unhappy and worried about them. So it's probably based on fear more than anything else that they're treating Falun Gong so badly. The doctors against forced organ harvesting have been the best by far. In fact, we have a wonderful Chinese doctor from China coming tomorrow, Dr. Li, coming to speak to the parliamentarians here. Wait till you hear what he has to say. I heard him in London. I heard him in Wales. He's got some new material that is extremely because he explains the mentality of how this could happen, that how you could, your sense of humanity, you could go so low that you could allow these things to happen. And he's a doctor himself. So we've had some, DAFO is doing the best job. I'm hoping that we can get a thing called Parliamentarians Against Forced Organ Harvesting. That would be wonderful if we could get that going here in Sweden and other countries. We've had the UN rapporteurs against torture have done some good things. European Parliament has had hearings. I think they passed a resolution condemning it. New South Wales Parliament has got a bill to make it a crime to use a trafficked organ. The Irish Parliament looks like they maybe pass a similar bill. I wish I could say the Canadian Parliament was at that stage yet. It's not. But we've had hearings in a number of countries. I think we're getting close to the tipping point where suddenly everybody will realize we've got to have this kind of a legislation. But we're not quite there yet.
Hello, how are you? Stop organ harvesting. Stop organ harvesting. You are single-liter country lives. Petition stop organ harvesting. 我叫安九，是来自中国大陆。我来到澳洲以后，大约有4年多的时间。我现在增签的人数已经过10万吧。我几乎大量时间都放在这个上面，因为我也是被抽过血的，当然也就是活摘的对象，我有责任、有义务，去告诉这个法轮功在中共被迫害的真相。因为法轮功它祛病健身有奇效嘛，很多人都感受到了自己的身体的变化，所以人传人，心传心，使他在短短的几年之内就已经有3亿人来修炼了。而1999年，江泽民小丑他出于对法轮功人数的日益增多，产生强烈的变态的妒忌心理，他就开始了疯狂迫害打压法轮功学员。我曾在这里面也遭到了3次的迫害吧。我是1998年开始得法的，走入大法修炼的。因为我原先身体不好嘛，完后来学练法轮功以后，变成了一个开朗乐观、特别快乐的人。第一次我是在2000年7月，我踏上了开往北京的列车，9点钟左右吧，我和4名我们同修来到了天安门广场打坐练功，希望能有一个和平的自由的修炼环境，和平请愿。刚坐下也就几十秒吧，就被非法绑架了。不知道是谁呀，就是拍了这张特别难得的照片，因为当时天安门广场的警察呀、便衣呀到处都是。然后警察把我们送到天安门离这很近的一个派出所，在那里他为了知道我家庭住址在哪儿，工作单位在哪儿，他就逼迫我用打火机烧燎我的手背。我当时手也没挪，他看我手没挪，烧了一会儿说真不动啊，他自己一边说着一边把打火机就撤走了，但是我的手背被烧出了一个大大的水泡。后来有一个认识我的人把我说出来了，完了就被送回当地的工作单位，在那里他们不让我回家，在那里他们监视我，看着我，逼迫我，吃不好睡不好，我身心也受到了极大的摧残。这是第一次。第二次就是在2001年12月中旬，我正在单位上班，来了几名警察，从工作单位就把我给非法绑架了，送到转化班。在那里面他逼迫我放弃 我的信仰，因为我不是木头，我有我的思想，我有我信仰自由的权利，这是对人权的践踏，对信仰自由的践踏。我以绝食来反迫害，他们就强行就灌食，几个人摁着我，那时候管子拽出来的时候，管子上都是带血的，我真是不愿意想起这些。后来由于几天的绝食，血压、高压和低压特别低，家人得到了一个无条件释放的一个单子。收到这个单子以后，我的家人把我背回了家。第3次是在2004年2月底，我的发真相材料被一个不明真相警察被他给举报了，被送到了当地的看守所。在那里面我也遭到了非人的折磨，我也是绝食嘛，几个人摁着我就是灌食，那里面的犯人呢，就是为了给自己减刑表现得很积极，干脆就是用双腿和全身的力量压在我的胸部，有的犯人还死死地卡住我的头，有的犯人薅着我的头发去灌食，他们灌的很咸的那些东西，我感到非常口渴，舌头都像砂纸一样，把我的胃烧灼的火烧火燎的，不知道他们灌的是什么。在我灌食好多次的时候，这时候在2004年4月5号那天早晨，也就是15年前的今天的早晨，来了4名警察。那时候我已经绝食将近10天了，4名警察把我放在被子上送往劳教所。我在警车上默默的就想，无论给我送到哪去，我也就是这样了，一口水也不喝了，一粒米也不吃了。我就心里默默的对师父说，师父啊，弟子曾经说过，在迫害结束的那一天，我要和当地所有的同修手捧着鲜花去迎接师父重返故国。可是我不知道我还能不能等到那一天了，弟子提前把这个心愿送出去了。车上那一刻呀，我真是感觉到那一刻泪水顺着我的脸颊默默地流淌，那一刻我已无任何所求，那一刻我知道小丑江泽民江魔头和那些恶人，他低估了法轮大法在其信仰者心目中的位置。那一刻我什么都没有说，可是4个警察在警车上就是说，有一个警察说把他身体上的那个被子拽一拽，他身子扭着不得劲儿。还有一个警察说太阳太强了，太阳光，拿什么东西给他挡一下眼睛。尽管我当时一直是闭着眼睛的，但是有一个警察拿着报纸为我挡着太阳光。还有一个警察就说，哎，谁手里面有软乎纸没？他太瘦了，给他手扣子和手脖子之间垫一下，要不然他硌得会疼。完就有警察就直门往那个手扣和手脖子之间塞这个软乎纸。我知道这都是因为法轮大法弟子在对宇宙真理真善人的在那样艰难的情况下，这种信仰是任何因素都不可动摇的，这种坚强的意志使木头都在哭泣，使铁石心肠都会感到慢慢的融化。他们4个人给我抬到了劳教所的医务室，那里的医护人员检查了我当时身体的状况，说只要他内分泌一混乱，当时人就没，救都来不及，拒收。这4名警察在这种情况下没送到那里去，他就把我又送回了当地的派出所，并且给我的家人打电话，让到派出所去接我。当我的 白发苍苍的老母亲打开警车，看到我的第一眼竟是紧闭双眼躺在警车上，已经迫害的不像我了。他说已经都不像我了。老母亲当时哭喊着我的名字，那4个警察对我妈说：“我们可交给你了，他可是活的。”就一个比一个快的慌慌张张的跑掉了，只剩下老母亲的哭喊声和那头白发在空中无助的飘荡。尽管我回到家了，可是我在2004年3月份在劳教所里面被非法抽血。我当时还合计呢，怎么偌大一个房间20多个人只抽我一个唯一的法轮功学员的血呢？别人怎么都不抽呢？直到2006年揭示出来中共罪恶，他这抽血的背后有着一个丧尽天良的罪恶，他在活摘法轮功学员器官贩卖。那时候我才知道，原来他是在做这么邪恶的一件事情，在按着订单杀人呢。大家都知道啊，要得到一个配型吻合的肾脏、肝脏，正常情况下得需要1年或者几年，而在中共迫害法轮功高峰期的时候，只需要几周甚至几天就能找到一个配型吻合的一个器官，并且很快进行了移植手术。这就说明背后有一个特别庞大的人体器官库。就我也希望中共那个地方没有发生活摘法轮功学员器官的这么个事情。可是看一看，在获得好莱坞国际影片纪录片优秀奖的一个活摘10年调查，那里面都有大量的事实。我也希望世人能多了解一下真相。就在那中共红色恐怖政权，我没有任何生命安全的保障，万般无奈。在此情况下，我背井离乡，以旅游的方式在4、5年前来到了这一个自由美丽的澳大利亚。在这里，虽然我不能与我的家人团聚，虽然我不能回国，可是我在这里能够自由的信仰，可以自由的学法练功，我感到还是非常幸运的。因为有那么多现在在中共的红色政权法轮功学员还不能出来，不能脱离危险。来到澳洲以后，我为了不给澳洲政府添麻烦，我自己就打工赚钱养活自己。我是做清洁工作的，一个月我大约做10多天吧，剩下的时间我都去征签、去领馆讲真相。我用自己大量时间去征签，因为我觉得征签是让世人了解法轮功被迫害的一个很好的方式。我刚来到澳洲的时候，我在真相点拿着征签板，拿着真相材料，一群澳洲警察在我面前走过去了，其中还有的警察对我善意友好的微笑。 我当时我觉得，我说这澳洲警察和中国警察这反差怎么就这么大呢？在中国，中共的那块警察对法轮功学员又抓又打，又判刑，甚至还活摘器官的，这真是不一样。都是头上顶着一个太阳，都是在一个地球上，都是顶着一个月亮，这反差怎么就这么大呢？我真是感觉到澳洲这里不怪是美丽，它是一个自由的国度。在挣钱过程当中，还有的人对我说，你觉得我签这个有用吗？我说太有用了，大海就是由一滴一滴海水汇合而成的，那你签这个名，支持正义，选择善良，你能够呼吁停止这个迫害，那中共知道真相的人多了，中共他也就迫害不下去了，不也就停止迫害了吗？那你不是在挽救生命吗？他听完了也点点头，也就签了。还有一位西人的先生说，他说我看到你们这个真相展板后啊，我这觉得你们做的这个事情做得很好。中共他总在全世界人民面前表现他怎么好，你们做出的事儿把他们揭露出来，他究竟在中国都做了些什么，让世界人都看一看。在我挣钱的过程当中，就是我跟他一讲明真相，他能够用手爽快的去接我这个挣钱本的时候，那是我心目中最美的一幅画面。当我走过我刚才挣钱的那片地方的时候，有几个人拿着真相材料在那默默地看的时候，那是我心目中最美的一道风景。我用自己的闲暇时间呢，我就做一些小莲花，因为那一朵朵莲花特别漂亮，底下挂着真善忍，法轮大法好，我觉得它就像一朵朵护身符一样，谁要是挂在家里会带来好运的。
这一朵漂亮的莲花又翻出来了。
法轮功是我心灵当中内心深处一直所向往的那种美好的境界，对一切能够平和面对。我最大的愿望就是早日停止这场荒唐邪恶的迫害，还师父清白，还大法清白，世人伸出正义援助之手，为自己选择一个美好光明平安的未来。
Every shark part is like being bitten by a snake or something. And if it's being shot on the head, you'll feel like a hammer hitting the head. But it's high frequency, so that's just one baton. In the labor camp, literally they can do anything to you. I got physically abused, like I was forced to squat on the ground for a long period of time. A police just took me in the midnight, took me to his office and handcuffed me to the bed, and then he used the electric baton to shock me. And after a while, you think you can still continue? You still don't want to give up? Okay. He tortured me for an hour, and as a result, a large area in my back just like burned. Every shock pop, it's like being bitten by a snake or something. And if it's being shot on the head, you'll feel like a hammer hitting the head. But it's high frequency, so that's just one baton. If there's 10 batons, you can't imagine it. They have deprived my sleep for 15 days straight. They rotate inmates to watch me. So whenever I close my eyes, then they will hit me, they beat me. And after like a week, I couldn't even walk straight, and all my organs, every cell in my body was like going crazy. They tortured me literally on the verge of death. They tied me up, and at first they beat me, and then they tied me up, and I was almost suffocated. And then they stuffed me under a low bed, and a few people jumped on that bed to press down on my back. So I couldn't breathe. And another practitioner who went through the same thing became paralyzed from that. So I couldn't walk after that for 2 to 3 weeks.
It's like they say in The Godfather. I keep trying to leave and they keep pulling me back in. That's what the Chinese state seems determined to do. Just keep pulling us back into the organ harvesting issue. But we bring some new tools into the fight this time, and maybe some new friends. To get the answers we need, it's going to happen because the governments of the West, maybe even the United Nations, will ultimately demand these answers. This is a follow-on to Bloody Harvest and the Slaughter, that we are looking at not 10,000 transplants per year in China, but something more like 60 to 100,000 transplants per year in China. Now, this number is extremely upsetting, that we literally have no idea exactly where the sourcing of these organs comes from. Even if voluntary organ donations in China have gone up, they can't reach this level. This is live organ harvesting. Falun Gong in the main, but also Uyghurs, Tibetans, House Christians. These are the groups that have been targeted from the beginning, and they continue to be targeted. We see no hospitals closing. We see no transplant centers struggling. In fact, we see the opposite. We see construction programs, hundreds of hospitals, and it has become their bread and butter, an economic mainstay of their profession, is to keep this thing going. A death sentence, really, for the groups we're talking about. We're putting this report out without coming up with a casualty number. Now, we can't because we don't know. They're getting 2 organs out of a Falun Gong practitioner, 1 organ, 3 organs. It's very hard to get 3 organs tissue matched into new donors. It's very hard to do that all simultaneously, but it is possible. And for that reason, we can't come up with a clear number. What I can say is that the numbers we estimated previously for Kilgore Métis, it was 2001 to 2005, 42,500 organs that were unexplained. I made an estimate from 2000 to 2008 and said 65,000 Falun Gong practitioners have been harvested for their organs. At this point, those numbers look very low. The world really does need to wake up to what is going on here. This problem has not been solved. It's gotten worse. When I was writing my book, I believed that I was writing about history. It wasn't history. It never was. This is a current event. as much as I was hoping I'd sort of finish my book and move on to other subjects and other topics, I can't do that in good conscience, not with these findings. And so that's what this update is about. We hope that this report will lead to some policy changes in the West. We're not expecting the Western nations to cut off economic relations with China, but we do expect that we will try to keep our own hands clean, that at least this is the minimum requirement of a Western society now. If we have people going to China to get organs, that needs to be recorded in Parliament, in the United States Congress, in the European Parliament. We should never get a question saying, well, how many of our citizens are going to China for an organ? There is no reason for medical confidentiality in this case. If somebody goes to China to get an organ at this point, in this day and age, chances are they are receiving it, they are getting an organ from a Falun Gong practitioner who was murdered on their behalf. This is critical. That's the first step. But the second step, and I think this follows very quickly from the first step, is once in our societies that we recognize this is actually happening and that our own citizens are complicit, the next step is to ban organ tourism to China. Israel did that first. Spain has followed, and just recently Taiwan. And it was a very bold move on Taiwan's part, given the pressures from China. Now, the numbers get pretty hard to manage, so let me break it down in a pretty simple form. We're looking at about 700 hospitals, approximately. Only some of those hospitals are high-volume transplant centers. Suppose we took the high transplant centers and we assumed that they're doing 1 transplant a day. That's 365 transplants a year. Now, we happen to know that there are doctors who do about 250 a year in China. Well, that's plausible. That means they're not working on weekends, that's all, and they're not working on their holidays. 1 transplant a day. And then we take the other hospitals and we cut it in half. Say you're doing 1 every 2 days, or if you're a smaller center, you're doing once a week or twice a week at the most. Now, if we add those numbers up from these approximately 700 hospitals, what you will find is you get a number that's pretty striking. About 60,000 transplants per year in China. But there's a problem with that number. We happen to know that there are some hospitals, Beijing 301, a couple of military hospitals, and so forth. And especially one of them pops out, Tianjin Central Hospital. Now, that hospital happens to have 500 beds. These are 500 beds dedicated to transplant patients. Now, they are claiming that they have an occupancy rate well over 100%. There's a 20 to 30-day stay recovery after your transplant. That means that these 500 beds represent about 5,000 transplants. 5,000 transplants from one single hospital. We start looking at some of these other big boys, and we come up to much more extraordinary numbers. You're basically looking at something that's over 100,000, possibly 110,000 transplants a year. Everybody has a right to an opinion, and everybody has a right to do their own investigation. I think people have a right to try to come up with what this means about Falun Gong casualties. How many Falun Gong have been harvested for their organs? Unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. What we can say is these numbers are extraordinary, and they leave the numbers that we came up with initially in the dust. So this is no longer history. There is a feeling I sometimes get looking over this information and sifting through it, that what we're looking at is one of the greatest cover-ups in human history. The Chinese state has determined that the best thing to do is to simply wipe out anyone in Falun Gong, anyone in the Uyghur community, anyone in the Tibetan community who's been exposed to this. One final thing, which we do mention in our report, Falun Gong practitioners in, I believe, 6 provinces have now been given blood tests in their homes. Please come, knock on the door, and then administer a blood test clearly set up for tissue matching. And this is taking place in their homes, not in the prison cells, not in the labor camps, not in the black jails. I really hate to use Holocaust references here, but what happens when you start registering people? Maybe it started out just as a way of some sort of social control. Maybe it started out as a scare tactic, but it led to something else. And in fact, looking at these reports from the hospitals, you have the feeling that you're looking at history repeating itself. To get the kind of answers, the really reliable answers, that's the responsibility of China to provide those answers. And ultimately, that is not going to happen because of some video on the web or some social media movement. It's going to happen because the governments of the West and the United Nations demand these answers. And even then, it's going to be very hard to get those answers and very hard to find justice. This is one of the central tests of our time. And if we can get anything out of a tragedy like this, it is simply that the human species has no choice but to look as closely as it can at this form of genocide. This is a new form of genocide. It's using the most respected members of society to implement it. And for these reasons, we can't avoid this any longer.
We call it a new form of evil on the world. It's never been done by any government in the past, to take a large group of its own people and say, we're going to kill you without any kind of a trial, and we're going to sell your vital organ parts.
An individual from the United States or Canada, for example, could anticipate undergoing transplantation on a specified date.
It's a crime against humanity. It's abhorrent, and it needs to stop.
If you're going to go to China and you're going to get a liver transplant during the 3 weeks you are there, then that means someone is going to go schedule an execution, blood type and tissue type the potential executee, and have them ready to go before you need to leave.
Starting at the end of 1999, the number of transplants taking place just exploded.
China carries out more organ transplant surgeries than any country besides the United States. But unlike other countries, China has no effective organ donation program. That's because culturally, Chinese people believe the body must stay intact even after death. China's Deputy Minister of Health, Huang Jiefu, has suggested that there are 7,000 transplants every year from the deceased, and that more than 90% come from executed prisoners. The number of criminal executions in China is classified as a state secret, but Amnesty International's estimate is about 1,700.
The numbers just didn't add up. It's just too large of a discrepancy there.
With only 1,700 executed criminals and no effective donation system, where do the rest of the organs come from? Zhao Shuhuan was put in a Chinese labor camp because she practices Falun Gong.
我每到一个劳教所，他都会让我们检查身体，给我们抽血验血。每个劳教所都是。
We estimate that in the period between 2000 and 2005, there are 41,500 transplants which have no other explained source.
I'm absolutely convinced that over a long period from 1999 onwards, organ harvesting from prisoners has been taking place, especially with Falun Gong.
他领了到他那个马三家教养院有医院呢。 那个医院就是做我这理解好像就是验尿啊抽干咳。
Doctors would come into the camps, they would look in their eyes, they would examine their organs with ultrasound and the like, and they were the only people in these camps who were medically examined thoroughly.
In 2006, two Canadians, international human rights lawyer David Matas and former Secretary of State for Asia Pacific David Kilgore, started to investigate allegations of forced organ harvesting in China. They found at least 52 points of circumstantial evidence, including websites of Chinese hospitals offering matching organs in less than a week.
It's just not possible unless you have an unlimited source of organs. And these are people who are alive. We're talking about live donors. The actual transplant surgery itself was the form of execution. These were living people that were killed for their organs.
Makes you think of some grotesque restaurant where you go in and you pick your lobster in a tank. But these are human beings we're talking about.
The military is making money off of it. The hospitals are making money off of it. The middlemen are making money off of it. And we talk about money. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar operation.
Journalist and author Ethan Gutman decided to carry out his own independent investigation.
We had witnesses of disappearances, people who'd been examined and then had disappeared, busloads, entire prison wards which had been emptied out. The signs began to look like something much, much bigger.
Like Tibetans and house Christians, millions of Falun Gong practitioners are being persecuted in China for their beliefs. In 1999, Communist Party leader Jiang Zemin issued orders to break them financially, ruin their reputations, and destroy them physically. Since then, thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have disappeared without a trace.
What happened to the disappeared? They, as far as we know, they're still there in these camps. Many of them are killed through organ harvesting, but the rest are still there, and they're the organ data bank for China.
Around 1999, there were around 150 transplant centers. 6-7 years later, they had 600 transplantation centers. This is an increase by 300% within such a short period of time without an organ donation program.
Military hospitals get watched in China. Okay, there is nothing they can do without the party central taking note of what they're doing. Was this run by triads? No, this was run by the state. This was murder, and it came from the state.
This is a crime against humanity. We should do our best to identify those specific individuals who are engaged in this and put them on the list of people who deserve to be brought to justice.
In 2006, when this came out and we realized that they were killing prisoners of conscience for their organs, it was doctors that took the front line in trying to stop this.
Every day, there are a dozen of people that are executed or killed for organs in China. So we have to bring out the message. We have to inform medical doctors to stop this practice.
But it's not only the medical community that's getting informed. The U.S. State Department mentioned allegations of forced organ harvesting in its annual Human Rights Report on China in 2011 for the first time. On October 3rd, 106 U.S. congressional representatives signed this bipartisan Dear Colleague letter to the State Department, demanding they reveal information on organ harvesting that they may have obtained from their sources in China.
This barbaric human rights abuse must be stopped, but to stop it, we first have to further expose it.
And with even more petitions circulating online, the issue is starting to get worldwide attention, but more needs to be done.
I'm sitting here to call for help for my wrongfully imprisoned dad, Zhi Wenwang, who's a Falun Gong practitioner.
and I'm trying to rescue out from the Chinese government prison. December 27th, in year of 1999, right after Christmas, which, on that day, when everybody is supposed to be celebrating, I saw my beloved dad's face on CNN the first time that he, together with the other 3 practitioners, Li Chang, Yao Jie, Ji Liewu, sentenced to a heavy term of 16 years. And that was really heartbroken for me. I just felt the sky to me has fallen. There's no justice in this world, only darkness. After my dad was arrested and I actually saw his face on CNN, I was just extremely sad. I don't know what to do. I was only a teenager. My heart was broken. I could not go back to China because I know it's very dangerous. The crackdown towards Falun Gong has already begun in China. So I basically cried all the time for a very long period of time. I pretty much live in despair. I don't think, I ever healed from that wound. I think even though today my dad is rescued out, present in front of me, and we can live happily ever after, but I still think that pain, that wound, that the Communist Party bestowed upon my family will never be erased, because there's 8 years that I live without knowing my dad's safety. Like I live in scare, I live in worries.
Please help stop the persecution of Falun Gong.
Free, two, and one.
The turning point actually is the realization that if I kept my silence and don't call for help for my dad, then there's never going to be a chance that his story will be known by the society and the world. And also, I am a practitioner of Falun Gong. I practice truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. And by practicing that, I know any persecution against these 3 principles is wrong and shouldn't be allowed even to exist in this world. And that's why I know I have to be strong, I have to stand out. And also because I'm only one that he's got. I stay here overseas, I could call for help for him in this world, which is, having the freedom of press, freedom of speech, and freedom of assembly. So I am here today using those rights which granted by the Constitution of America to hope for help for him. And I strongly believe that he will be released before this 16 years, and this persecution will end really soon.
接下来，请收看2条本市体育简讯。
今天一大早，上海体育中心人头攒动，本市近1万名爱好法轮大法的练功者汇聚一处进行推广表演。法轮大法创始人李洪志师傅于92年向社会公开传功讲法，受到广大群众的欢迎。6年来，此功法以练功时不受场地、时间的限制，以及无需意念引导等不同于其他气功的全新内容，令人耳目一新、独树一帜。到目前为止，包括港、澳、台在内的全国各地都有了自发性的群众练功组织，并传遍欧美、澳、亚4大洲，全世界约有1亿人在学法轮大法。这是由本台记者报道的。
How do you get over 1 billion people to believe a lie that they know is a lie? And if they don't really believe the lie, how do you strike such fear into them that they become so petrified they won't question it or even speak out about it? Well, that's the exact question the propaganda department of the Chinese Communist Party was trying to answer about Falun Gong in the summer of 1999. And their conclusion unleashed a brutal persecution affecting tens of millions of people. To understand this, let's first have a look at one important pattern in recent Chinese history. The Chinese regime seized power in 1949. Since that time, about every 10 years, the regime initiates a violent event to strike fear into the hearts of the Chinese people, which strengthens its power over them. In the 1950s, the regime destroyed traditional religions like Buddhism and Taoism, crushing Tibet. In the 1960s, the regime massacred cultural and intellectual elites in the anti-rightist movement. In the 1970s, we saw a catastrophic cultural revolution, which tore apart traditional Chinese culture from its seams, turning moral principles on its head and leaving millions dead. Then, in the 1980s, we all witnessed the Tiananmen Square massacre, where tanks and bullets crushed the peaceful students. You see the pattern, right? So imagine now it's the late 1990s, and the Chinese Communist Party makes a decision to take on their next violent struggle, one that continues to this day and targets 100 million people with illegal jailing, torture, and killing. But there was something unusual about this new target and the events leading up to it. Let's take a look at the Chinese regime's latest victims, Falun Gong. The meditation practice called Falun Gong was introduced to the public in China in 1992 by Mr. Li Hongzhi. The health and moral benefits of the practice made Falun Gong immensely popular, and by 1999, it had grown to become the largest and fastest growing spiritual practice in Chinese history, if not in history of the world. It was shared across China mostly by word of mouth, and in just 7 years after its introduction, 100 million people were practicing Falun Gong. During this time in the 1990s, many central government agencies endorsed Falun Gong. Mr. Li Hongzhi, the teacher and founder, was honored and awarded for his contributions, and his principal book, Zhuan Falun, became a bestseller. In a February 22, 1999 interview with US News and Report, an official from China's State Sports Commission praised the practice for reducing the state's medical costs, saying, Falun Gong and other types of Qigong can save each person 1,000 yuan in annual medical fees. If 100 million people are practicing it, that's 100 billion yuan saved per year in medical fees. This all seems like a very good thing, right? So who would be evil enough to find fault with these peaceful people? This guy, former Communist Party leader Jiang Zemin. Jiang disliked Falun Gong because of its immense popularity, and in particular, he grew jealous of Falun Gong after observing so many people admire the practice, including the high-ranking party members who worked around him. Jiang also feared how Falun Gong had sparked a desire among the public for traditional culture, including belief in the divine, which the party had tried for decades to eradicate. And so in the summer of 1999, Jiang issued a directive to eliminate Falun Gong and ordered the entire state apparatus to defame their reputations, bankrupt them financially, and destroy them physically. Thus started what would become Jiang's personal cultural revolution. To pull off this complete 180 in the government's position on Falun Gong, in July 1999, the CCP launched what can only be described as propaganda marathons throughout the entire country. State-run television piped vilifying propaganda into homes across the nation and around the clock, branding Falun Gong a menace to society. Zhang ordered Falun Gong to be eradicated in 3 months. By the end of the campaign's first month, the People's Daily, the voice of the party, had carried a staggering 347 articles denouncing Falun Gong. So you might be wondering, did this work? Well, at this time, 1 out of 13 people were practicing Falun Gong in China. So the general public knew that it was good and knew that the people practicing Falun Gong were good people because they knew them. They were a teacher or a friend or even a relative. So the propaganda at this point really wasn't paying off. Despite the CCP's best efforts, by the middle of 2000, a full year after the persecution campaign started, many throughout the country who knew Falun Gong was a positive, healthy practice remained unconvinced, or at the very least, unmotivated. And Zhang was furious and desperate to find a way to mobilize the rank and file against Falun Gong. Their solution unfolded in early 2001, when the Chinese regime staged an event that would turn the tide against Falun Gong, a true propaganda turning point. On January 23, 2001, 5 individuals allegedly set themselves on fire in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. The entire scene was caught on camera from multiple angles. How TV crews from state-run media knew exactly where to place their cameras just before the impromptu protest is highly suspect. Within hours, state-controlled media inundated the public with false reports that the self-immolators were Falun Gong practitioners. These reports included grisly footage of the victims and portrayed Falun Gong teachings as directly responsible for the tragedy, branding Falun Gong as dangerous and evil. All this was done despite the fact that Falun Gong's teachings strictly prohibit killing, including suicide. In the weeks following the event, a wealth of evidence was uncovered that demonstrate the entire incident was staged by the CCP using movie techniques. For example, the Washington Post published an investigation about 2 of the self-immolators that found that neither have ever practiced Falun Gong. Faced with the grisly footage of badly burnt individuals, backed by carefully scripted narratives, people across China began to change. Many who once respected and sympathized with Falun Gong started rejecting and even attacking the practice. Hostilities against practitioners increased, and the CCP escalated its persecution with intensified arrests, torture, and killing. They even established a human trafficking network to kill Falun Gong detainees so that their vital organs could be extracted and used to fuel a booming organ transplant business. Given all this, you might now be asking yourself, why haven't I heard about this? Well, in the first few years after the persecution started, the Chinese regime realized that all of their internal propaganda campaigns were getting way too much attention from the West, where people with freedom of thought were openly challenging their lies. After all, the Wall Street Journal won a Pulitzer Prize covering this persecution in 2001. So the regime needed a new strategy, one that would allow them to ramp up the persecution in the years to come. That strategy? Complete silence and complete censorship. People inside China would no longer hear anything about Falun Gong in the state-run media, but they could also not reach any information about Falun Gong themselves. All websites and online channels for finding out more were blocked, and the regime constantly monitors WeChat and all social media to make sure no true information about Falun Gong gets to the Chinese people. And so 20 years after a time in China when Falun Gong was a household name and widely respected, we find many of the 1.4 billion people living in the shadow of the Chinese regime today have either been convinced that Falun Gong is dangerous or have been scared into submission to not speak out. And all the while, for the past 20 years and continuing to today, tens of millions of people who practice Falun Gong inside China continue to practice their faith, despite the dangers of jailing, torture, or death. What's also disturbing about this story is that the dangers of Chinese regime's propaganda are no longer limited to China's shores. Over the years, the Chinese Communist Party has managed to silence or even control the narrative of Falun Gong in some Western media outlets. We'll dig into this alarming situation in a future video. But for now, to help lend your voice to the voiceless, share this video with your family or friends, and you can also sign the petition at faluninfo.net/actnow.
to get their bonus. They torture you. They use any kind of method to take that little pure land from your heart. My name is Gang Chen. I'm from Beijing, China. Definition of transformation of a Falun practitioner is to write down and to read out that you renounce Falun Gong, and that's the first step. And you have to write a more detailed article, and the police will shoot with a video camera to record what you say. If a practitioner get transformed, the police will get a bonus. It's that simple. They observe you and see what you fear about. Like if you're a fear of the physical torture, then they will torture you. I really I felt exhausted, both physically and mentally. I did wrote and something saying that I would stop practice Falun Gong. Well, that's until this day I still regret I did that. To continue my belief, it's a respect to myself, to my own choice, to my conscience. I didn't want to, otherwise I wouldn't have gone so long, have went through that much torture, beating, anything. I just want to keep the little area in my heart. That's mine. That's me. This is what I think, what is correct, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad. I want to keep that as a pure land in my heart. That they just, to get their bonus, they torture you. They use any kind of method to take that little pure land from your heart. That is what they call re-education, and what we call it brainwashing.
As of July 2019, 4,316 Falun Gong practitioners have died from torture and abuse inside China. And these are only the cases that we know about. Due to this censorship and surveillance imposed by the Chinese regime, filing such reports carries difficulty and risk. And so the actual number is likely many times higher. During the first half of 2019 alone, it is confirmed that 45 practitioners have lost their lives after being persecuted for not renouncing their faith in Falun Gong. According to Minghui.org, which receives firsthand accounts of persecution directly from China, among the 45 newly confirmed death cases, 27 were female and 18 were male. Their ages range from 28 to 87. The 45 victims came from all walks of life, including a teacher, doctor, engineer, farmer, scientist, and phone operator. We want to highlight 3 of these victims: a mother, a senior citizen, and a former martial arts champion. These are their stories. Ms. Kong Hongyun, a 47-year-old resident of Baoding City, Hebei Province, fell into a coma on March 8, 2019, while being held at the Baoding Detention Center for her faith in Falun Gong. A tracheotomy was done without her family's consent 3 days later, and she never regained consciousness and died on June 12, 2019. Ms. Kong was arrested earlier that year in January after being reported for talking to people about Falun Gong. She was held at the Baoding City Detention Center, where she went on a hunger strike to protest the persecution. Prior to her latest arrest, Ms. Kong served 2 prison terms for a total of 7 years for her faith. Her tragic death left her elderly mother and daughter in her early 20s in deep despair. The second victim, Ms. Luo Chunrong, a resident of Nanchang City, Jiangxi Province, was arrested on March 31, 2016, while distributing information materials about Falun Gong. She was sentenced to 2 years in Jiangxi Women's Prison in early April 2017. In order to force Ms. Luo to give up her faith, the prison guards placed big speakers in her room and played audio recordings demonizing her beliefs at very high volume for 12 to 24 hours each day. This is a technique brainwashing centers in China often use to pump propaganda into the minds of practitioners for days on end until they can no longer tell their own thoughts from those manufactured by the state. She fainted as a result of the torment. When Ms. Luo protested the torture, the guards forced her to stand for more than 12 hours without a break. Her legs became severely swollen. After both physical and mental abuse failed to force Ms. Luo to give up Falun Gong, the guards sent her to the prison hospital and forced her to take drugs for hypertension, even though she didn't have any high blood pressure. She said she was forced to take approximately 1,200 pills during her imprisonment. 3 months after she was finally released in March 2018, Ms. Luo began to experience intense back pain. Eventually, the bones throughout her body ached, the condition progressed, until she was unable to move and was screaming because of the pain. She was reduced to skin and bones and died on May 24, 2019. She was 70 years old. The third victim is Mr. Zhang Hongwei. By the time Mr. Zhang Hongwei was released from a 13-year prison term in 2014 for not renouncing his faith in Falun Gong, the once energetic martial arts champion had completely lost his physical strength. He was emaciated and weak. He was almost blind and he couldn't see things beyond 1 foot away. His back was hunched and his knees were injured. When he walked, he had to lean against the wall and take tiny steps. Mr. Zhang was arrested again in 2015 for filing a criminal complaint against Jiang Zemin, the former head of the Chinese Communist regime, who ordered the persecution of Falun Gong in 1999. He was later released after the detention center refused to accept him because of his physical condition. With his health completely destroyed during the imprisonment, Mr. Zhang's condition continued to deteriorate. After years of suffering, he passed away on May 3, 2019. He was 52 years old. These 3 cases can't begin to represent the thousands of known death cases as a result of the Chinese Communist Party's brutal persecution campaign against Falun Gong. Nor can they represent the millions of practitioners in China that continue to be victims of illegal detainment, harassment, torture, and other abuse for their faith in Falun Gong. As the persecution enters its 20th year, we urge you to give your voice to the voiceless and sign the petition at faluninfo.net/actnow for China to stop this brutal campaign against the peaceful practice. "20 years of illegal detainment, torture, and death. July 20th, 2019 will mark the 20th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party's brutal campaign to eliminate Falun Gong. Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa, is a traditional spiritual practice that consists of gentle, meditative exercises and a moral philosophy centered on the tenets of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. The practice became widely popular in China during the 1990s, and by 1999, according to Chinese state-run TV, there were 100 million people practicing Falun Gong in China. That's a staggering 1 out of every 13 people in the country. Furthermore, as the Washington Post reported in 1999, many influential people in the party, the government, and the military practiced Falun Gong. In addition to those found in just about every sector of society, from farmers to university professors, factory workers to corporate leaders, high school students to members of the Communist Party's top leadership. Yet, in the summer of 1999, former Communist Party leader Jiang Zemin ordered the traditional meditation practice be eliminated. China experts at the time say Jiang was jealous that Falun Gong's popularity was overshadowing his own legacy. And at the same time, Jiang hoped to use the campaign against Falun Gong to build up his own power base. Over the past 20 years, millions of people have been abducted or imprisoned. Hundreds of thousands have been tortured or suffered terrible abuse in custody. Thousands have been tortured to death. And those are just the cases that we know about. Even more horrific are the findings from independent investigators concerning the systematic killing of Falun Gong practitioners, so their organs could be used to fuel China's booming organ transplant business. In 2016, the US House of Representatives unanimously passed House Resolution 343, which cites, quote, persistent and credible reports of systematic, state-sanctioned organ harvesting from large numbers of Falun Gong practitioners, end quote. In June 2019, an independent tribunal chaired by Sir Geoffrey Nice, QC, released its conclusion that Falun Gong practitioners have been, and continue to be, killed for their organs, quote, on a significant scale, end quote. The persecution of Falun Gong in China continues to this day. In its 2018 annual report, Amnesty International stated, quote, Falun Gong practitioners continue to be subjected to arbitrary detention, unfair trials, and torture, end quote. In its 2019 annual human rights report, the US State Department detailed how people who practice Falun Gong have been victims of, quote, systematic torture in custody, end quote, by the Chinese Communist Party. The decimation of China's social fabric due to this persecution is hard to overstate. The persecution of Falun Gong hurled the country back into the dark days of the Cultural Revolution. I know it often doesn't really appear to be so on the surface, especially in recent years. The Beijing Olympics normalized China for many. The skylines of China's major cities are impressive and growing. China continues to exercise more and more clout on the international stage. Starbucks and Armani have moved in. Widespread famine and communist Mao suits have faded into the past. It all seems almost exciting, as if China's rise at the beginning of a new century could bring new possibilities. And yet, beneath all the clout and glitter of the quote, unquote, new China, there lies this horrifying and ongoing atrocity. As the 20th anniversary of this brutal persecution approaches, we implore the international community to speak up. We must give a voice to and take action for the tens of millions of people in China that have been targeted by the communist regime and who live their daily lives under the threat of arbitrary detention, imprisonment, torture, or worse, simply for practicing Falun Gong.
July 20th, 2019 will mark the 20th anniversary of the Chinese regime's brutal campaign to eliminate Falun Gong. And while this campaign has targeted people who practice Falun Gong in China, its impact is being felt around the world. Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa, is a traditional spiritual practice that consists of gentle, meditative exercises and a moral philosophy centered on the tenets of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. The practice became widely popular in China during the 1990s, and by 1999, according to Chinese state-run TV, there were 100 million people practicing Falun Gong in China. That's a staggering 1 of every 13 people in the country. Furthermore, as the Washington Post reported in 1999, many influential people in the party, the government, and the military practice Falun Gong, in addition to those found in just about every sector of society, from farmers to university professors, factory workers to corporate leaders, high school students to members of the Communist Party's top leadership. Yet in the summer of 1999, former communist leader Jiang Zemin ordered the traditional meditation practice be eliminated. China experts at the time say Jiang was jealous that Falun Gong's widespread popularity was overshadowing his own legacy, and at the same time, Jiang hoped to use the campaign against Falun Gong to build up his own power base. Over the past 20 years, millions of people have been abducted or imprisoned. Hundreds of thousands have been tortured or suffered terrible abuse in custody. Thousands have been tortured to death, and those are just the cases we know about. Even more horrific are findings from independent investigators concerning the systematic killing of Falun Gong practitioners so their organs could be used to fuel China's booming organ transplant business. In 2016, the U.S. House of Representatives unanimously passed House Resolution 343, which cites persistent and credible reports of systematic state-sanctioned organ harvesting from large numbers of Falun Gong practitioners. In June 2019, an independent tribunal chaired by Sir Geoffrey Nice, QC, who previously prosecuted war criminals, released its conclusion that Falun Gong practitioners have been and continue to be killed for their organs on a significant scale. The persecution of Falun Gong in China continues to this day. In its 2018 annual report, Amnesty International stated, Falun Gong practitioners continue to be subjected to arbitrary detention, unfair trials, and torture. In its 2019 annual human rights report, the U.S. State Department detailed how people who practice Falun Gong have been victims of systematic torture in custody by the Chinese Communist Party. Clearly, this persecution campaign has destroyed the lives of millions of people. Yet the impact of this persecution extends beyond the community of Falun Gong practitioners inside China. It is felt throughout Chinese society, and to some extent around the globe. How? First, let's consider the scale and nature of what's happened in China. When the communist leadership targeted Falun Gong, they were targeting 100 million people who were simply trying to live their lives according to truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. That set in motion a system of punishing good people and rewarding immoral, even criminal behavior nationwide. The result has been far-reaching. The campaign against Falun Gong has served as an incubator of persecution tactics, now being deployed against other targeted groups in China. For example, the methods of physical and psychological torture refined on Falun Gong are now used against Tibetans, Uyghurs, and Christians. The Communist Party's incentive system used in implementing the campaign against Falun Gong has drastically undermined good governance and societal morality. For example, officials who refuse to persecute Falun Gong risk halted career advancement, demotion, or even being fired. Conversely, those willing to engage in lawlessness rise through the ranks, gaining more power and influence. Some medical doctors in China have literally become killers, viewing Falun Gong practitioners as little more than a source for organs. By the same token, international patients who travel to China for an organ often become unknowingly complicit in the killing. China's state-run media has so saturated public discourse with false narratives vilifying Falun Gong that even some Western scholars and government officials have unwittingly bought into the lies and publish or govern accordingly. And the blatant disregard for international agreements and norms displayed by Chinese communist officials have rendered many international agreements useless and created hostile, even criminal, market forces that affect industries around the world. In short, the persecution of Falun Gong has played a key role in fermenting a society where dishonesty is rampant. It has promoted corrupt officials within the communist regime that persecute their own people and continually defraud the international community. As the 20th anniversary of this brutal persecution approaches, we implore the international community to speak up. We must give a voice to and take action for the tens of millions of people in China that have been targeted by the communist regime and who live their daily lives under threat of arbitrary detention, imprisonment, torture, or worse, simply for practicing Falun Gong. Regaining freedom and justice for Falun Gong in China will not only end the persecution they face, it will go a long way for regaining freedom and justice for all the Chinese people, and by doing so, help China become a responsible member of the international community. And that benefits everyone the world over.
Hello, I'm Philippa Thomas. Our top story on Impact today, an exclusive BBC report into China's prolific, controversial organ transplant system. Campaigners allege the organs used are still taken from so-called prisoners of conscience, but the head of China's transplant system denies these claims. The head of China's transplant system has denied claims that organs are still being taken from executed prisoners. The former Deputy Health Minister, Huang Jiefu, says there are plenty of organs available from patients who die in intensive care, as well as the rising number of those registering for the country's new organ donation system. But campaigners say there is a roaring trade in the organs of so-called prisoners of conscience to meet transplant targets of up to 100,000 operations every year. Matthew Hill has this exclusive report.
She seemed so used to seeing Korean visitors.
This undercover reporter captures a Korean patient recovering from a liver transplant at a hospital in Tianjin City, China. The suspicion is there's a roaring trade in organs being harvested by the Chinese regime. The nurse says they did 7 transplants on the previous day. In other countries, it can take years to get a suitable organ, but here it's only weeks. So where are they coming from? China admits it used to take organs from executed prisoners and claims it stopped the practice in 2015. But this campaigner believes organs are still being harvested from prisoners of conscience. Falun Gong is a spiritual movement based on meditation, regarded as an illegal sect by China. In 2005, Annie was sent to this re-education camp in Beijing. She claims healthy Falun Gong practitioners like her were given invasive and unwanted medical tests.
I was severely tortured mentally and physically, but at the same time, they took all these Falun Gong practitioners to the nearest hospital and have a regular body check, include like chest x-ray, liver test is ultrasound, and a blood test every 3 months.
Another Falun Gong detainee who was released last year also believes organs are being procured from prisoners of conscience.
So in the jail hospital for a few times, they put my hand inside a window, and then they would have a rubber band wrapped around my arm, and then took the needle over there and then take the blood out. And then not just me, all the practitioners of Falun Gong. They force you to renounce your belief. So if you don't do so, they would beat you up. They choose places like your legs, your arms, and your hip part, but your organ part, they don't touch.
I've come to a gathering of international transplant surgeons in Madrid. Transplant surgeon Zheng Shusen is also a local leader of an organization set up to persecute Falun Gong followers. I wanted to ask him about a controversial paper he'd written, which falsely claimed no prisoners' organs were transplanted.
Did you, in the paper, you misled people about the organs? You said they were not from prisoners. Professor Sheng, do you not want to answer my questions?
Clearly not. But the doctor in charge of China's fledgling organ donation scheme was prepared to take a few questions. He said, so far, there were 500,000 volunteers, But is that really enough to deliver all the transplants in such a huge country?
Last year, we have the 15,000 organ transplantation performed.
He claimed organs came from some of the 6 million people who die each year in intensive care.
They estimate it's about at least 100,000 transplants.
There's a nonsense. I don't want to answer the questions because no.
Well, how come I rang up? I was offered a liver very quickly,
but
from a hospital in China. How is that possible?
I don't want to listen and answer the question. Somebody with some political agendas. Well, okay, you understand?
China has yet to allow transplant surgeons from abroad to inspect their hospitals unannounced. Until there is greater transparency, the suspicion will remain that prisoners detained for what they believe are the new source for organs. Matthew Hill, BBC News.
Well, to talk about this, I'm joined by Howard Zhang from BBC Chinese, and we'll also go to Matthew Hill, who is in our Bristol studio. Matthew, it's quite an investigation, and it is a fact that you were following up that prisoners of conscience were used for organ harvesting in the past. How strong do you feel is the evidence that it's still happening?
Well, the fact in the past it was prisoners per se who were being used for executions. That this is a new allegation at the moment about prisoners of conscience. But yeah, essentially there have been anyone acting outside of state control, any minority group is considered a threat by the Communist Party. So Falun Gong, they were initially tolerated in the 1990s. Then in 1999, when there were over 100 million members, a huge number, that was seen as a threat. They were described as an evil sect by the Communist Party. And that's when the mass detentions began. UN subsequently found credible reports on inspections of these centres of torture going on. And they are essentially, it's a peaceful belief, essentially, is what the beliefs they hold. On the other hand, we have a report last year from America, the American Congress, looking at growing concerns about the treatment of the Uyghur community, the Muslim minority in the autonomous region of China, where they say there are credible reports of 500 to a million people being detained in these camps.
So you have talked about a wide range of people who you feel could be vulnerable, and from your reporting, what you seem to be telling us is there is no problem, or appears to be no problem, in setting up a transplant operation. The supply, from your point of view, looked suspiciously easy.
Well, it is the timescale. I mean, I was offered a liver for $100,000 at rather short notice. Yes, it's the timescale, and I think there are other concerns about, for instance, having a ready supply of volunteers. Yes, there are 500,000, according to the government, there volunteers. In the UK, for instance, there are 25 million volunteers in a tiny country compared to China. So the question is, where are the organs coming from? There's a reticence to allow the body not to be buried whole. Confucian beliefs are that the body should be buried whole. So the government are going to have to overcome that if they're to get more people to sign up to this registry. There are also reports. We've done interviews with a former doctor who describes going to execution ground, witnessing someone shot through the right-hand side, so that they stayed alive. Their heart was still beating as he retrieved his liver, etc. And therefore, the organs would have been in a better state to be transplanted.
And one of the points that you make towards the end of your report there is that doctors, transplant specialists from outside China, have not had access to the system that seems to be running at such a pace.
That's the Transplantation Society. They have had limited access on an announced basis to a small number of hospitals, but they haven't been allowed into the military hospitals that are at the center of a lot of these allegations. They point out that China has signed up to an international World Health Assembly protocol, which is for greater transparency. But many campaigners believe that transparency does not exist in terms of, for instance, the traceability of the organs. They're also concerned about a recent development on the Uyghur community aged between 12 and 65 who are having biometric tests done. That's blood, DNA samples done. Chinese say that is to combat the threat of terrorism, whereas these campaigners believe that there's a sort of more sinister motive. Can we say, is this definitely happening on prisoners of conscience?
I don't think we can say it's definitely happening, but there again, I don't think we can say it's definitely not happening.
Matthew, thank you very much. With me now, Howard Zhang, editor from the BBC's Chinese service. And I know that you have been talking about this. It is a big talking point. What do you make of what we're uncovering here?
Well, over the past many years, while we are covering this topic, there's all sorts of substantial evidence coming up, and we also have people from both sides giving their takes on it. I think what Matthew just said touched on two very important points. One is the role money plays in all of this, because China now, whatever outside people call it, a communist country or a state capitalist country, essentially money is the number one law. If you can make a profit, it provides the motive for lots of things to happen, whether you're a official locally at a certain level, or you're a doctor, or you're a police. If there's incentive, monetary incentive, lots of rules can be bent. And that's one thing I do think, as I said, we don't have, at least from my side, besides witnesses and things, I don't have direct evidence in front of me that can categorically say, okay, this way or that way. But I do believe, and from all the circumstantial evidence, there is some type of organ trade going on, but to what degree, whether they involve prisoner of conscience, at this moment we don't know for sure.
But we do know that the organ transplant system in China is thriving. Hospitals are busy.
Hospitals are busy, and the culture of not wanting the body to be divided into different parts is, yes, very, very deeply ingrained in Chinese culture. That is true as well. But one point I do want to add, the former health minister, Huang Jiefu, and he actually represents a group of people who within the Chinese system who are trying to push for more transparency, more sort of law and regulation around the issue. So he's, one of the few people who's still willing to come out, even answer or not answer a question, to deal with the media in the West. And most of the other officials in China will probably keep a very, very low profile and long silence over any of these topics. They'll stay away.
I think that's a really important point to make. And I'm just wondering, do you think it's fair to say that there seems to be, perhaps it's a system that's in transition or in process, it's moving from one source of supplies and looking for others?
I think it's very difficult to prove at this moment that there's a central government drive for a for-profit type of organ harvesting law still in, because once they stopped 2015, when they pushed out this new law saying no more kind of using prisoners for, it's difficult to say there's still that law in play. But whether they've transitioned to a more open and transparent, obviously not yet. And in between, there's so many layers of different government interests of local and central government, as well as the police system. It's also very concentrated in terms of power and lacking in transparency. So all these and the drive from hospitals, from local hospitals, to make money, because they have to feed their doctors and nurses. And all these elements start to combine into a fairly, really complex kind of a picture for us here.
We have to leave it there. But Howard and Matthew, thank you both very much. It's important to say what we found and what we're still investigating. Thank you.
Falun Dafa, also known as Falun Gong, is an advanced self-cultivation practice that improves mental and physical wellness through physical exercises and the development of one's character. In China, cultivation practices have a history of thousands of years and formed the spiritual foundation of Chinese civilization. In 1992, Falun Dafa was introduced to the public by Master Li Hongzhi. The practice quickly spread because of its profound principles and proven health benefits. By 1999, with over 100 million practitioners, Falun Dafa had grown to become the largest practice of its kind in China and around the world. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on energy channels and believes that the health of the body is related to the health of the mind. Falun Dafa cultivates mind and body simultaneously, improving the body's natural immunity.
I had a very, very bad immune system. I was sick all the time. And I came to the practice for spiritual reasons, but I immediately stopped getting sick. I kept thinking, why am I not getting sick? I kept saying, what's wrong? As a matter of fact, I go to parties now, and they used to say, oh, give the sick babies to Jeannie. She never gets sick.
I feel an energy in my body that's very subtle and hard to describe, but it feels very good. I could have very little sleep and I'll feel awakened, but not like a coffee energetic, like a very calm and collected energy. And that 1 hour can feel like a day, and then I'm refreshed and ready to go.
So before I practiced Falun Gong, when I got scolded by my boss or supervisor, I was very annoyed, and immediately I would complain about others, or felt it wasn't fair. But after I started practicing, the biggest lesson I learned was looking inside and always find something to improve within myself.
If I didn't like something that another person did, I would think about, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that that person does that. And I realized that it was having a direct effect on my health by having that bad thought about that person. And as soon as I realized that, I changed my thinking so that I wouldn't think about what things I didn't like or liked about other people, and more just how I should be responsible to being a good person and controlling my thinking and quieting my thinking. And then the headaches went away.
The first time I heard about Falun Dafa was actually when I was 12 years old. At the time, I was going through a rebellious stage. I barely talked to my parents. I come home, slam the door. Meditation taught me to look within. I started talking to my parents more. I started respecting them more. So my mother was very happy because, it's like she got her son back.
In 1983, I was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy, which is incurable in Western and Eastern medicine. In February 1998, a friend from China wrote me a letter. She told me that Falun Dafa is a true practice that can improve people's morals as well as physical health. So I began to practice Falun Gong. In 3 months, I totally recovered.
At the core of Falun Dafa are the values of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. Falun Dafa teaches that these are the supreme qualities of the universe and takes them to be a guide for daily life and practice.
Well, when I was little, I would stare at night, just sit in my bed and look at the stars and think, why were you here in the first place? Why do you even exist? And most of all, where do you come from? First time I read Chuan Falun, the book on Falun Dafa, I felt a lot of those questions were just immediately answered.
I think the best benefit is the peace of mind. I have incredibly peace of mind. My family certainly has benefited. My husband said to me within a month I was much easier to live with.
Applying truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance to my daily life is the greatest challenge of my life, actually. You would think it's so simple, but therein lies the challenge. But everybody else around you feels it, because you become lighter, you smile a lot more, and you become much more genuine.
It was like I was always searching for something, and it's so easy to think that what we're searching for is outside, whether it's money or clothes or beauty or whatever. And Falun Dafa just provided me with an inner peace that I just feel like whatever happens around me, I'm fine. Like I have these values and principles that I can follow. It's just like a sense of not security, but inner security and sense of calm and peace, which I didn't have before.
In the late 90s, Chinese government surveys said up to 70 million people were practicing Falun Gong daily. Health bills were decreasing, crime rates were falling, and morality was rising. So why were these people targeted for elimination and organ harvesting? Mona Ye was one of the millions meditating in parks every day.
There was a park across the street from my house. Because the first exercise site couldn't hold so many people anymore, it divided into the second, the third, the fourth. So at every street corner and in every park, you could see people practicing Falun Gong.
There was from different kind in society. It was many policemen and military.
It was just fundamental part of society at that time, and everybody knew somebody who practiced.
Falun Gong is a traditional practice of self-cultivation, a practice of slow-moving exercises, meditation, and studying of the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance, and trying to adopt those into your life.
While morning exercises had always been popular in China, Falun Gong brought more than just health benefits.
For thousands of years, the Chinese people have believed in Buddhas and Taos and becoming an immortal. Falun Gong really dared to talk about these things. And immediately people took it to heart. Oh, the true ancient good things of China have come back.
However, after 50 years of political campaigns to destroy traditional beliefs, any revival of spirituality was seen as a threat to communist rule.
Since I was 11, I experienced all of the Chinese Communist Party's campaigns. Group after group of good people were targeted. There was no faith, no truth. Falun Gong stood in stark contrast with communist ideology. So it would be very hard for it to be tolerated by the CCP.
With more practitioners than members in the Communist Party, the party chief, Jiang Zemin, saw it as a threat to his power and overruled the government's support of Falun Gong.
Jiang Zemin issued an order, set up special office called 610 Office, in charge of nationwide campaign and persecution.
Known as China's Gestapo, the 610 agency was above the law and could use any and all means necessary to achieve its sole mission, to eliminate Falun Gong. The nationwide campaign began July 1999.
People were disappearing. I couldn't find my friends. One day there were 30 of us in the park, and the next day they're gone. And in the middle of the park, tacked on the tree, was a government declaration. This has been outlawed.
First time I heard about the persecution, I didn't believe it at the first. And when I heard my mom is into labor camp, I was very worried. And later on, my sister was put in the labor camp. My younger brother was put into jail. Basically, my family is just torn apart. When this family torn apart, I feel inside torn apart.
Like many practitioners, Pan Chi went to Beijing to appeal. She was arrested and imprisoned in the infamous Masanja labor camp.
I often hear the sounds of electric batons, and frequently in the middle of the night, I hear heart-wrenching screams from practitioners.
The goal was to make practitioners sign a statement to guarantee they would stop practicing, that they would renounce their faith.
She took the electric baton. When she was beating me, it felt like it was directly piercing through my heart. It was like my entire body started convulsing, like it was going to fall apart.
I personally have a friend whose mother was submersed in a cage. They put her in a little cage, they put him into sewer water in complete darkness for days. These are the different methods they're using on Falun Gong practitioners around the country, trying to transform them.
Hu Zhiming was teaching practitioners how to break through internet censorship in Shanghai when he was arrested.
Police did not know what I did, but they knew that I practiced Falun Gong, so they arrested me first. Then they investigated my background and arrested everyone who had been in touch with me.
After 2 years of interrogation, he was sentenced to 4 years at a Shanghai prison for teaching others to visit mingwei.org, which reports daily on the persecution.
Every morning after I woke up, I was taken to a room and forced to sit about 1 meter away from the TV set and forced to watch videos slandering Falun Gong. This kind of brainwashing did not work, so they changed to another approach, which was intensive slave labor.
Outside the labor camps, propaganda campaigns against Falun Gong were running 24/7 on all media.
Like you turn on the TV, and literally the only way to describe it is propaganda marathons. You'd have mass book burnings organized by the party, steamrollers going over Falun Gong cassette tapes and CDs.
Essentially, it's a process of demonizing and dehumanizing, incessant propaganda.
In January 2001, Chinese Central Television broadcast this news that people were setting themselves on fire in Tiananmen Square, and they claimed that these were Falun Gong practitioners.
This propaganda story used a mother and her 12-year-old daughter. It was a major turning point in the CCP's campaign.
They turned Tiananmen Square into a movie set, and they used movie techniques to try to create something, but it was staged.
Because state-run media broadcast it constantly for a year, people around China, their views on Falun Gong started to change.
Initially, the Communist Party was very public about its campaign against Falun Gong. But what happened after about, I would say starting from 2002, is that you started to see really almost more of a media blackout. Falun Gong simply became a taboo topic.
With millions of practitioners in detention, one of the worst crimes in history began taking place in hospitals throughout the country as organ transplants suddenly began to skyrocket.
We've been asked to investigate allegations that there has been harvesting of organs of Falun Gong in China. Our bottom line conclusion, after considering everything as best we could, was that the allegations are true.
I began conducting comprehensive interviews with medical professionals, Chinese law enforcement personnel, and over 50 refugees from the Laogai system. But I estimate that 65,000 Falun Gong were murdered for their organs from 2000 to 2008.
Essentially what organ harvesting means is they're taking Falun Gong practitioners literally like cattle, holding them in prison camps, testing their blood and other vital organs, and when someone comes into the country that needs a heart, a liver, a kidney, they find a match, they take the Falun Gong practitioner, extract their organs, of course killing them in the process. It is literally life and death for many of the upper echelon of the party members that run China to not let the Falun Gong story be told.
Falun Gong has been exemplary in its response. It has never dealt with violence in a violent way. It's always responded with forbearance, with love, with truth, with patience, and ultimately that's going to prevail.
上世纪90年代，中共政府调查显示，每天有近7000万人修炼法轮功，医疗费用下降，犯罪率下降，社会道德上升。那么，为什么这些人成为活摘器官和灭绝的目标呢？叶方红是每天上公园里打坐的100万人中的一位。
在我家对面就有一个公园，因为第一个练功点装不下那么多人了，然后就分到第二个，就分到第二个、第三个、第四个，所以那个时候到每一个街口、每一个公园，你都会看到人在练法轮功。
各行各业都有练法轮功的人，不少警察和军人也练。
法轮功已经是当时社会生活的一部分，每个人都认识几个练功的人。
法轮功是一种传统的修炼方式，包括跳缓慢柔和的功法和静坐，并且学习和在生活中实践真善忍的准则。
晨练在中国一直是很普遍的群众运动，法轮功给人们带来的不只是身体上的健康。
几千年来，中国人都信佛、信道，修神仙。那法轮功真正的敢讲出来这个，所以一下子深入了所有民众的人心。哦，咱们中国真正的古老的好东西回来了。
但是，经过了50年摧毁传统信仰的政治运动，中共政权使任何精神信仰的回归都为对其的威胁。
我11岁开始就经历了所有的运动，那一批一批的好人全被镇压，所以你这个时候没有信念，没有真理，所以这个事情跟中共的理念、根本的思想是对立的，所以是很难在中国这个社会被中共所容忍。
法轮功修炼者的人数已趋超过中共党员人数。当时的党魁江泽民把法轮功视为对其权柄的威胁，而一改当时政府对法轮功支持的态度。
江泽民发布命令，设立了一个叫做610的特别办公室，负责在全国范围内对法轮功的迫害。
610好比中国的盖世太保，凌驾于法律之上，并有权使用任何手段来达成他唯一的使命：消灭法轮功。全国范围的迫害运动从1999年7月份开始。
来的人越来越少，我的朋友们不见了。前一天我们还有30个人在公园里练功，第二天就没人了。在公园的树干上贴了一张政府的告示，宣布法轮功已经被禁止了。
First time I heard about the persecution,
我第一次听说法轮功被迫害时，我还不相信。可是不久，我得知我母亲被关进了劳教所，我非常担忧。后来 我妹妹也被关进劳教所，我弟弟被关进监狱，我的家整个被拆散了，我感到我的心也被撕碎。
和许多修炼者一样，潘琪也去了北京上访。他被逮捕并关押在臭名昭著的马三家劳教所。
经常就会听到那个电棍的声音，还有那个半夜的时候经常听到学员就是那个撕心裂肺的那个惨叫声嘛。
酷刑折磨的目的是为了迫使修炼者签署保证停止修炼、放弃对法轮功信仰的声明。
然后就拿那个电棍嘛，就是打的时候，就是好像那个就直接就穿透了你的心脏，然后就是说，就是浑身都好像震动起来了，就是好像就要散开了。
我有一个朋友，他的母亲曾经被关在一个很小的笼子里，然后警察把笼子浸泡在下水道的污水里，周围一片漆黑，长达好几天。在中国各地，当局就是用这些不同的办法来折磨法轮功修炼者，企图转化他们。
胡志明，由于在上海帮助法轮功修炼者破除网络封锁而被捕。
他们并不了解我的情况，但是知道呢我是练法轮功的，所以他们就先给我抓起来了，然后再去了解我的，然后去再把和我接触的这些人都抓起来。
经过2年的审讯，他被以教人浏览每日报告法轮功被迫害情况的明慧网而被判刑4年，在上海一所监狱服刑。
会天天从早晨起床就到一个放录像的房间去，距电视很近，音量放得很大，一直要做到晚上。他用这种方式洗脑呢，没有成功，他又换了其他的方式，非常繁重的体力劳动。
在劳教所墙外，污蔑法轮功的宣传攻势在各种媒体上日夜不停地运转。
打开电视就会看到铺天盖地的宣传阵势，当局焚烧法轮功书籍，用压路机碾碎法轮功的录音带和光碟。
这是一个把法轮功妖魔化和非人化的过程，它靠的是持续不断的宣传。
2001年1月，中国中央电视台在新闻节目中说有人在天安门广场点火自焚，并声称这些人是法轮功学员。
这个宣传故事包括了一位母亲和她12岁的女儿，这是中共宣传攻势的一个转折点。
他们把天安门广场变成了摄影棚，用电影拍摄技巧来制造一出假戏。
官方媒体在1年之中反复播放自焚影片，中国人对于法轮功的印象开始发生转变。
刚开始的时候，共产党对法轮功的镇压是很公开的，但是呢，从2002年以后，媒体上关于这方面的报道消失了，法轮功成了一个禁忌的话题。
随着数以百万的修炼者被关押，人类历史上最邪恶的罪行在中国的医院里开始发生，器官移植手术数量出现井喷式飙升。
我们被邀请来调查法轮功修炼者在中国被活摘器官的指控。在仔细考察所有的情况之后，我们的结论是，这些指控是真实的。
我开始对中国的医学界人士、执法人员和50多名劳改系统的难民做全面访谈。我的估计是在2000年到2008年期间，大约有6万5千名法轮功修炼者被杀害，他们的器官被摘取。
活摘器官是什么意思呢？就是把法轮功修炼者当牲畜一样对待，把他们关起来，抽血化验，检查其健康状况。当有人来到中国需要做移植心脏、肝脏或者是肾脏的时候，他们就从这些人里面找到一个配型合适的，取走他的器官，当然也就杀死了这个修炼人。中共的高级官员也知道其罪无可恕，所以拼死掩盖迫害法轮功的真相。
Falun Gong has been exemplary.
法轮功是高尚的，
他们从不以暴制暴，从来都是怀着坚韧，怀着爱心、真诚和耐心。他们必将赢得胜利。
Falun Dafa, also known as Falun Gong, is an advanced self-cultivation practice that improves mental and physical wellness through physical exercises and the development of one's character. In China, cultivation practices have a history of thousands of years and form the spiritual foundation of Chinese civilization. In 1992, Falun Dafa was introduced to the public by Master Li Hongzhi. The practice quickly spread because of its profound principles and proven health benefits. By 1999, with over 100 million practitioners, Falun Dafa had grown to become the largest practice of its kind in China and around the world. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on energy channels and believes that the health of the body is related to the health of the mind. Falun Dafa cultivates mind and body simultaneously, improving the body's natural immunity.
I had a very, very bad immune system. I was sick all the time. And I came to the practice for spiritual reasons, but I immediately stopped getting sick. I kept thinking, why am I not getting sick? I kept saying, what's wrong? As a matter of fact, I go to parties now and they used to say, oh, give the sick babies to Jeannie. She never gets sick.
I feel an energy in my body that's very subtle and hard to describe, but it feels very good. I could have very little sleep and I'll feel awakened, but not like a coffee energetic, like a very calm and collected energy. And that 1 hour can feel like a day, and then I'm refreshed and ready to go.
So before I practiced Falun Gong, when I got scolded by my boss or supervisor, I was very annoyed, and immediately I would complain about others, or felt it wasn't fair. But after I started practicing, the biggest lesson I learned was looking inside and always find something to improve within myself.
If I didn't like something that another person did, I would think about, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that that person does that. And I realized that it was having a direct effect on my health by having that bad thought about that person. And as soon as I realized that, I changed my thinking so that I wouldn't think about what things I didn't like or liked about other people, and more just how I should be responsible to being a good person and controlling my thinking and quieting my thinking. And then the headaches went away.
The first time I heard about Falun Dafa was actually when I was 12 years old. At the time, I was going through a rebellious stage. I barely talked to my parents. I come home, slam the door. Meditation taught me to look within. I started talking to my parents more. I started respecting them more. So my mother was very happy because, it's like she got her son back.
In 1983, I was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy, which is incurable in Western and Eastern medicine. In February 1998, a friend from China wrote me a letter. She told me that Falun Dafa is a true practice that can improve people's morals as well as physical health. So I began to practice Falun Gong. In 3 months, I totally recovered.
At the core of Falun Dafa are the values of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. Falun Dafa teaches that these are the supreme qualities of the universe and takes them to be a guide for daily life and practice.
Well, when I was little, I would stare at night, just sit in my bed and look at the stars and think, why were you here in the first place? Why do you even exist? And most of all, where do you come from? First time I read John Falun, the book on Falun Dafa, I felt a lot of those questions were just immediately answered.
I think the best benefit is the peace of mind. I have incredibly peace of mind. My family certainly has benefited. My husband said to me within a month I was much easier to live with.
Applying truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance to my daily life is the greatest challenge of my life, actually. You would think it's so simple, but therein lies the challenge. But everybody else around you feels it, because you become lighter, you smile a lot more, and you become much more genuine.
It was like I was always searching for something, and it's so easy to think that what we're searching for is outside, whether it's money or clothes or beauty or whatever. And Falun Dafa just provided me with an inner peace that I just feel like whatever happens around me, I'm fine. Like I have these values and principles that I can follow. It's just like a sense of, not security, but inner security and sense of calm and peace, which I didn't have before.
My name is Ghazal. I'm from Iran and I'm 22 years old. I have a bachelor degree of double major screen production and journalism. Falun Dafa or Falun Gong, it's a cultivation practice of mind and body based on 3 principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. It originally comes from China, and it was introduced to public by Mr. Li Hongji in 1992. Later on, it also got introduced to other countries, and currently it's practiced in more than 70 countries by more than 100 million people. It's very good for health and peace of mind. It has 5 set of exercises which people can learn very easily. And it also has a main book, which is called John Falun, which is available in more than 30 languages. So Falun Gong or Falun Dafa, it's practiced freely all around the world. People can come out in the public and practice in the parks and everywhere. But it's quite unfortunate that in China itself, since 1999, the Communist Party banned it for some reasons. And now people in China can only practice it privately in the house. But it's practiced everywhere freely in the other countries. and everyone can learn about it by themselves just by visiting the website falundafa.org and faluninfo.net. I got to know about Falun Gong just a few days before my 18th birthday because my father actually practices Falun Gong as well. He got to know about it in 2007 back in Iran, and he introduced it to me then, but I was pretty young back in 2007 and I didn't show much interest in wanting to learn it. So time passed by, and then in 2011, just a few days before my 18th birthday, it was my summer vacation after I finished my high school, and I started reading the book John Falun, and I found it really nice. It gave me an insight into the world, the universe, why we're here, and it really answered a lot of my questions. So that's when I was like, oh, this is something really nice, and I like to practice it. So that's when I started to practice Falun Gong. Falun Gong has got really many health benefits. There are thousands of stories of people around the world who even had incurable diseases. And when they started to practice Falun Gong, all their diseases were gone. But it's not only about the movements, the 5 set of exercises, it's also about cultivating your mind, your heart, and following those 3 principles of truth, compassion, and forbearance. And that's when it all works together and it gives you a healthy body, because we believe that when our body becomes sick, it's because our mind is not healthy.
Hablando de técnica, vamos a hacer el momento de relajación, ¿le parece? Venga, estamos con la Meilin, que vamos a...
Quiere decir que mostramos justamente, también digo, con este instrumento clásico chino, porque nuestra asociación, que es la Asociación de Falun Dafa, también tiene la misión de revivir los valores.
Falun Dafa, cuéntale a la gente...
cultura tradicional china, por eso también hacemos mucho que tiene que ver con eso. Entonces, por eso me lo trajimos a Diego, acá, hoy.
Cuéntele a la gente que está allí en su casa, usted que se está incorporando a Noches Mías, usted que nos está siguiendo desde las 12 y hasta las 5 de la mañana, vamos a hacer
Vamos a hacer el tercer ejercicio.
El tercer ejercicio de relajación.
Sí, buenísimo.
Meilin.
¿La música ¿estamos arriba o no?
Música. Con la pipa, ¿quiere que hagamos con la pipa?
Ahí, mira, ya estamos.
Yo prefiero con la pipa, ¿no le molesta a usted?
No sé si va a poder, no.
Bueno, está bien. No hagamos ruido con la gracia, con la cuchara.
Tiene que ser nuestra música.
A ver.
Ok. Sí. Empezamos otra vez con...
El hombre pone la mano izquierda sobre la mano derecha como sosteniendo algo en el centro del cuerpo, una esfera,
un
¿no?
poco abajo del ombligo.
Sí.
Ahí. ¿Y dónde estamos?
Ahí. No, póngase de frente a la cámara. Ahí yo aquí, yo lo sigo a usted.
Y Hershey.
¿Qué?
Hershey. Este es Hershey.
Hershey.
Yo empiezo con derecha, pero tú con izquierda. Hombro izquierda para arriba, ahí.
Sí.
Y las manos enfrente del cuerpo.
Sí.
Pero sin tocar.
¿Estos ejercicios para qué funcionan?
Esto... acá uno tiene que pensar que está como alineado con los cielos, ¿no? Sí. De abajo para arriba. Entonces tus ojos es como un tubo muy largo.
¿Es para mantener el equilibrio? ¿Es para ir a descansar? ¿Para qué?
No, son todos ejercicios que de veras como cambian también. Nosotros queremos que cambien tu cuerpo internamente.
Me siento como una marioneta que me están tirando tipo Pinocho, ¿bien? Pero bueno, yo lo sigo. Usted no se desconcentre ni se ría, porque después hace cosas que yo no puedo seguirla. Entonces, vamos aquí.
Son todos ejercicios que son muy simples, muy suaves y lentos, pero de veras hacen, tú vas a sentir un cambio.
¿Cuántas veces hay que hacerlos al día, recomienda Meilin?
Normalmente los 5 ejercicios juntos, incluyendo la meditación, son 2 horas.
2 horas.
Sí, pero no hay que hacer todo, porque yo tampoco tengo tanto tiempo a veces de hacer todo, entonces trato de hacer lo que puedo.
A Meilin te la van a guardar sin ningún problema. Apertura de hombros a la altura de los pies, ¿no?
Sí, yo me...
Bueno.
Y ahora lo mismo con las 2 manos abajo.
Sí.
Y subimos.
Sí.
Ujú.
Sí.
Y trata de no tocar ni tus manos ni tu cuerpo ahí. Sí.
Tengo que fluir, como en una esfera,
sí.
¿no?
Mira, tus manos mirando tu cuerpo, ahí.
Mis manos
Bien.
mirando.
Y para abajo.
¿Y la mirada? ¿Yo sigo la mirada, el movimiento de las manos o no?
Sí, nuevamente estás con ojos cerrados, pero bueno, mientras estás aprendiendo puedes mirar, ¿no?
2 horas diarias, dice usted. Bueno,
No, este es un ejercicio que tarda 10 minutos, pero los 5 juntos.
10 minutos haciendo todo esto el tiempo. Sí.
Sí, 3 veces esto.
Bueno, no me diga así como, bueno,
Sí,
Roberto, no preguntes
pero
semejante cosa.
te digo que una vez que los haces vas a sentir la diferencia. Y también después los extrañas si no los haces.
Bien, ¿y ahora?
Sí,
O sea que te voy a extrañar mucho, Maylin.
Vas a extrañar los ejercicios.
Sí. ¿Y ahora qué hago, Maylin?
Bueno, al final
Sí.
bajas
Sí.
y después haces... si tú, mano de izquierda abajo para el hombre y te haces 4 veces, ahí, haces como una...
Como 2 circunferencias de los anillos olímpicos que se enriedan, ¿no?
Y terminas con Jane.
Ahí, aprendí, mira, acá. Saquen el grafo, muchachos. Ahí está, perdón. Ahí está.
Ahí.
Como sosteniendo algo muy importante, ¿no? Que es la energía de uno mismo.
Sí, sí. Esto Falun Dafa es muy especial porque hace muchos cambios dentro de tu cuerpo y es muy profundo, pero uno no piensa tanto en lo que está pasando.
Uno se deja ir.
No, tú estás ahí presente, pero no pensás en tu respiración, tratás de no pensar nada, solo haces los movimientos de mano y eso ya como es suficiente.
¿Qué otro movimiento podemos aprender?
Podemos aprender el cuarto, si querés. Hacemos
bueno, con esa cara que me hicimos diciendo, bueno, Roberto, a ver. ¿Qué me está diciendo?
4.
El 4.
Sí. Ahí, empezá otra vez. Ahí. Y bueno, me vas así. Eso hay que bajar. Así ya te...
Me pongo más aquí, lejos suyo. Ustedes hagan todo eso, ¿eh? Vamos, que estén ahí.
Sí, sería bueno si todos vengan.
Vengan acá, vamos a hacer el Falun Dafa todos juntos, por favor. Falun Dafa, viene el Chichero, viene Gastón, viene Nacho.
Muy bien.
Acá.
Es más difícil para hacer ahora, pobrecitos. Ok, número 4. Joshe. Este es Joshe. Ahí, bajamos.
Guarda,
y esto, las manos alrededor de los...
Usted puede ir con esos pantalones, con esas calzas que tiene. Tipo calza, vamos de vuelta.
Y acá tenemos que subir.
Me quedé quieto, vamos de vuelta entonces, vamos de vuelta.
Esto es más difícil, está hecho de todos, pero es más difícil.
¿Nos podemos tocar entre nosotros? No, ¿no?
No, mejor no. Ahí.
No. Uy, esto se complicó.
Sí, por eso es más complicado.
Estamos como amontonados, parecemos mexicanos dentro de una red.
Yo voy para enfrente. Ahí.
Es como, ¿qué cosechamos acá?
Es toda energía interna. Acá haces un puño, pero no muy cerrado.
Haga una cosa, ¿usted parece frente a nosotros? No, ¿usted parece aquí al costado? No. Venga, yo la dirijo. Como si fuera una kokeshi, una muñeca japonesa, chinita, que se vuelta ahí, y usted nos dirige y nos va a decir quién es el que lo hace bien y quién no.
Ok,
a ver,
era así, ¿no?
Somos sus alumnos.
Mano izquierda, hombre arriba.
Sí.
Perfecto. Acá cerramos los dos.
Hombre, dijo. Así está bien.
Chichero.
Así no, ¿qué estás teniendo? ¿Una canasta, chichero?
No.
No, así no, así, chichero.
Pero tú ahí, muy bien. Ahí.
Izquierda, muy bien. Ahí.
Ok. Este es el Hush.
¿Cómo qué?
Hush se llama.
Repítalo.
Hush.
Diga.
Hush.
No.
Hush. Muy bien.
Hush. A ver.
José.
No, José no.
Hush.
A ver.
José. Nacho, qué
José.
Ok, bien.
Diga José. Bueno, tenemos el parlante, muy bien. Vamos.
Ok, así, y ahora bajamos.
¿Y ahora qué hacemos?
Y esto hay que como las manos alrededor, de las piernas para atrás.
Como buscando cangrejos, ¿no? Una cosa así.
Sin tocar tus piernas, tratando de tocarte. Acá haces un puño con las manos. Y ahí, acá abrís, muy bien.
¿Qué haces, Nacho? Se lava las manos, Nacho.
No está tan mal.
Como Goku.
Bastante bien, sí. Acá atrás abren y sobre la cabeza otra vez. Y otra vez, eso hacemos 9 veces.
¿Cuántas veces hacemos? 9
veces.
Bueno, ahí estamos recogiendo fruta.
Está recogido. Tú no te quedes ahí, tienes que seguir para arriba. Ahí.
Muy bien, otro ejercicio para aprender.
Sí.
Ya lo tenemos.
Este era el número 4.
Me peino,
9 veces.
me agacho y me despeino. Ahora.
Pero ya alrededor de tu cuerpo, haces el puño.
Califíquenos. Primero va el chichero. A ver, vos primero.
Siempre yo primero.
A ver. No, ¿qué se pone? La cámara la tiene enfrente. No aprende todavía.
¿El chichero sí?
Ahí está, va.
Sí.
Sí, con el chichero. Usted nos califica.
Bueno, sí. Vamos.
Él está buscando ahí.
Para atrás, atrás de tus piernas. Y no te toques. Ahí.
No, no te toques. Chile te estás tocando, Chichi.
Sí, acá.
Sí.
Ahí, como, muy bien.
Sí. Muy bien.
Ok, está bien.
Está bien.
Está bien, está bien.
Gracias.
Puede ser mejor, pero está bien.
Puede ser mejor.
Para
Vamos con el
primera vez
gastoncito.
está bien, está bien.
No, usted se para ahí. No, ahí.
Bueno, está bien.
Claro.
Bueno,
Se vamos.
ahí vamos.
¿Sí?
Estamos haciendo Falun Dafa.
Falun Dafa.
Ahí está.
Mucho mejor, muy bien.
Se puede hacer y todo con la calza que tiene.
Perfecto. Ahí, sí.
Ahí le pifié un poquito,
sí, ahí un poquito. Parece es difícil. Ahí, perfecto. Ahí.
Ay,
muy
parece
bien.
el maestro
Para
Yoda,
atrás,
mira.
acá abrís y sobre tu cabeza. Perfecto.
Bien.
Muy bien.
Ahora en su casa, si usted tiene ganas de hacer Falun Dafa con la señora Milin, apréndalo. Ahora me toca a mí. Voy a hacer el Falun Dafa.
Ok,
Bueno.
Robert, ¿recuerdas Hershey? Bajamos.
Bajamos.
Y acuérdate, alrededor de tus piernas, atrás. No.
Está remando. Revolviendo, Robert.
¿Qué hago?
Atrás de tus piernas.
¿A qué? Atrás.
Ahí. Pero y manos mirando tu cuerpo. Mirando tu cuerpo se ven tus manos.
Ahí.
Y acá haces ese puño.
Puño.
Abrís.
Abro.
¿Quedas ahí?
Sí.
Muy bien. Ay, quédate para atrás.
Mira, me
sí,
salió.
casi. Ok.
Y ahora busco la fruta.
Tienes que recoger energía.
Ay, se me cayó algo. Bueno, perdón. Ahora vos, Nachito. Bueno,
a ver, Nacho.
El hombre que calza 45. Bueno, vamos a ver. A ver.
Nacho,
José, que una flor ahí, qué linda. Uy, este está pescando, mal.
Siempre mano mirando tu cuerpo, no para afuera. Ahí.
Parece un Dragon Ball Z.
Muy bien, Nacho. Igual.
Un Nacho,
bien,
mirá, Nacho.
Pero Nacho ya miró los cuatro de ustedes antes, por eso, ¿no?
Muy bien, Nacho,
Está
por
bien,
acá.
muy bien.
¿Otro más? ¿Nos le pedimos?
La meditación.
La meditación, bueno, póngase adelante, es nuestra maestra de meditación. Les quiero contar a ustedes en su casa que Meilín va a venir cada 15 días a traernos, bueno, sí, lo tengo que decir, no te asustes, ejercicios de meditación. Venga acá con nosotros. Usted, que lo veo ahí
voy a
paradito.
buscar la
¿Qué va a buscar?
colchoneta chiquita, porque acá
una
estamos sobre el piso.
colchoneta. Bueno. En la meditación Falun Dafa, ¿quién nos va a tocar, muchachos?
Se llama la danza de la tribu Yi.
¿La qué?
La danza de la tribu Yi.
La danza de la tribu Yi. Acá tenemos la tribu Yi, nosotros también.
Brady.
No, va a tocar acá el señor de Santiago del Estero. Es muy sedante la música, ¿no? Sí. Una maravilla, muy bien. ¡Qué bien! Lo felicito, porque le sale del alma la música, en serio, de veras, usted no toca la pipa, la acaricia, es como parte de su cuerpo, en serio, se lo quiero decir. ¿Vieron cómo le tiembla la mano?
Sí,
Es increíble. Vení, Meilín. Hoy viene Meilín con la colchoneta, vos primero.
Yo, bueno, voy a ver si yo puedo hacerlo porque estoy con vestido,
No, yo no puedo.
pero...
No, yo tampoco.
¿Quién se va a
estoy
sentar
bien.
conmigo acá?
Bueno, yo me siento con
el mono.
No me siento yo, no pasa nada. Bueno, vamos a hacer...
Igual se puede con este, ¿verdad?
No,
Pero él puede.
Nos sentamos a
Robert
hacer...
puede también.
Vamos a hacer meditación.
Falun
Dafa.
La gente lo quiere ver a Robert.
Ok. Robert, ¿tú ya practicaste la otra vez conmigo?
No, sí, pero los zapatos no me los voy a sacar.
Bueno.
No corresponde.
Ay, no sé cómo voy a hacer con este vestido,
No se
pero
ve
vamos
nada,
a ver.
No, le pido a Meilín. Quiero hacer las 4 de la mañana. Muy bien, vamos a hacer meditación Falun Dafa.
Si filmar, Robert. muy bien.
Tengo que mandar la... no,
Ay.
hoy estoy atrapado, hoy no puedo.
Entonces nos quedamos así, está
Sí,
bien.
dale, vamos,
Porque es
vamos.
sin la pierna. Normalmente cada vez que se el doble loto.
La flor de loto.
Doble loto. se llama.
Doble loto.
Sí. Pero bueno, no sabe mucho porque estoy con
No se ve
vestido,
nada,
pero
no vas a levitar, ¿no? No me vas a asustar, me vas a
no te
infarto.
preocupes. Okay.
A ver tus zapatitos, tráemelo.
Mira.
Es lo que son los zapatitos de Meilín, parecen de una Barbie, mira, la Barbie china. Mira qué lindísimo allí. Los zapatos con taco chino de raso bordados. Qué lindo. Vamos a hacer la Falun Dafa, que es la meditación. Y póngalo allí en el graph, por favor. Bien. ¿Qué hago?
Otra vez.
¿Quién habla ahí? ¿Quién es?
Ese es nuestro maestro.
¿Estamos rezándole a Buda de esta forma?
No, te está hablando un poco como qué haces, como no te tratas de relajar, espalda derecha, otra vez lengua, pero relajado todo, ¿no?
Bien.
Y tratas de no pensar, cerras tus ojos, pero igual tú tienes que abrirlo porque tienes que ver cómo lo que
Tenemos
hago.
3 minutos hasta las 4 de la mañana, así que...
Perfecto.
Bien.
El Rangsho Jain, ese es el Jain.
Sí.
Buenísimo.
Sí.
Ok, entonces subimos.
Sí.
Así.
Sí.
Muy bien. Acá te quedas.
No sé por qué se me vino a mi mente María Muchastegui.
Y bueno, yo soy mujer, tú tienes que ser al revés que yo. Así que creo que tú tienes que poner...
A la izquierda.
No, pero no, al revés, sí.
Ahí.
Tu mano derecha arriba. No,
Derecha ahí.
No, sí, como yo, pero al revés.
A ver, ahí. No, ahí.
Ahí, perfecto.
Bien.
Y
como sosteniendo algo, ¿no?
sí,
Siempre.
entonces, perfecto. Entonces, bueno, no, quédate ahí. Tu mano derecha así y
Sí.
esta para atrás. Muy bien.
Ajá.
Ok. Y ahora bajas. Ajá,
Sí.
bien.
Bien.
Y ahora una baja sonrisa y acá las dos palmas para adentro. Muy bien, muy bien.
Sí.
Perfecto. Y bajas otra vez.
¿Bajo otra vez?
Sí.
Sí.
Así, al revés.
Al revés,
Perfecto.
estaba bien ahí.
Muy bien. Y ahora abrís los
Ahora.
brazos
Sí.
y te quedas así.
Sí.
Bien. Y un poco ahí.
Ahí está, sí.
Está bien.
Muy bien. Ahí.
Sí. Y la mano después del otro es siempre así.
A ver, ¿cómo, la mano en posición de flor de loto,
Sí.
¿cómo sería?
Así sería. El dedo de medio un poco adentro y
¿Y el pulgar?
así, sí. Y un poco más relajado. No
tenso.
No tenso, no, sí.
Estos ejercicios, como me decís, usted me dice, Maylin, que se pueden hacer en cualquier momento del día, a la mañana, a la noche.
Cualquier momento.
Me siento aquí, yo, por ejemplo, ahora que llego a mi casa, tengo ganas de dormir, hago esta meditación Falun Dafa con sus indicaciones, ¿sí?
Sí, así, y te quedas así un rato. Nuevamente se puede hacer hasta 1 hora, puede ser también media hora, puede ser menos, 15 minutos.
¿Música de fondo no es necesario?
No es necesario.
Bien.
Ayuda un poco, pero no es necesario. Y tratas de no pensar en nada, no es fácil, pero bueno, uno trata de no pensar en nada,
Muy
pero
bien.
no se duerme tampoco.
Muy bien. Bárbaro. Bueno.
Y si uno se queda un tiempito,
sí.
Y después, ¿te acordás? Tú tienes que poner la mano a izquierda arriba.
Hagamos una cosa, ¿le parece? Mientras yo la sigo a usted y seguimos meditando la Falun Dafa, vamos a la ciudad de Buenos Aires a ver qué está sucediendo allí. Son las 4 de la mañana, porque ya viene el momento de los títulos. Pero, mientras tanto, allí en la ciudad de Buenos Aires, mientras meditamos, la gente se está levantando para ir a trabajar. Usted sabe, nos sigue a nosotros. Y de esta manera, con esta música oriental, esta música que viene de este lugar llamado China, junto con Maylin, vamos a darle cada 15 días, clases de meditación. ¿Le parece? Maylin se me durmió. Qué lindo,
perfecto.
muy bien.
No estoy
La noche me
dormida.
confunde, noche es mía. Vamos a ver.
Menos en noches mías.
Muy bien.
Y 17, aquí estamos en la noche en vivo hasta las 6 de la mañana con muchísimo programa por delante, casi 3 horas para compartir todos juntos esta madrugada en toda la República Argentina a través de la pantalla de C5N con mi compañera Flor Ventura, pero llegó el momento de relajarnos y para eso estamos con los chicos del Falun Dafa, una técnica de meditación china, y nos visitan Andrés, Juan y Mercedes. ¿Cómo están, chicos? Primero lo que queremos preguntar, ¿qué es el Falun Dafa? Si nos pueden explicar.
Bueno, Falun Dafa es una disciplina de meditación milenaria de origen chino que se practica en más de 114 países y tiene la particularidad que se enseña gratuitamente y consta de 5 ejercicios de meditación y está basado en 3 principios que es verdad, benevolencia y tolerancia. Se busca tanto cultivar el cuerpo como la mente. Y es dentro de la categoría que se llama Qigong, todas las disciplinas que trabajan con la energía del cuerpo. Y es muy fácil de aprender. Después, si quieren, podemos hacer en vivo el primer ejercicio.
Vamos a hacerlo.
Se practica en los parques.
Se practica en los parques, al aire libre.
Al aire libre, exactamente. De manera libre, abierta, gratuito, uno tiene que ir y...
Estamos viendo algunas imágenes.
Aprender, son 5 ejercicios muy fáciles.
¿Y cuánto tiempo aproximadamente? Porque viste que está siempre el pensamiento de uno que dice, voy a meditar, bueno, pero tengo que estar 1 hora intentando concentrarme con mi ser, y como que ya te hacía antes de empezar, viste, que es lo que nos pasa. Yo a veces quiero que...
A mí me cuesta mucho por una cuestión de no sé, estoy muy occidentalizado. Esta cosa de vivir al palo, a mí todo el tiempo, me cuesta mucho. Cuando me hablan de meditar, ya como que me genera, esto con todo respeto lo digo, me genera un poco, no es rechazo, pero sino como
No, pero
que me estresa.
hasta que lo probás, porque una vez que lo probás, ves que te sentís mejor. Pero ahora lo que yo pregunto, ¿cuánto tiempo aproximadamente, como mínimo, uno puede sentarse? Viste, no tenés mucho tiempo, tenés un rato. ¿Cuánto es como mínimo el tiempo que uno puede sentar para poder lograr la meditación?
A veces estás 15 minutos, 10 minutos y ya sentís una diferencia, ¿no? La cuestión de energética y la cuestión mental es como que vos sentís que la mente se te limpia de muchos pensamientos. Uno viene pensando qué tenés que hacer el mediodía, con el trabajo, cosas así, vos te sentás y en un momento vos sentís como que se te empieza a aclarar la mente, ¿no?
Claro, el tema es cuál es la receta, ¿no? Porque si yo me siento, cierro los
si la
ojos,
supiéramos.
me pongo en pose de, y intento poner la mente en blanco. Tengo un montón de cosas en mi cabeza de las cuales estoy pensando y que no puedo despejar.
Y bueno, porque esta práctica tiene una guía que es la enseñanza, que uno puede bajar los libros que te guían cómo hacer la práctica de la cultivación mental y bueno, eso es lo que también ayuda, cómo mejorar interiormente y eso repercute en la mente.
Nace en China, pero en China hoy por hoy está prohibida esta práctica.
Tiene
¿Por qué?
esta particularidad, sí.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasó?
A partir del año 1999, en realidad la disciplina se da a conocer, un maestro, la da a conocer en el año 1992 y llegando al año 1999 había más de 100 millones de personas practicando.
En todo el mundo.
Sí, básicamente en China.
En China 100 millones de personas.
Sí, una gran.
Impresionante.
Es uno de cada 13 chinos que estaba haciendo esto, ¿no? En los parques, en todos lados. Sí. Y bueno, si bien acá uno ve a la gente meditando y piensa que es algo normal, en China era algo masivo y ahí como de hace 60 años tienen una dictadura comunista que no permite ningún tipo de libertad de expresión, como acá conocemos el tema de Tíbet o lo que pasó en la masacre de Tiananmen en el año 89. Esto como el grupo más perseguido en la actualidad en China, ¿no? Y los mandan a campo de trabajo forzado y lo más grave.
Por hacer algo que es para un bien
bueno,
personal.
No, bueno, pero eso es una cuestión política, geopolítica.
Claro,
es un Estado comunista que no permite la libertad de expresión.
Y por ejemplo, en general, en el mundo entero, en los países en los que se practica la meditación, ¿quiénes practican más meditación, mujeres o hombres?
Es bastante variado, incluso de todas las edades.
Porque veo más algo como de la mujer por ahí.
Eso es el pensamiento que uno tiene, ¿viste?
Claro.
Porque cuando uno va a hacer, no sé...
Eso es un pensamiento sexista de Florencia.
Exactamente.
Igual,
no, pero yo me imagino, digo, vos vas, he ido de hecho a lugares donde se practica meditación, yoga, no sé qué, y por lo general ves más cantidad
Eso
de
te iba a decir,
mujeres
muchas
que
veces se da esa situación incluso...
Discúlpame, querido.
No, tal cual. Incluso
es verdad.
Lo que pasó en China, que por ejemplo este tipo de prácticas, como el tai chi y demás, lo hacía gente jubilado grande, digamos. Claro. Y en cambio de esto empezó a ser gente de todas las edades, en las universidades, del ejército, en todos lados.
¿Y por qué pegó tanto? O sea, vos me hablas de 100 millones de personas practicando una disciplina de meditación en un país que si bien tiene una gran cantidad de habitantes, es un número muy importante de la población. Me decías,
uno de cada 13
sí. Es casi un 10% de todo un gran país. ¿Por qué pegó tanto esta disciplina?
Y justamente porque además de ser una práctica que es de ejercicios físicos que cultiva el cuerpo, lo más importante, que les decía el tema de los libros, la enseñanza, es una enseñanza que está profundamente arraigada en la cultura tradicional china. Son 5.000 años de cultura, ¿no? Esa cuestión de mejorarse como persona, seguir principios morales, y eso es parte de los 5.000 años de la cultura china. Ellos han tenido muchos sabios como el Confucio, el Lao Tse, ¿no? Que muchas veces uno ve en Facebook esa frase que todo el mundo comparte. Eso como algo esencial de la cultura china y que es la parte espiritual. Y eso fue lo que atacó el régimen comunista en los últimos 60 años.
¿Por qué cuando hablamos, le pregunto a los tres, de las culturas orientales, siempre como me da la sensación que es superadora en cuanto a esto de relajarse, de conectarse con uno mismo, a lo que nosotros podemos estar acostumbrados? Cuando digo Occidente, bueno, en este caso me refiero a la Argentina, ¿no? Sí, pero porque parece la posición...
Ya ves la actitud de la gente de Occidente y tienen como una actitud mucho más relajada.
Pero tienen una posición superadora. O por lo menos uno lo piensa así, ¿no? Sí, como que es una posición más relajada, que se conectan de otra manera.
Sí, es como que incluye también, no solamente uno acá está acostumbrado, voy a hacer ejercicios, algo de correr, ¿no? Y esto como otra visión de la cuestión de la energética y demás. Y eso después repercute exactamente en la vida cotidiana de uno cuando uno aplica los principios, ¿no? De cómo mejorarse como persona.
Sí, porque te digo, parece que no cuando uno por ahí nunca lo practicó, pero a mí me pasó en un momento que estaba
¿Vos meditaste alguna vez, Florcita Aventura?
A mí me pasó que tuve un año en el que estaba medio así loca como un plumero, que se me disparaban las
cosas. ¿Qué fue, este año o estamos hablando de...?
No, Diego, ya pasaron, estoy re tranquila, ¿no me ves?
Sí, estamos re tranquilos, me quedo mejor.
En un momento tuve un año, viste, que uno de repente tiene periodos que está medio loco. Bueno, me pasó que estaba loquísima. Y bueno, empecé a implementar el tema de la meditación y todos los días, religiosamente, antes de salir a trabajar, me sentaba a meditar por lo menos media hora, 45 minutos y te juro por Dios, te cambia el día.
¿Puede ser autodidacta? O tenemos,
Sí.
o sea, hay, en este caso, bueno, el caso de Flor es autodidacta, pero digo, esta disciplina
Yo
en
agarraba igual
particular.
buscaba en YouTube.
Sí.
Buscabas en YouTube diferentes meditaciones y podés hacerlo.
Por una parte está el libro, ¿eh? Vos te bajás el libro, empezás a leer en tu casa, tranquilo, y la parte de los ejercicios también la podés aprender bajándolos de la página web gratuito. Entonces,
sí.
tiene esa parte de que es de uno mismo, que uno debe como autodisciplinarse,
O hasta mismo,
siguiendo
sí.
autodidacta, ¿no es cierto? Tenés todo ahí disponible.
Claro. Vos, ¿cómo empezaron? Me gustaría, o sea, Ventura se bajaba de internet.
Sí,
y
o hasta
empezó...
mismo, perdón, puedo agregar una cosa.
Sí.
Mi mamá me mandaba, que mi mamá está muy metida en el tema de las energías, de la meditación, todo, me mandaba a ella meditaciones, digamos, como si fuera una canción, pero bueno, la meditación, digamos, hablada. Entonces eso es aún más fácil, porque vos te pones los auriculares o lo pones en el auto y vas siguiendo directamente, vas concentrando en la guía, digamos, que te hacen, y ahí como que es más fácil, es más sencillo.
Esto justamente es igual. Tiene...
¿Ustedes cómo se acercaron?
Yo, por ejemplo, hace 10 años que practico y una vez estaba en la Feria del Libro acá en Buenos Aires, yo soy de Rosario, y vine unos días de visita y fui a conocer la Feria del Libro y había un stand que estaban presentando el libro de Falun Dafa, ¿no?
Sí.
Agarré un volante y vi una gente meditando, me pareció algo raro, entonces, viste, me volví de vuelta a mi casa y agarré el volante. Y cuando estaba de vuelta en Rosario bajé los libros y empecé por mi cuenta, bien de qué se trataba, y ahí como que me atrajo.
Sí.
¿Vos 10 años, vos?
No, yo hace casi 5 va a ser.
Bien.
Sí, yo también casi sí.
Te quiero preguntar dos cosas. Primero, ¿qué se siente en el cuerpo y cómo mejora la calidad de vida? Porque me parece que de eso se trata un poco. Todos queremos tener una vida, mejorar nuestra calidad de vida, y eso no implica ganar más dinero, irse más veces a vacaciones. Me
Sí,
parece
pero todos
que
queremos
es en
tener
el
una
día a
mejor
día.
vida, pero no todos trabajamos para tenerla.
Por eso, ¿cómo practicando el Falun Dafa podemos tener una mejor calidad de vida?
Y básicamente...
Mirá que acá te está mirando muchísima gente,
No, sí, claro.
y es importante, porque mucha gente por ahí necesita tener una mejor calidad de vida.
La clave en esto está en la disciplina, está en la parte de la enseñanza, y cuando uno empieza a mejorarse uno internamente, siguiendo básicamente estos principios de verdad, benevolencia y tolerancia, empieza a hacerse más fácil todo, ¿no es cierto? Los problemas por ahí dejan de ser problemas y son como oportunidades para uno mejorarse, elevarse, porque tiene que ver siempre con uno.
¿Puedo encontrar el nirvana?
No se habla de nirvana, por ejemplo.
Acá
no se habla de nirvana, pero sí...
¿Tiene conexión con otra...?
Es de la escuela Buda, justamente, una disciplina.
Sí. Entonces, cuando uno empieza a limpiarse por dentro y a elevarse como moralmente hablando, cuando uno hace los ejercicios, llega a estados más tranquilos. Y básicamente cuando uno cambia esa energía, el entorno empieza a cambiar también.
Totalmente.
O sea, repercute en el todo, digamos. Empieza por uno. Hablábamos de que las practican más las mujeres. Acá tenemos una representante. ¿En qué te cambió a vos la vida, Mercedes, practicar el Falun Dafa?
Bueno, principalmente el tema físico, digamos, de la salud. Antes de practicar tenía muchos, no sé, dolores de cintura, varias cosas, tendinitis. Y bueno, empecé a practicar y todas esas cosas fueron desapareciendo.
Pero yo me pregunto siempre, ¿de qué manera puede llegar a repercutir una meditación o todo lo que respecta en cuestiones físicas? A eso voy. Porque uno piensa, no sé, en cuestiones de alma, de sentimientos, de personalidad, obvio que te puede modificar, pero en cuestión física, ¿cómo es?
En la medicina china,
¿Adelgazás?
digamos...
Porque a mí no vendría bien.
No sé.
No, digo, vos tenés que ir al gimnasio, yo te dije.
No sé, pero-
Te llevas la Radnos y te vas a correr.
Pero no puedo. Perfecto.
La medicina china dice que cuando los canales de energía se tapan es cuando se producen dolores o infecciones o todo ese tipo de cosas. Entonces, los ejercicios ayudan a destapar los canales de energía, abrir los canales de energía, a relajarse. Entonces, todas esas cosas que a lo mejor, no sé, una tendinitis es un nervio que está apretado desaparecen. Entonces,
eso para a través de
claro,
mucha
de
meditación,
la
de mucho
meditación,
relajamiento.
de los ejercicios.
¿Y vos, por ejemplo, meditas todos los días?
No, todos los días no.
¿Es una práctica diaria o se puede?
Uno tiene que tratar
Idealmente
de-
sí, pero uno lo va combinando
Con sus actividades.
Exacto.
Esto no quiere decir que, ¿sabes que a veces, por ejemplo, no sé, uno te cruzás por la calle, me he quedado charlando muchas veces con los chicos de los Krishna, y por ahí ellos cambian toda su vida, como que en un punto que no quiero decir esto, ni que está bien ni que está mal. Se aíslan un poco de la comunidad en la que vivimos todos y forman una comunidad más pequeña en la que viven ellos, como que están un poco aislados. No lo juzgo, pero por ahí es una práctica que me parece que tenés que dejar absolutamente toda tu vida y empezar a vivir otra, ni mejor ni peor, diferente. En este caso, este tipo de actividad, el Falun Dafa, ¿puede convivir con mi actividad actual?
Sí, justamente es una disciplina para cultivar en el mundo acá actual, que estamos uno va a la universidad, o está con la familia, el trabajo. Por eso uno está hecho para el mundo moderno de alguna manera, ¿no? Para adaptarlo a la vida cotidiana y demás.
O sea, puede convivir con mi vida en la Argentina con 4 laburos, yendo y viniendo, comiendo mal.
Ya que no es una vida que tiene como formalidad, como rituales, algo religioso, sino que busca el cambio interior de la persona, ¿no? Y entonces la parte clave es el tema de los libros, toda la parte filosófica, y la parte de los ejercicios como que va complementando todo eso. Pero eso lo vas metiendo como podés dentro de tu rutina, ¿no?
Igual lo que tiene, a mí me pasó en algún momento, yo tengo mi hermano Martín, que en un momento empezó a practicar mucho el tema de la meditación, empezó a ir a un grupo, no cuando lo haces solo, porque cuando lo haces solo es un momento íntimo tuyo y lo haces para vos y queda ahí, digamos, después salís a tu casa y haces tus cosas, pero cuando vos vas a practicar en un lugar, se forma como una especie
de comunidad.
Claro, de comunidad,
de
y que es como que va absorbiéndote un poco en algún punto, como que todo gira.
Pero por ahí no es en el caso de...
No, pero no particularmente en eso, pero cuando lo haces en grupo y
por
no
eso hablaba,
solo...
viste, de los cristales. Chicos, después tengo que darles un consejito y quiero practicar, hacer un ejercicio de meditación para que ustedes que vinieron de joda, se escabearon un poquito, se empiecen a relajar para eso tranquilo. ¿Les parece bien? Antes les quiero dar un consejo. ¿A quién no le gusta vivir mejor? Comprá lo que necesitas en 12 cuotas sin interés. Ropa, cosas para arreglar o decorar tu casa, una moto, un viaje. Ahora 12 sigue creciendo de la mano del Estado Nacional para que haya más consumo, más trabajo, más inversión y más producción. Entra en www.ahora12.gov.ar y busca comercios adheridos. Mirá el spot.
Comprar en 12 cuotas sin interés. ¿A quién no le gusta? Está bueno. Por eso en 2014, vos, yo, todos volvimos a comprar en 12 cuotas sin interés con tarjeta de crédito de la mano del Estado Nacional. ¿Y sabes qué? En 2015, ahora 12, sigue creciendo para que la industria se siga desarrollando, la inversión aumente, vos te puedas comprar lo que querés y para que haya más trabajo para todos los argentinos. Con Ahora 12 podés comprar un montón de cosas para la casa, para viajar, para vestirte, para descansar. Y en 2015 se suman nuevos rubros, útiles escolares, libros, anteojos para leer con receta, colchones. De la mano de Ahora 12 ya se realizaron 5 millones de operaciones y hay más de 110.000 comercios adheridos en todo el país. Ya sabes, vos podés comprar lo que quieras en 12 cuotas sin interés y el Estado te lo financia. Así, la actividad comercial e industrial también se favorecen. Busca el cartel identificatorio en los comercios adheridos, porque con consumo y producción, Argentina crece.
Un especial saludo a mi amigo Aldo Ramos, que está cumpliendo años, del staff de Ramos, ahí en Rosales 121, en Ramos Mejía, a Luquitas Leguizamón de Arte Pagano, Marcelo T. Alvear 2241, y a Maru Numa, que me peinó, a Realidad Aventura, al Make-up Angie Guaraz y Denise García.
Genial,
y le mando un saludo personal a mi amigo el Tecla, que tuvo un problemita cuando viajaba a Brasil, que está con la familia mirando. Le mando un saludo a mi amigo el Tecla. No me pregunte por qué le dicen el Tecla.
No le vamos a preguntar nada, pero le mandamos un beso grande a él y a toda la familia.
Bueno, nos vamos a meditar.
Ay, me encantó.
Podemos prestar atención en casa. ¿Se puede hacer telemediante? ¿Esto es?
Sí, incluso en la página web, que es falundafa.org, ahí están los videos que te explican paso por paso cómo hacerlo.
Es en vivo.
Sí.
Acá estamos en vivo.
Ahora lo hacemos en vivo.
Pido atención a la gente.
Sí.
Bueno, ¿quién empieza? Díganme ustedes.
Ponemos la cajita y...
¿Quiero decir algo? Voy a meditar por primera vez.
Buenísimo.
Yo no fui nunca a meditar.
Estarías debutando, Diego,
Estoy
como quien diría.
en el arte de la meditación.
¿Qué es esa
El
cajita?
primero. Ahí tenemos la música y los ejercicios.
La música. ¿Y podemos estar sentados, parados en el piso? ¿Cómo es?
Y parados mejor.
Vamos parados. Muy bien. Nos paramos. Tenemos música propia.
Sí. Nos separamos un poquito.
Nos separamos.
Este es el primer ejercicio.
Sí. Para que me separo. No me toques, Ventura, que voy a meditar. Yo ya estoy compenetrado. Voy a meditar,
El hombre opuesto a la mujer. Entonces,
dale bien, mucho volumen, ¿eh?
Vos ponete enfrentado a mí, entonces yo cuando hago así sería tu mano derecha.
Ok.
¿No? Y vos enfrentarte a ella así. Ahí.
Acá.
¿Así?
Ahí, ahí.
Ahí.
Perfecto.
Separamos los pies a la altura de los hombros.
Ahí.
Rodillas flexionadas.
Flexionadas.
Cuerpo relajado. La lengua va a pegar al paladar.
A paladar.
Diego no se puede quedar quieto.
Es mi primera vez.
Las manos así.
De derecha abajo del hombre.
Vamos subiendo.
Andamos.
Ahí. Estiro.
Estira todo el cuerpo.
Separo los brazos ahí. Relajo. Así. Los que están viendo ahí también. Derecha, la mujer arriba. Estiro.
Con la otra izquierda, la mujer arriba.
Estiro bien todo el cuerpo. Al costado. Cuando dice Chen, estiro.
Chen, estiro.
Y después relajo simultáneamente. Todo el cuerpo. Ahora para adelante. Este es el ejercicio que abre todos los canales de energía del cuerpo, ¿no?
Ahí va.
Ahí.
Es el primero y siempre se recomienda hacer primero este.
Son 4 ejercicios de parados y el quinto ejercicio de una meditación que se hace. Para atrás y estiro bien y relajo. Ahora para adelante, estiro.
Oye, ¿qué quiere decir?
Las manos superpuestas ahí.
La derecha por afuera del hombre. Eso, la izquierda la mujer. Ahí está.
Son bastante fáciles de aprender, uno puede verlo paso por paso.
Claro, cuando lo ves en un video hasta
Es
puedes
más claro.
seguirlo, digamos.
Exacto, sí.
Sí, esto para mí es como estar en el Bailando por un Sueño, no agarro una.
No.
Y la primera vez como...
La primera vez es difícil, ¿eh?
No, por eso te digo, para la gente que está mirando del otro lado, si lo quiere hacer en su casa, además de poder ver los videos del Chico Falun Dafa, con las meditaciones guiadas, está muy bueno porque es fácil, porque vos
Paso
te vas
por
concentrando
paso,
en lo que
exacto.
te dicen y vas siguiendo los pasos y nada más.
Me hablabas del quinto paso, las meditaciones. Sí. Para que la gente vea, podemos dar un...
¿No te sentís mejor, Diego?
¿La verdad?
Sí.
¿Querés que te diga la verdad?
Yo estoy re relajada.
Estoy como un poco tenso, tratando de seguir.
Y la primera vez, claro, estás pensando eso.
Y por ahí no, y esperando que sentir algo, pero no... O sea, perdóneme,
No,
nunca había meditado. O sea,
a mí
como
sí me relaja, yo siento algo como que entra mientras...
Pero vos tenés una cultura, tu vieja, tu hermano. Yo, sinceramente, me pongo en un lugar donde nadie meditó. Ni mi mamá, ni mi papá, ni mi hermano. Es mi primera vez y estaba más pendiente de los movimientos y ver si me pasaba algo. Es como la primera vez que vas a debutar a los 14, que no sentís nada. Al fútbol. Bueno, vamos a meditar.
¿Grabás?
Sí, ¿nos sentamos?
¿En el piso? ¿Nos puedo sacar los zapatos?
Yo tengo olor a pata, no me voy a sacar nada.
Yo no tengo olor a nada.
No sé qué media tengo, déjame tranquilo.
Siempre que uno va, nosotros nos separamos en 2 grupos y le explicamos a la gente desde cero. Entonces uno no tiene que tener un conocimiento previo, ¿no? Cuando va a la práctica. Por ejemplo, mañana a las 10 de la mañana en Barranca de Belgrano, ahí hacemos una práctica. Y también a las 10:30 en San Isidro, en la calle Dardo Rocha, que lo cierran. Ahí también se enseña.
La Mariana
gratis.
está meditando, por ejemplo, acá.
Me encantó.
Se puso a meditar directo. Bueno, nos ponemos posición de pies.
Sí,
me matás.
Se puede hacer canastita.
¿Cómo es la canastita?
No, así como estás.
¿Así está bien?
Sí. Si no, el simple loto que...
No, ese me mata.
Una arriba de la otra.
Simple loto no estoy en condiciones.
O el doble loto. Que uno llega de
Es gradual, ¿no?
Es gradual,
Paso a
claro.
paso.
Empecemos con el
Él
canastita.
agarra una pierna, se la pone acá, la otra ya está, nos hacemos un nudo. Bueno.
Bueno, ¿en qué consiste la meditación?
Y este ejercicio, al igual que los anteriores, uno busca tener la mente vacía, ¿no? Sin entrar en trance, pero que cualquier pensamiento que va pasando y uno no le presta atención, ¿no? Entonces uno va alcanzando un mayor nivel de tranquilidad. Y tiene sus propios movimientos como el primero, ¿no? Tiene toda una meditación guiada, ¿no? Que está con las pautas que va diciendo.
Perfecto.
Vamos a meditar, ¿eh? En vivo,
Acá también.
meditamos.
La mujer con la izquierda abajo, en forma de...
Y el hombre a la
se
derecha.
hace como un óvalo a la altura de la pancita. Después, eso, ahí está.
Ahí está.
Y hacemos un movimiento... Levantamos en un semicírculo. Ahora el hombre con la izquierda por afuera y la mujer con la derecha. Y la izquierda acá arriba, la derecha abajo. Se gira. Esa. Volvemos al centro. Eso.
Me confundí.
Volvemos. Ahora como yendo una bandejita hacia adelante. Eso. Ahí está. Volvemos al centro. Para adelante. Eso. Y ahora.
Para el costado.
Ya nos quedamos un ratito. Los hombros relajados, ¿eh?
Generalmente cuando se hace, por ejemplo, 1 hora de meditación, se hace las señales de manos, luego distintas posiciones, ¿no? Ahí están haciendo la primera posición, que por ejemplo sería casi 10 minutos en esta posición, ¿no?
10 minutos en esta posición.
Tenés que bajar los brazos ahí.
¿Te duelen los brazos?
La izquierda por arriba, haciendo un pilar entre el mentón y el abdomen. ¿Ah?
Pero hay distintas duraciones del ejercicio, ¿no? A veces puede ser 5.
Ahí. Eso. Y esta métela un poquito para adentro. Ahí está.
Ahí como que refuerza un pilar de energía, ¿no?
¿Es necesario tener los ojos cerrados en el momento de la meditación?
Ayuda a tenerlos cerrados.
Sí.
Pasa que tengo que seguirte el movimiento, si no...
Claro, cuando uno está aprendiendo está con los ojos abiertos.
Cambiamos, hacemos un semicírculo hacia adelante y subimos la otra. Sin tocar el cuerpo, ¿eh? Sin tocar el cuerpo.
Uno de los libros que pueden bajar gratis se llama Falun Gong y ahí está con imágenes cada paso de los ejercicios, ¿no? La distancia de los brazos y demás.
Pero por acá sí siento como que hay algo que me ha pasado, ¿no ves? Como que
sentí calor.
Sí.
Y energías.
Pero energía, como que distinto, siento como...
La que está arriba baja.
Y quedan de nuevo en la posición original.
Vuelve acá. Y acá hasta que se termina la música. Uno
puede durar
1 hora, media hora.
Muy bien, ¿eh? Ahí
termina.
Acá.
Eso.
O sea, muy bien, fuerte el aplauso.
Te digo.
Me gustó, ¿eh?
Yo te digo, si un día estás en tu casa, no tenés nada para hacer y querés sentirte mejor, está buenísimo, la verdad.
Está muy bien. Sinceramente, me cuesta, les vuelvo a decir lo que siempre pensé cuando hablamos, discutimos con mis amigos. Me cuesta encontrar el tiempo, me cuesta por mi personalidad, por ahí peco de ser muy ansioso.
No.
Me cuesta, sí, en serio.
Yo sé que sos inquieto.
Soy inquieto. Me cuesta mucho por ahí encontrar estos tiempos, ¿no? Pero bueno.
Sí, es poco a poco que uno va incorporando en su rutina diaria, ¿no?
Yo creo que lo mejor te haces media horita a la mañana antes de salir, te levantás media hora antes y ya está.
Totalmente.
9 minutos el ejercicio 1. El ejercicio 2 puede hacer que uno que dura 12 minutos.
Sí. ¿Cuánto te llevan en total?
Puedes hacer 2 horas de práctica, o puedes hacer 40 minutos, o puedes hacer un ejercicio.
Puede ser uno a la mañana, uno a la noche, uno a la tarde, cuando tenés un ratito, un recreo.
¿Te puedo preguntar, más allá de lo que practican, a qué se dedican? Más allá de esto.
Yo tengo el tema del mobiliario.
Ah, bien. Estoy
necesitando. O sea, trabajás en la inmobiliaria.
Sí, y colaboro con un periódico que se llama La Gran Época, que es especializado en China, que editamos, es un periódico sin censuras, que se reparte acá en Buenos Aires y hace casi 10 años, es bastante conocido, lagranépoca.com.
Mirá vos. Yo soy profesor de música, pero también me dedico soy agente inmobiliario.
Mirá vos, ¿hay algo en Palermo? Porque tengo que...
Sí, hay.
Y yo soy cocinera, chef. Me dedico, cocina taiwanesa.
¿Y qué cuando sus compañeros de laburo, o sea, no sé, se enteran de que practican el Falun Dafa, cómo es la recepción de la gente? Todavía somos un poco de mirarlo de reojo, uy, o ya lo aceptamos, es algo que ya empieza a convivir un poco la práctica de esta cultura.
Sí, la gente está buscando, obviamente se da cuenta. Nosotros, por ejemplo, estamos todos los sábados, todos los domingos en el barrio chino también, entregando material y hablándole a la gente, y vos ves la gente como en una búsqueda completa de este tema de las disciplinas orientales. Y también lo pasa con los amigos. Y...
En algún momento pensé que era una moda. ¿Viste? Viste que en un momento estaba como había miles. Pero me parece que ahora, después de que pasó ese furor de las 70 disciplinas, realmente es muy útil para hay gente que yo conocí a mí que está mejor y que por ahí tenía este problema de que era muy ansiosa, muy hiperkinética y que te relaja en serio.
Sí, yo creo que igual
es importante.
en aquel momento también se puso un poco de moda porque en ese momento también había como un malestar general por diferentes motivos, sea de sociedad, sea de, viste que hay unos momentos que nosotros nos sentimos mal, pero sabemos, charlas con tus amigos y también están mal, entonces creo que un montón de gente se volcó hacia la meditación como una alternativa para buscar estar mejor.
¿Ustedes por qué se volcaron a la meditación?
No, es como que a mí en mi caso me llegó en el momento que me tenía que llegar y punto, ¿no? O sea, más allá de lo social, lo que sea, siempre una búsqueda, pero bueno, a mí me llegó la enseñanza y yo empecé a practicar, no sabía nada de nada.
Y le pregunto para cerrar, para despedirnos, primero agradecerle, ¿en qué les cambió la vida? Porque uno cuando empieza este tipo de cosas, cambiar la vida es algo muy drástico.
Sí.
O sea, ¿en qué se las mejoró? Porque no creo que les haya cambiado la vida, pero sí probablemente en qué les mejoró la calidad de vida.
A mí lo que me atrajo principalmente al principio fue el tema de la enseñanza, ¿no? Como que respondió muchos interrogantes, muchas como preguntas filosóficas que tenía y a través de toda esta disciplina y los principios que enseñaba y un montón de cuestiones, entré más que todo por primero, como digamos, la parte teórica de esto, ¿no? Y después fui conociendo los ejercicios y demás.
A mí, más que nada, en el carácter.
¿Te tranquilizó?
Sí. Y ni hablar del tema físico, mental y la salud, pero el carácter es como un gran cambio.
Sí, a mí también el carácter. Yo soy, como vos decís, como inquieta, ansiosa y también me calmó mucho eso. Y bueno, también el tema de la salud que les contaba antes.
Cuando tenés un problema, viste que por ahí te agarran, o sea, que te querés resolver algo y que en ese momento no podés, o sea, no sé, y viste que te agarra como que empezás a caminar por tu habitación, por tu cuarto, ¿sirve en ese momento recurrir a este tipo de
justamente
terapia?
La enseñanza, por eso es bueno que uno leerla todos los días y tenerla presente todo el tiempo, porque ahí es donde está la llave, para cualquier tipo de situación. Entonces,
chicos, mañana, ¿dónde los pueden ir? O sea, mucha gente está mirando el programa, mucha gente por ahí los acaba de descubrir y puede ir mañana gratuitamente.
Sí. Siempre las prácticas son gratuitas, ¿no? Estamos mañana a las 10 de la mañana en Barranca de Belgrano, ahí en la Glorieta, donde se suele bailar tango, y a las 10:30 en Dardo Roche, en San Isidro. Y los sábados y domingos a la tarde solemos hacer actividades en Barrio Chino. Siempre que uno entra, apenas está Mendoza y Arribeños, hay una bandera que dice Falun Dafa es bueno. Y ahí siempre estamos entregando información, no solamente de Falun Dafa, de la práctica, sino también lo que pasa en China, que les comentábamos que esta práctica hace 15 años es perseguido. Y lo más grave es que estamos con una campaña que se llama Genocidio en China, que habla del tema de la sustracción de órganos a practicantes de Falun Dafa en China, ¿no? Se descubrió que hay una red de campo de exterminio que le sacan los órganos y la gente yendo a la página web que es genocidiochino.org puede firmar una petición que se envía a Naciones Unidas.
Mira, un corazón, $130.000, hígado, $98.000, córneas, $30.000, pulmones, $150.000, riñones, una locura. Esto es increíble hablar de eso.
Hicieron una investigación llamando a los hospitales en China, el ex secretario de Estado de Canadá hizo un equipo que llamaban haciéndose pasar por pacientes, ¿no? Y le decían, bueno, necesito un órgano, esto, lo otro, y le decían los médicos, está identificado el hospital, el médico, todo, que estaban ofreciendo órganos de practicantes de Falun Dafa. Que los tenían estando vivos, ¿no? Y después le sacan los órganos estando vivos para la venta. Es un genocidio y no se vio nunca en la historia de la humanidad.
Chicos, muy interesante. Muchas gracias a los tres por venir, impresionante. Nos vamos a una tanda, Florcita, y cuando volvemos,
¿qué tenemos?
Están los chicos de La Plata cruzando el charco. Impresionante.
Vamos a bailar un poco porque así levantamos un poco
pero
la arriba, estamos a las 6 de la mañana.
aparte, lo que suenan estos pibes. Acordate que banda revelación, en 3 años no nos da más bola.
Yo,
No nos da más bola.
si los chicos me permiten, me voy a meter entre la banda a bailar. Hoy tengo ganas de tirar unos pasos.
Opa, bueno.
Solo eso es.
No tengo
Solo
miedo
eso
cómo
es.
vas a volver de ahí. Tengo miedo, pues son muchos. Pero bueno, usted haga lo que quiera. Gracias, chicos. 13:48, estamos en vivo hasta las 6 de la mañana aquí en la pantalla del 5N. Y me siento, de acá desde 5N, perdón.
Meditado.
Me siento como relajado, me siento como
Sí.
que voy a volar, a levitar hasta el corte.
Momento de meditación, por favor. Música para recibirla a ella. Vino la semana pasada y dije, ¿por qué no? Vení de vuelta. La señora Maylin. Acá la tenemos. Maylin Clemens. Vamos, Maylin.
No sé quién.
Oh,
Ahora estaba rota.
¿Están hablando detrás? Gracias.
No, porque.
¿Cómo va? ¿Bien?
Sí, muy bien.
De repente aparecieron voces que no sabemos qué era. ¿Cómo le va?
Muy bien. Otra vez no pude venir porque estaba muy cansada del espectáculo.
Ah, sí, ¿cómo fue
Sí,
el espectáculo?
Es el mejor espectáculo del mundo, como ya lo dije la otra vez.
Sí.
Sí, así que eso. Tú lo perdiste.
Y bueno, no me fui de viaje, estuve en Miami una semana trabajando.
Es verdad, es
¿Qué tiene
verdad.
puesto? Que es divino lo que
Sí,
tiene puesto.
es un traje antiguo chino.
No es kimono,
No es un kimono, pero el kimono se inspira en este traje.
se incorpora.
Sí, porque eso es una dinastía Tang, que es una antigua, bueno, son de las dinastías antiguas chinas.
Sí.
Y mucho lo que es el kimono también se inspiró en esto. Así que por eso se ve un poquito como un kimono.
Dese una vuelta para mí con esa manga mariposa. Mire qué lindísimo. Qué bárbaro, qué lindo. Y una seda buenísima. Bueno, usted pertenece a la realeza china, ¿no? ¿Me he enterado por ahí? ¿Tiene algún ancestro chino?
Un poco razón tiene.
Yo la googleé a usted y me salió que pertenece a la alta alcurnia china.
La última dinastía, la dinastía Qing,
Sí.
dicen que mi abuelo sí tiene un poco que ver
Sí.
con eso. Sí.
Muy bien.
Sí, eso sí.
Quiero contarle a ustedes que la señorita está soltera, vivió muchos años en New York, vuelve a la Argentina, pero va y viene con este espectáculo y además nos va a enseñar a hacer el Falun Dafa. ¿Qué significa Falun Dafa?
Falun Dafa es una enseñanza espiritual de la
Sí.
escuela Buda que empezó en China, ahora se practica en todo el mundo. Es algo muy bueno.
Sí.
Hacemos ejercicios que mejoran la salud, pero también es algo muy profundo. Hay una parte espiritual
Espera que me estoy
de la
acercando.
escuela Buda. Y como lo hizo la otra vez también.
Me encantó.
sí,
Lo intenté hacer este fin de semana allí en las termas de Río Hondo, porque está el agua, está el circuito hídrico, que es buenísimo. Y después del masaje, que me hicieron un masaje genial, traté de memorizar los movimientos suyos, ¿no? Pero
¿Y el doble loto lo hiciste? ¿Lo pudiste
no,
hacer?
ese ni me acordé. Estaba tan...
Pero lo hiciste la primera vez.
Sí,
yo
pero
me asombré.
en su
Muy
casa,
bien.
muchas gracias. En su casa, si usted tiene ganas de meditar, sígala a Maylin. Estos momentos de meditación, ¿en qué horario tienen que ser?
No, puede ser en cualquier horario. Falun Dafa es muy bueno porque es algo que se puede hacer.
Falun Dafa.
Falun Dafa.
¿Qué significa?
Que significa, Falun es la gran ley y Dafa, Falun es la gran rueda y Dafa es la gran ley. Entonces, como es la gran ley de la rueda. Es un nombre de esta enseñanza espiritual de la escuela Buda. Y bueno, que empezó en China en el 92, ahora se difundió por todo el mundo. Somos más de 100 millones de practicantes
Y
en todo el mundo.
empecemos. Sí. Yo, por ejemplo, soy como cualquier hijo vecino, me acerco a su casa, es mi cámara esa, ¿no? Y yo llego y le digo, mira, Maylin, estoy estresado, estoy cansado, estoy agotado, no puedo dormir, me cuesta bueno, en realidad no hay que concentrarse para dormir, pero me cuesta conciliar el sueño. ¿Usted qué propone?
Primero, la enseñanza espiritual tiene los ejercicios, pero lo más importante es cultivar el corazón
Por ejemplo.
y purificar el corazón.
¿Cómo hago para purificar este putrefacto corazón?
Nosotros tenemos una guía, que es un libro, que
Sí.
escribió nuestro maestro, que se llama Joan Falun, y esa guía lo leemos todos los días.
Muy bien, yo la sigo a usted, pero ahora que no tenemos la guía va a ser usted.
Ahora vamos a ver, yo tengo también dos compañeros.
Hágalos pasar, por favor.
Por favor, Martín y María Laura,
Martín
que
y
están
María Laura.
están un poco más cómodos.
¿Han traído colchoneta?
Sí, también tienen todo acá.
¿Cómo le va? Mucho gusto, señorita. Roberto. Ahí está, ahí vamos a pasar el micrófono, perdón, pasó por delante. Así se lo comparten, acérquese. Bueno, acérquese por aquí, con Maylin. No, usted tiene que hablar por el micrófono. ¿Qué vamos a hacer ellos? Presénteme lo que van a hacer ellos.
Tenemos los 5 ejercicios, si querés podemos hacer un poquito de cada uno.
Ellos nos van a mostrar los ejercicios,
Sí,
bueno.
Vamos a empezar con el ejercicio 1.
¿Sí? Sí, vamos acá, entonces, gracias. A ver, meditación. A ver, ¿en qué consiste?
Consiste, uno trata de no pensar en nada.
En blanco, ¿no?
Sí, tratar, no es tan fácil al principio, pero bueno, sabes parte cuando uno purifica su corazón, también purifica su mente y también uno puede no pensar en nada.
Mire que tengo 5 horas que tengo que pensar en algo, si no, no.
Tú sí, tú estás trabajando ahora.
Muy bien,
Estamos hablando
entonces,
sobre la meditación
vamos.
ahora para, ¿no?
Bien, entonces.
Ahora, ok, está el maestro hablando y empezamos con empieza la primera posición, ¿te acordás? Sí, hombre, perfecto. Hombre, la mano derecha, la mano izquierda arriba.
Bien, ¿y mujer?
Mujer, mano derecha arriba.
Bien.
Ahora
Estamos escuchando música
está diciendo que tenemos que poner los pies
a la altura de los hombros,
justamente,
a la apertura de hombros.
no un poquito
Flexionada la rodilla.
Y tratar de no pensar en nada.
Sí. Yo le sigo.
Sí, hacer los ojos, la lengua arriba tocando el paladar.
¿Cómo qué?
Tocando arriba ¿cómo se llama? El paladar.
¿La lengua en el paladar?
Sí, tocando.
Ajá.
Sí, pero relajado, sin cerrar los dientes, pero cerrar tu
Como
labios.
el tipo gangoso, sí. Entonces, yo ya
Y
tengo...
labios cerrados. Ahí empezamos ya.
Entonces,
Ahí estamos.
usted siga, yo la sigo. No puedo cerrar la boca porque estoy hablando, pero voy a intentar. Entonces, ¿cómo es?
A ver, hombre, mano izquierda,
Sí.
sale
Sí.
arriba, como está haciendo Martín.
Sí.
Mujer, mano
Tú estás con los ojos
derecha.
cerrados.
Igual tú puedes abrir los ojos cuando estás aprendiendo. Ahí,
Claro.
justamente.
Sí.
Con tu mano derecha.
Voy a contramano.
Ahí.
Ah, el hombre va diferente.
Sí.
Es como agarrar la bola de cristal, dar la vuelta.
Todavía no.
Ah, no.
Ahora pones las dos manos y estiras.
Estiras.
Muy bien. Estirar tanto como puedas. Y los pies también para abajo estirar y relájate.
Relaja. Muy bien.
Las dos manos para abajo.
Sí.
Sí, estira. Muy bien, así. Sí. Y Fanson es relajarse.
Fanson es relajarse. ¿Cuántas veces hay que repetir este ejercicio? Venga para aquí adelante.
Esto hay que hacerlo. Eso
Usted
se
póngase
hacemos
adelante.
3 veces.
Ahí está. Ahí vamos. Estiramos los brazos. Sí, escuchamos la orden de una persona, ¿no? De un maestro Buda, ¿no?
Son estos maestros.
Sí.
Y acá las manos para atrás es como, es un dios, es como un Buda está cargando una montaña.
El
Eso es
Buda,
lo que significa.
así como el Buda carga la
ahí,
montaña.
sí,
Muy bien. Sí,
exactamente.
entonces, bien.
Ahora otro ser divino está apretando una pared para afuera.
Muy bien, una pared. Una pared.
Y otra vez relajarse.
Sí.
Y ahora ponemos la mano derecha mujer abajo, mano izquierda el hombre.
Sí.
Y ahora te voy a... Así. Abajo el ombligo.
Bien.
Ahí te
Ahí.
quedas ahora quietito, tratas de no pensar en nada.
Quietito es difícil que me quede quietito, pero no importa. Entonces,
Y
usted me está diciendo que diga flojito y cooperando, como decimos nosotros. Yo coopero, soy cooperador. Me
y
pongo
ojos
flojito.
cerrados. Y sin hablar.
Bueno,
Un poquito solo.
un poquito. Siento que vuelo. Si la gente prende ahora el televisor, no se asuste. Estamos en una clase de Falun Dafa, no que estamos petrificados, ni tampoco se quedó quieta la pantalla. Es Meilin, que ha venido a enseñarnos a hacer el Falun Dafa, la meditación para purificar el putrefacto corazón. ¿No? ¿Vamos bien? ¿Y ahora?
Ahora casi ya tenemos el primero.
El muchacho se ha dormido.
No. Y ahora Jane, como empezamos. Ahí. Y estos dos. Acá ya está. Eso lo hacemos nada más de 3 veces. Y ahora, si queremos, hacemos el segundo ejercicio.
Muy bien.
Así que número 2.
Ese es el primer ejercicio, importante, ¿no? Me sentí como liberado.
Sí,
Siento como...
porque eso abre todos tus canales de energía adentro.
Sí, no puedo seguir mucho porque lo voy a hacer en mi casa, pero le prometo que la próxima lección, porque la vamos a convocar cada 15 días para que nos venga a dar cada 15 días un ejercicio para la semana, dándole un servicio a la gente. ¿Le parece?
Mira, buenísimo. También puede venir a los parques. Estamos en Barrancas, Belgrano,
Barrancas,
los domingos a las 10.
Sí. En Barrancas, sí.
En Barrancas.
Es como mi sobrina Trinidad, que dice no queje. O la ranja en vez de la granja. Trata.
Así que sí, en la pérgola estamos los domingos a las 10 y en Caballito, en el Parque de Davia, los sábados a las 3:30. Y después los domingos también en San Isidro, en Dardorocha a las 10:30.
Perfecto, pero va a venir acá cada 15 días a la señora Maylin para que usted en su casa, si a este momento tiene ganas de comprarle un minuto de meditación, no está mal. Vamos al segundo ejercicio. Usted póngase adelante, nosotros la seguimos. Qué lindo los zapatitos que tiene, me gustan los zapatitos, qué bonito, qué lindo.
Son muy lindos.
Sí.
Extraño los tuyos, que eran muy lindos.
Bueno, entonces me pongo acá. Discúlpeme que yo, acá con los muchachos en el medio. ¿Nos abrimos? Usted está... pensé que estaba dormida.
Ahora para arriba para el número 2, de los que están en control.
No, eso olvídese porque no se concentra nunca más. Nacho, no se duerma, ¿eh? Bueno, vamos arriba, que ya viene la sexóloga, María. De acá pasamos a la sexóloga, qué linda. Entonces, a ver. Ahora, ¿qué vamos a hacer?
Esto es como una meditación, pero parada. Entonces, empezamos otra vez con el Jain. Subimos los brazos lentamente a la altura de las cejas.
Sí,
ahí.
ahí.
Y te quedas ahí. Normalmente esto se hace 7 minutos, pero hoy lo vamos a hacer solo un poquito.
Me
unos
siento tipo
segundos.
Playmobil, ¿sabes? Ahí. Muevo los dedos como un joystick, ¿no?
No, no haces nada, no lo moves.
Ah, bueno, yo la sigo usted. Ahí, tipo maniquí.
Ujú.
Bien.
Es decir, normalmente se queda 7 minutos, pero hoy vamos a hacer poquito solo. Después de 7 minutos uno baja los brazos
Sí.
para abajo
Sí.
y está como,
Sosteniendo algo.
sí,
¿no?
sosteniendo como una pelota, ¿no? Pero, vean, ahí,
Claro, ahí está.
ahí estamos. Así otra
Pelota
vez.
grande estoy sosteniendo, ¿no?
Sí, una pelota grande. Es como una rueda grande, ¿no?
Una rueda grande,
Así.
bien. Bien.
Esto también 7 minutos.
Sí.
Después subimos otra vez los brazos.
Estamos
para
hablando de
arriba.
tiempo real, ¿no? Estamos aquí haciendo demostración. Imagínate
Eso
7
sí.
minutos de televisión.
No se puede.
Como el PADD, ¿no? Tipo ballet, ¿no es cierto? Porque tiene mucho el ballet del baile aquí, ¿no? Dígame que sí.
No.
Bueno, está bien. Yo sé que no. Es lo más sincero que he visto en mi vida, Meilin. Es lo más sincero. Te larga una y te quedas mudo.
Nuestros
Mira.
principios son verdad, benevolencia y tolerancia. Así que, verdad, tiene que estar ahí.
Mándale un saludo.
Primera línea.
Bien.
Después de 7 minutos bajamos los brazos a la altura de las orejas.
Sí. Pablo Cablan tiene que estirar los brazos bien altos porque tiene unas orejas enormes. Un periodista que trabaja acá. Parece un ratón. Entonces,
Después de 7 minutos bajamos.
sí.
Y la posición esta que se hace en todos los ejercicios, otra vez sí. Hombre a mano izquierda, abajo.
Bueno, tampoco es que soy tan burro, ¿eh? Me sacan las manos. Entonces, ahora
Esto es un ejercicio muy fácil, pero uno tiene que aguantar bastante.
siento como una
porque
energía
son 7
que
minutos.
puede ser que es una energía que emerge desde el centro de mi gravedad.
Sí, Falun Dafa es muy poderoso. Entonces
Sí,
se
lo
siente
veo.
uno puede sentir muchas cosas.
Parezco un temerario. Mire, baje la cámara, mire. El
Y
señor camarógrafo
Y al
acá.
final otra vez terminás con la posición de Jain. Ahí, perfecto.
Como sosteniendo una bola.
Y
Una
no,
rueda.
acá no, eso es así, y serán siempre usando los
Ah,
dos.
es como el yin y el yang que se tienen que juntar.
Más algo así.
Bueno,
Ahí.
más algo así. Está bien. Lindo. Muy bien.
Y así, eso era el segundo, pero claro, eso lo decimos en tiempo muy cortito.
Sí, me imagino que estos ejercicios tienen su tiempo.
Usted tarda
¿no?
media hora normalmente.
¿Está bien? ¿Está despierta, no? Sí, bueno, usted también, ¿no? Hay que ponerles una cucharita si le empañan, es que están vivos los muchachos.
Sí.
Está bien. Meilin,
Siempre hay que estar despierto.
sí, te quedas un ratito más, ¿no es cierto?
Sí,
Sí, no.
porque tenemos también a nuestro Diego que va a tocar la pipa.
Bueno, ¿qué hacemos? Entonces
También.
ustedes me dicen, Diego, ¿podés esperar un minuto? ¿Qué vas a tocar, Diego? Bueno, ya nos contarás. Vamos a hacer una cosa, vamos a los títulos, si están listos o no. No, todavía no, estoy con los muchachos, pero acompáñenme. Quédense, gracias, ¿eh? Bueno, mucho gusto. ¿Qué? Ah, me esperan en el parque, sí, en el parque. Venga con nosotros. No le manchen el kimono a Meilin, por favor. Hablando de técnica, vamos a hacer el momento de relajación, ¿le parece? Venga, estamos con la señora Meilin, que vamos a...
Quiere decir que mostramos justamente, también digo, con este instrumento clásico chino, porque nuestra
Sí.
asociación, que es la asociación de Falun Dafa, también tiene la misión de revivir los valores.
Falun Dafa, cuéntale a la
la cultura
gente...
tradicional china. Por eso también hacemos mucho que tiene que ver con eso. Entonces, por eso me lo trajimos a Diego acá hoy.
Cuéntele a la gente que está allí en su casa, usted que se está incorporando a Noches Mías, usted que nos está siguiendo desde las 12 y hasta las 5 de la mañana, vamos a hacer
Vamos a hacer el tercer ejercicio.
el tercer ejercicio de relajación.
Sí, buenísimo.
A ver, Meilin.
¿La música ¿estamos arriba o no? Hacemos sin música.
Con la pipa, ¿quiere que hagamos con la pipa?
Ahí, mira, ya estamos.
Yo prefiero con la pipa, ¿no le molesta a usted?
No sé si va a poder, no.
Bueno, está bien. No hagamos ruido con la gracias, con la
Tiene que ser
cuchara.
nuestra música.
A ver.
Ok.
Sí.
Empezamos otra vez con...
El hombre pone la mano izquierda sobre la mano derecha como sosteniendo algo en el centro del cuerpo, una esfera,
un
¿no?
poco abajo del ombligo.
Sí.
Sí, ahí. ¿Y dónde estamos?
Ahí. No, póngase de frente a la cámara.
Está bien,
Ahí yo aquí,
perfecto.
yo lo sigo a usted.
Y Hershey.
¿Qué?
Este es Hershey.
Joshi.
Yo empiezo con derecha, pero tú con izquierda. Hombre izquierda para arriba, ahí.
Sí.
Y las manos enfrente del cuerpo,
Sí.
pero sin tocar.
¿Estos ejercicios para qué funcionan?
Esto, acá uno tiene que pensar que está como alineado con los cielos, ¿no?
Sí.
De abajo para arriba. Entonces tus ojos es como un tubo
Sí.
muy largo.
¿Es para mantener el equilibrio? ¿Es para ir a descansar? ¿Para qué?
No, son todos ejercicios que de veras como cambian también. Nosotros queremos que cambien tu cuerpo internamente.
Me siento como una marioneta que me están tirando tipo Pinocho, ¿vio? Pero bueno, yo lo sigo. Usted no se desconcentre ni se ría, porque después hace cosas que yo no puedo seguirlo. Entonces, vamos aquí.
Son todos ejercicios que son muy simples, muy suaves y lentos, pero de veras hacen, tú vas a sentir un cambio.
¿Cuántas veces hay que hacerlos al día, recomienda Meilin?
Normalmente los 5 ejercicios juntos, incluyendo la meditación, son 2 horas.
2 horas.
Sí, pero no hay que hacer todo, porque yo tampoco tengo tanto tiempo a veces de hacer todo, entonces trato de hacer lo que puedo.
A Meilin te la manda a guardar sin ningún problema. Apertura de hombros a la altura de los pies, ¿no?
Sí, yo me...
Bueno.
Y ahora lo mismo con las 2 manos para abajo.
Sí.
Y subimos.
Sí. Sí.
Y trata de no tocar ni tus manos ni tu cuerpo ahí. Sí.
Tengo que fluir, como en una esfera, ¿no?
Sí. Tus manos mirando tu cuerpo, ahí.
Mis manos
y para abajo.
¿Y la mirada? ¿Yo sigo la mirada, el movimiento de las manos o no?
Sí, normalmente estás con los ojos cerrados, pero bueno, mientras estás aprendiendo puedes mirar, ¿no?
2 horas diarias, dice usted. Bueno.
No, esto es un ejercicio que tarda 10 minutos, pero los 5 juntos...
¿10 minutos haciendo todo esto el tiempo? Sí.
Sí, 3 veces esto.
Bueno, no me diga así como, bueno, Roberto, no
sí, pero te digo que una vez que los haces vas a sentir la diferencia. Y también después los extrañas si no los haces.
Bien, ¿y ahora?
Sí,
o sea que te voy a extrañar,
más.
te voy a extrañar mucho, Meilin.
Vas a hacer los ejercicios.
Sí. ¿Y ahora qué hago, Meilin?
Bueno, al final bajas
y
después haces... Si tú, mano de izquierda abajo para el hombre, y te haces 4 veces, ahí, haces como una...
Como 2 circunferencias de los anillos olímpicos que se enriedan, ¿no?
Y terminas con Jane.
Ahí aprendí, mira, acá. Saquen el graph, muchachos. Ahí está, perdón. Ahí está. Como sosteniendo algo muy importante, ¿no? Que es la energía de uno mismo.
Sí. Esto para Dafa es muy especial porque hace muchos cambios dentro de tu cuerpo y es muy profundo, pero uno no piensa tanto en lo que está pasando.
Uno se deja ir.
No, tú estás ahí presente, pero no pensás en tu respiración, tratás de no pensar nada, solo haces los movimientos de mano y eso ya como es suficiente.
¿Qué otros movimientos podemos aprender?
Podemos aprender el cuarto, si querés. Hacemos
bueno, con esa cara que me hicimos diciendo, bueno, Roberta, a ver, ¿qué me está diciendo?
4.
El 4.
Sí. Ahí, empezá otra vez. Y bueno, me vas así. Eso hay que bajar. Así ya te...
Me pongo más aquí. ¿Dejo suyo? Ustedes hagan todo eso, ¿eh? Vamos, que estén ahí que
sería bueno si todos vengan.
Vengan acá, vamos a hacer el Falun Dafa todos juntos, por favor. Falun Dafa, viene el Chichero, viene Gastón, viene Nacho.
Muy bien. Acá. Es más difícil para hacer ahora, pobrecitos. Número 4. Hoshe. Este es Hoshe. Ahí, bajamos.
Guarda,
y esto, las manos alrededor de los...
Usted puede con esos pantalones, con esas calzas que tiene. Tipo calza, vamos de vuelta.
Y acá tenemos que subir.
Me quedé quieto, vamos de vuelta entonces,
Esto es el más difícil, esto de todos es el más difícil.
¿Nos podemos tocar entre nosotros? No, ¿no?
No, mejor no. Ahí.
No. Uy, esto se complicó.
Sí, por eso es el más complicado.
Estamos como amontonados, parecemos mejillones dentro de una red.
Yo voy para enfrente. Ahí.
Es como, ¿qué cosechamos acá?
Es toda energía interna. Acá haces un puño, pero no muy cerrado.
Haga una cosa, ¿usted parecía frente a nosotros? No, ¿usted parecía aquí al costado? No. Venga, yo la dirijo. Como si fuera una kokeshi, una muñeca japonesa, chinita. Esa vuelta ahí. Y usted nos dirige y nos va a decir quién es el que lo hace bien y quién no.
Ok,
a ver,
era así, ¿no?
Somos sus alumnos.
Mano izquierda, hombre arriba.
Sí.
Perfecto. Acá cerramos los dos.
Hombre, dijo. Así está bien.
Chichero.
Así no, ¿qué estás teniendo? ¿Una canasta, chichero?
No.
No, así no, así, chichero.
Pero tú ahí, muy bien. Ahí.
Mano izquierda, muy bien. Ahí.
Ok. Este es el Hush.
¿Cómo qué?
Hush se llama.
Repítalo.
Hush.
Diga.
Hush.
No.
Hush. Muy bien.
Hush. A ver.
José.
No, José no.
Hush.
A ver.
José. Nacho, qué
Robert.
José.
Ok, bien.
Diga José. Bueno, tenemos el parlante, muy bien. Vamos.
Ok, así, y ahora bajamos.
¿Y ahora qué?
Y esto hay que como las manos alrededor, de las piernas para atrás.
Como buscando cangrejos, ¿no? Una cosa así.
Sin tocar tus piernas, tratando de tocarte. Acá haces un puño con las manos. Y ahí, acá abrís, muy bien.
¿Qué haces, Nacho? Se lava las manos, Nacho.
No está tan mal.
Como Goku.
Bastante bien, sí.
Sí.
Acá atrás abren y sobre la cabeza otra vez. Y otra vez, eso hacemos 9 veces.
¿Cuántas veces hemos? 9 veces.
veces.
Bueno, ahí estamos recogiendo fruta.
Está recogido. Para atrás. Tú no te quedes ahí, tienes que seguir para arriba. Ahí.
Muy bien, otro ejercicio para aprender.
Sí.
Este
Bueno,
ya lo tenemos.
este era el número 4.
Me
Esto
peino,
9 veces.
me agacho y me despeino.
Te
Ahora,
agachás alrededor de tu cuerpo, haces el puño.
califíquenos. Primero va el chichero, a ver, vos primero.
Siempre yo primero.
A ver, no que se pone, la cámara la tiene enfrente. No, aprende
mira
todavía.
ese.
A
¿El
ver,
chichero sí?
ahí está, va.
Sí. ¿Lo hago con
Sí, con el chichero,
ahora?
usted nos califica.
Bueno,
acá. Sí.
bueno, sí. Vamos.
Él está buscando ahí.
Para atrás de tus piernas. Y no te toques, ahí.
No, no te toques, siempre te estás tocando, chichi.
Sí, acá,
Sí.
ahí, muy bien.
Sí. Muy bien.
Ok, está bien.
Está bien.
Está bien.
Gracias.
Puede ser mejor, pero está bien.
Puede ser mejor.
Para
Vamos
primera
con el
vez está
gastoncito.
bien.
Yo lo hago acá, no tengo problema.
usted se
La
para
cámara
ahí.
está ahí.
No, ahí.
Bueno,
mijo,
está
ahí.
bien.
Claro.
Bueno,
Se vamos.
ahí vamos.
¿Sí?
Estamos haciendo
Sí.
Falun Dafa.
Falun Dafa.
Ahí está.
Mucho mejor, muy bien.
Se puede agachar y todo con la calza que tiene.
Perfecto. Ahí, sí.
Ahí le pifié un
Sí, ahí
poquito,
un
¿no?
poquito. Parece es difícil. Ahí, perfecto. Ahí.
Ay,
Muy
parece
bien.
el maestro
Para
yoga,
atrás,
mira.
acá abrís y sobre tu cabeza. Perfecto.
Bien.
Muy bien.
Ahora en su casa, si usted tiene
bien.
ganas de hacer Falun Dafa con la señora Milin, apréndalo. Ahora me toca a mí. Voy a hacer Falun Dafa.
Ok,
Bueno.
Robert, ¿recuerdas Hershey? Bajamos.
Bajamos.
Y acuérdate, alrededor de tus piernas, atrás. No.
Está remando. Está revolviendo, Robert.
¿Qué hago?
Atrás de tus piernas.
¿A qué? Atrás.
Ahí. Pero manos mirando tu cuerpo. Mirando tu cuerpo se ven tus manos.
Ahí.
Y acá haces el puño.
Puño.
Abrís.
Abro.
¿Quedas ahí?
Sí.
Muy bien. Ay, quédate para atrás.
Mira, me
Sí,
salió.
casi. Ok.
Y ahora busco la fruta.
Tienes que recoger energía.
Ay, se me cayó algo. Bueno, perdón. Ahora vos, Nachito. Bueno,
a ver, Nacho.
el hombre que calza 45. Bueno, vamos a ver. A ver.
Nacho,
José, que una flor ahí, qué linda. Uy, este está pescando, mal.
Siempre manos mirando tu cuerpo, no para afuera. Ahí.
Parece un Dragon Ball Z.
Muy bien, Nacho. igual.
Muy
Nacho,
bien,
mirá, Nacho.
Pero Nacho ya miró los 4 de ustedes antes, por eso, ¿no?
Muy bien, Nacho,
Está
por
bien,
acá.
muy bien.
gracias.
¿Otro más? ¿Nos despedimos?
La meditación.
La meditación, bueno, póngase adelante, es nuestra maestra de meditación. Les quiero contar a ustedes en su casa que Meilín va a venir cada 15 días a traernos, bueno, sí, lo tengo que decir, no te asustes, ejercicios de meditación. Venga acá con nosotros, usted, que lo veo ahí
Voy a
paradito.
buscar la
¿Qué va a buscar?
colchoneta chiquita, porque acá
Una
estamos sobre el piso.
colchoneta. Bueno. En la meditación Falun Dafa, ¿qué nos va a tocar, muchachos?
Se llama la danza de la tribu Yi.
¿La qué?
La danza de la tribu Yi.
La danza de la tribu Yi. Acá tenemos la tribu Yi, nosotros también.
Brady.
No, va a tocar acá el señor de Santiago del Estero. Es muy sedante la música, ¿no? Sí. Una maravilla. Muy bien. ¡Qué bien! Lo felicito, porque le sale del alma la música, en serio, de veras, usted no toca la pipa, la acaricia, es como parte de su cuerpo, en serio, eso le quiero decir. ¿Vieron cómo le tiembla la mano?
Sí.
Es increíble. Vení, Meilín. Hoy viene Meilín con la colchoneta, vos primero.
Bueno, voy a ver si yo puedo hacerlo porque estoy con vestido,
No, yo no puedo.
pero...
No, yo tampoco.
¿Quién se va a
puedo,
sentar
estoy-
conmigo acá?
Bueno, yo me
El
siento
mono, el mono.
No me siento yo, no pasa nada. Bueno, vamos a hacer...
Igual se puede con este, mirá.
No,
Pero él puede.
Nos sentamos a
Robert
hacer...
puede también.
Vamos a hacer meditación
Vamos a...
Falun Dafa.
Vamos a
La gente lo quiere ver a Robert.
Ok. Robert, tú ya practicaste la otra vez conmigo.
No, sí, pero los zapatos no me los voy a sacar.
Bueno.
No corresponde.
Ay, no sé cómo voy a hacer con este vestido,
No se
pero
ve
vamos
nada,
a ver.
No, le pido a Melín. ¿Qué hora son las 4 de la mañana? Muy bien, vamos a hacer meditación Falun Dafa.
Si filmaba Robert. muy bien.
Tengo que mandar la... no,
Ay.
hoy estoy atrapado, hoy no puedo.
Entonces nos quedamos así, está
Sí,
bien.
dale, vamos,
Porque
vamos.
sin la pierna. Normalmente cada que hace el doble loto.
La flor de
una pierna-
loto.
Doble loto. se llama.
Doble loto.
Sí. Pero bueno, no se ve mucho porque estoy con
No se ve
vestido,
nada.
pero
No vas a levitar, ¿no? No me vas a asustar, me vas a
no te
infarto.
preocupes. Okay.
A ver tus zapatitos, pótramelo.
Mira.
Mira lo que son los zapatitos de Melín, parecen de una Barbie, mira, la Barbie china. Mira qué lindísimo allí. Los zapatos con taco chino de raso bordados. Qué lindo. Vamos a hacer la Falun Dafa, que es la meditación. Y póngalo allí en el graph, por favor. Bien. ¿Qué hago?
Otra vez.
¿Quién habla ahí? ¿Quién es
Ese es nuestro maestro.
¿Estamos rezándole a Buda de esta forma?
No, te está hablando un poco cómo qué haces, como no te tratas de relajar, espalda derecha,
Sí.
otra vez lengua,
Para...
pero relajado todo, ¿no?
Bien.
Y tratas de no pensar,
bien.
cerras tus ojos, pero igual tú tienes que abrirlo porque tienes que ver cómo lo que
Tenemos
hago.
3 minutos hasta
Sí.
las 4 de la mañana, así que...
Perfecto.
Bien.
El Rangsho Jain, ese es el Jain.
Sí.
Buenísimo.
Sí.
Ok, entonces subimos.
Sí.
Así.
Sí.
Muy bien. Acá te quedas.
No sé por qué se me vino a mi mente María Muchastegui. Tú, bueno.
Y bueno, yo soy mujer, tú tienes que ser al revés que yo. Así que creo que tú tienes que poner.
A la izquierda.
No, pero no, al revés, sí.
Ahí.
Tu mano derecha arriba. No,
Derecha ahí.
No, sí, como yo, pero al revés.
A ver, ahí. No, ahí.
Ahí, perfecto. Y
Bien.
ahora y
Como sosteniendo algo, ¿no?
sí,
Siempre.
entonces, perfecto. Entonces, esta, okay, bueno, no, quédate ahí. Tu mano derecha así y
Sí.
esta para atrás. Muy bien.
Ajá.
Ok. Y ahora bajás. Ajá,
Sí.
bien.
Bien.
Y ahora una baja subís y acá las dos palmas para adentro. Muy bien, muy bien.
Sí,
Perfecto. Y bajas otra vez.
Bajo otra vez.
Sí,
Sí.
así, al revés.
Al revés,
Perfecto.
estaba bien ahí.
Muy bien. Y ahora abrís los
Ahora.
brazos
Sí.
y te quedas así.
Sí.
Bien. Y un poco ahí.
Ahí está, sí.
Está bien.
Muy bien. Ahí.
Sí. Sí, y la mano del fuego del otro siempre así.
A ver, la mano en posición de flor de loto,
Sí.
¿cómo sería?
Así sería. El dedo de medio un poco adentro y el
¿Y el pulgar?
así, sí. Y un poco más relajado. No
No tenso.
No tenso, no, sí.
Estos ejercicios, como me decís, usted me dice, Maylin, que se pueden hacer en cualquier momento del día, a la mañana, a la noche.
Cualquier momento.
Me siento aquí, yo, por ejemplo, ahora que llego a mi casa, tengo ganas de dormir,
Sí.
hago esta meditación Falun Dafa con sus indicaciones, ¿sí?
Sí, así, y te quedas así un rato. Normalmente se puede hacer hasta 1 hora, puede ser también media hora, puede ser menos, 15
Ujú.
minutos.
Música de fondo no es necesario.
No es necesario.
Bien.
Ayuda un poco, pero no es necesario. Y tratas de no pensar en nada, no es fácil, pero bueno, uno trata de no pensar en nada,
Muy
pero
bien.
no se duerme tampoco.
Muy bien. Bárbaro. Bueno,
Y así uno se queda un tiempito
sí.
y después, ¿te acordás? Tú tienes que poner la mano a izquierda arriba.
Hagamos una cosa, ¿le parece? Mientras yo la sigo a usted y seguimos meditando la Falun Dafa, vamos a la ciudad de Buenos Aires a ver qué está sucediendo allí. Son las 4 de la mañana, porque ya viene el momento de los títulos. Pero, mientras tanto, allí en la ciudad de Buenos Aires, mientras meditamos, la gente se está levantando para ir a trabajar. Usted sabe, nos sigue a nosotros. Y de esta manera, con esta música oriental, esta música que viene de este lugar llamado China, junto con Maylin, vamos a darle cada 15 días, clases de meditación. ¿Le parece? Maylin se me
Perfecto,
durmió. Qué lindo,
perfecto.
muy bien.
No estoy
La noche me
dormida.
confunde, noche es mía. Vamos a ver.
Menos en noches mías.
Muy bien. Invitar a las mujeres que nos acompañan. Nunca hemos tenido tantas mujeres aquí en esta noche. Pero mientras tanto, Maylin, por favor, que me la crucé.
Es por vos, Roberto.
Revivió Maylin, por favor. El Falun Dafa, ya saben, Falun Dafa, para allá, para allá. Vení, querida. ¿Cómo te va, Maylin? Muy internacional este programa. ¿Lo conoces a Nicolás? Te lo
Hola,
presento.
hola.
Si mira, se toca Maylin porque vos sos mano larga, ya sabés cómo es la historia. Por favor, vení, Maylin. He estado practicando estos días el Falun Dafa sin voz. Entonces yo agarro, me pongo así. Mira cómo aprendí. Mano izquierda,
Ok,
como
vamos
soy
a ver,
hombre.
vamos a ver cómo.
Sí.
Muy
¿Vos
bien.
hacés Falun Dafa?
No sé porque estoy mal de la pierna, ¿eh?
Sí.
Si los pies un poquito más
Sí.
separados.
¿Tiene ganas de meditar? ¿Vieron? Es así.
Uy,
A la mierda.
perdón, no, fue mío. Fue su culpa mía de la guita.
Esto es como el FO, es como somos, va saliendo y va saliendo el programa. Vamos a hacer
Ok, bueno, perfecto.
unos segundos de meditación con la Maylin. Es el momento. Si está en su casa, póngase el bebidor, el pijama, lo que tenga ganas, lo que le parezca, y prepárense porque vamos a hacer el Falun Dafa.
A ver.
Momento de meditación, porque, por ejemplo, para irse a dormir, la gente tiene problemas, ¿no es cierto?
Tiene problemas todo el día normalmente la gente.
Sí, bueno,
¿no?
pero en el
Eso,
momento.
pero es bueno que si antes de dormir
Sí.
esté un poco más relajado. Igual Falun Dafa se puede hacer en cualquier hora
Sí.
del día.
Bueno, llegó Maylin finalmente, nos han invitado a hacer otra cosa. Ponga adelante, Maylin. ¿Va a volar? Está como una geisha, mija. ¿Qué va a hacer? Ah, no, porque eso no deja.
Mira, hoy estoy como...
Está adelante, no me dicen que no, que venga no, porque se va a comer la cámara.
Ahí.
Entonces, vamos así, Maylin.
Ok.
Yo me pongo con la mano así.
Sí, hacemos el...
Sí.
A ver, ¿estoy en posiciones correctas?
No, tú estás muy mal, mira.
No, estoy muy mal.
Esta mano...
Me quedó claro.
Es malísima la Maylin,
claro.
te digo, ¿eh?
Más claro, échale agua.
Es más
A ver.
mala.
Perfecto.
Vení, Polet, ¿está Polet allí? Espera,
Ahí.
va a venir otra persona que nos va a acompañar.
¿Otra?
Perfecto.
Polet, ven,
A
¿estás
ver.
lista? Polet es una...
O vengan todos si quieren.
Es una admiradora de Noches Mías. Ven y Polet, pasa por delante.
De acá salimos.
¿Cómo estás, Polet? Un beso a Sol Miano. ¿Se nos está mirando, Sol? Pero Polet, estás toda enrejada, mija. ¿Qué te ha pasado? Polet, se les cuento. ¿Sabe qué? Ve el programa todas las noches y la invitamos porque nos divierte que la gente que está en su casa, que nos sigue y demás, se prenda Noches Mías. ¿Hace cuánto que nos seguís, Polet?
Ay, no sé, desde siempre, me encanta vos.
Ay,
Es más,
qué
me
va.
hiciste una nota en Punta
¡Ay, sí! ¿Dónde? A ver, ¿qué dijo? Perdón. ¿Ay, qué? ¡Ay, María! ¡Ahí está! ¿Está Alejandra por ahí? ¡Ay, gracias! ¿Qué dice Alejandra? Está celosa, ¿no? Muy bien. Bueno, Polet, vas a hacer el Falun Dafa con esta mujer. Mira que es más mala que la señorita Rottelmeier, esta chica. Vamos para adelante.
Yo soy un queso, Soy nuevo en esto, a ver.
Muy bien.
Un minuto. ¿A qué te dedicas, Polet? ¿Qué haces de tu vida?
Yo trabajo en una empresa familiar.
Ah, sí, qué bueno. O sea, no haces mucho.
Bueno,
Porque dirigís todo.
claro,
Ah, está muy bien.
básicamente.
Es de paz, me encantó. Muy bien, vamos con
La dueña.
¡Ay, la dueña! Por eso está aquí hasta las 5 de la madrugada. Vamos, hagamos Falun Dafa, corazón. A ver.
Ok, empezamos con el primer ejercicio. Polet, mano derecha arriba de la izquierda. Así.
Sí,
Los
no te copies,
hombres al
Polet.
revés. Los hombres al revés.
Sí.
Y abajo,
estoy bien.
sí, tú estás bien.
Como
Los
un
hombres-
canastito.
Los hombres están bien, sí. Y
Sí.
los dedos, estos dos juntos.
Estás con cara de mala hoy, algo te pasa, yo te conozco. Estás brava.
No soy buena, ¿verdad? Mi nobleza tolerancia son estos
Bueno, está
principios.
bien,
Ok.
está bien. Qué lindo.
Subimos las manos para arriba y
No me alcanzan los brazos.
ahí.
Ahí.
Bajás.
Ahí.
¿Ustedes me ven atrás? No.
No.
En la cámara lo pueden ver. Después, hombre, mano izquierda,
Sí,
arriba,
ahí.
y la mujer derecha. Y ahí. Y tienes que estresar todo bien.
Estamos haciendo Falun
Stretch.
Dafa con la Maylin. Estamos
Y te relajás.
tratando de meditar y
Todo.
relajarnos un poco. No nos relajemos mucho porque tengo que hacer el programa, mi querida.
Igual te abre todos los canales de energía adentro, así que vas a estar todavía con más energía después.
Te extrañaba, Maylin. Me siento como Guillermo Tell y Robin Hood, una cosa, pero en el momento sentí que tenías que volver. Es así.
Bueno, nos vimos el miércoles, ¿no?
En el 6 o'clock tea.
Y por eso ahí me invitaste de vuelta y vine corriendo.
Sí,
¿viste?
qué lindo. No me toques la mano, Polet, me estás molestando. Bueno, ay, Polet, que en la espalda. Perdón, Feli.
Dos manos para abajo.
Sí.
Igual esto más que nada es para, como dije recién, es para abrir los canales de energía.
Está nuestra compañera Recta Gente
Y-
también ahí.
Después de eso vas a sentir mucho más energía que antes.
Está más mala que nunca. ¿Qué te ha pasado, Melina?
Cerramos los ojos.
No la interrumpas con el ojo.
No, si tienes que mirar como yo los hago, entonces no.
Estás malísima, Meli.
No estoy mal.
¿Y ahora?
Soy honesta ahí.
Bueno, sí, demasiado. Entonces estamos haciendo
Y ahora
meditación.
el
¿cómo?
último para enfrente, con toda fuerza y relajar.
Ay, relajado.
Y ahora, mano izquierda, hombre abajo, y mano derecha ahí.
Ahí está.
No, así,
Ahí.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien.
Relajado.
Ahí nos quemamos un poquito.
Sí.
Y después cerramos otra vez con la primera posición.
Te vas a quedar dormida, Meli. Primera decisión. ¿Primera de baile?
Esta.
Bueno, Meli, está bien.
El
Bueno.
Chie-In.
Chie-In.
Igual yo quería...
Decime lo que quieras, Meli.
Sí, quiero decir, este miércoles y jueves vamos a tener proyecciones de un espectáculo que se llama Shenyun. No sobre el espectáculo, pero sobre la compañía que hace esto de danza y música clásica china al lado del Teatro Colón en la pantalla gigante.
¡Qué lindo!
Es gratuito, es al aire libre y es a las 18:30.
Usted se preguntará de
Miércoles
dónde-
y jueves, así que vayan
Decilo.
todos.
Miércoles y jueves a las 8:30. ¿Melina de dónde viene? Melina
18:30.
Melina viene de todas partes del mundo, tiene un novio en Alemania.
No
sé.
tengo novio.
Bueno, está bien, no sé, una cosa extraña. Pero vivías en Alemania, ¿cómo es la historia?
Sí, no, nací en Brasil, después me fui a Argentina. Vine
Sí,
por
viniste acá, sí.
5 años, después fui a Perú, después a Corea y a Taiwán.
Y acá estás.
Alemania.
Y viniste a Noches Mías, ¿viste? Sí. Bueno.
Y voy a venir de vuelta.
Y vas a venir, no tenés que ir hasta las 5 de la mañana, no sé si sabías, ¿eh?
Bueno, sí, me arreglé para eso.
Ah, muy bien, muy
Así
bien. ¿Vos,
que-
Polet, te quedás hasta qué hora? ¡Ay, qué divino la Polet! Vamos a comer con la Polet y todo.
Obvio.
Bueno, ¿le vas a cantar, no, la
¿Cómo
chica?
no? ¿Cómo
Bueno,
no?
gracias, ¿eh? te paso con los muchachos. No le hagan nada a la Polete, por favor, te pido. Meilín, las conoces a todos, muy bien.
Menos al DJ.
O el DJ, no, bueno, no te perdés de mucho, pero en fin. Muy bien. Vamos entonces. Vamos a hacer meditación con Meilín antes de que venga la señora Marina Will. Meilín,
vamos a sentarnos.
Usted adelante, no, para sentado yo lo sigo. Relájeme, Meilín.
Nos sentamos hoy.
¿Nos vamos a sentar en una silla o no?
Sí.
Mejor, dale. Vamos a hacer
Vamos a
meditación
ver.
con la Meilín, que nos ha venido a acompañar. Se acordó que existíamos de repente, la Meilín vino. Vamos acá adelante, Meilín. Usted en su casa puede hacer este tipo de meditación,
Porque
que es la Falun Dafa.
Esto sí es para dormir, así que...
Ah, es para dormir. Pero ¿se puede hacer ahora y dormir en un ratito?
También. Tú tienes tanta energía que creo que vas a poder seguir hasta las 6.
Vos te enredaste así, Meilín, vos.
Pero todavía lo pudiste hacer.
A ver, por favor, ¿me pueden enredar?
pero sin jeans era la otra vez, creo.
No, vení, Chichero, ayúdame a enredar.
Roberto, ¿qué le pasó?
Estoy limpio, me he bañado.
Hay que ayudarlo. Pero, hombre, si izquierda primero.
Acá arriba.
Está arriba.
¿Está arriba? No, pero no, me parece que es por el chin.
No,
ahora
mucho
chupine. No, Robert, me parece que va a ser imposible.
No, por el jean.
Bueno,
no le da tampoco.
Bueno, hagamos que estoy. No, pero sí.
No dudo de su flexibilidad.
No, subímela acá abajo. No, aquí.
En medio loto.
Claro.
Sí.
Medio loto. Ahí está. A ver.
Pero no entro acá.
La próxima vez te aviso, te puedes hacer pantalón más cómodo.
Entra ahí, ¿está bien?
Ahí, muy bien.
Muy
Ok.
bien.
Muy bien.
Vamos a hacer meditación, Falun Dafa con Meilín. Vos también tenés que hacerlo, Marina, por favor.
Marina, sí, sentate, Marina. Vení con nosotros.
Sos Marina, ¿no? Quiero creer.
No.
Bueno, está bien. Es que tenemos público que nos acompaña todas las noches. Vamos a meditar con Meilín. Esta es una buena manera de dormir, ¿no? ¿Ya te dormiste, Meilín? Bueno, no empecé.
duermo a esta hora,
Bueno,
pero
entonces vamos a ir.
hoy estoy contigo.
Por ejemplo, la gente está cansada, está agotada y de tanta fatiga, la gente no puede dormir.
Es así. Entonces uno trata de sentarse en doble loto si puede. Una pierna arriba, la otra arriba. No es fácil, pero se puede hacer lentamente. Y después tratar de no pensar en nada, que tampoco es fácil. Pero si uno está cansado a esta hora, quizás es un poco más fácil, ¿no?
Bueno,
no
entonces,
pensar en nada.
Yo llego a mi casa, por ejemplo, ahora, para irme a dormir, que tengo complicaciones para dormir. Me causa insomnio ciertas cosas. Yo voy a mi casa, ¿puedo hacerlo desnudo?
Sí, pero a veces como con la piel y todo eso, no sé, no va a estar muy cómodo. Pero el jean chupín tampoco, pero bueno.
Usted dice que si hago meditación Falun Dafa desnudo tengo un problema de apretar algo.
Bueno, por eso a veces no quiero venir a este show, pero bueno.
Bueno, está bien. A ver, me pongo con ropa cómoda. Vamos, ropa cómoda, y ¿qué es lo primero que tengo que hacer para llamar a Morfeo, por ejemplo?
Entonces, bueno, te presentas así, pones tus manos en la posición de Jane, como decimos,
Sí,
subimos
sí.
los brazos, así.
No te vi. Vamos de vuelta.
Ok, ahí. Muy bien, y quedas así.
Sí.
Y después una mano para arriba, muy bien, la otra abajo, muy bien.
Sí.
A ver, aunque tengo que hacerlo al revés porque es hombre, pero no importa. Bajamos la mano derecha, subimos la izquierda. Ahí.
Es como manejar energías, ¿no?
Sí, es como un tipo de... Una vez que lo haces bien, deberás sentir algo bueno.
Siento como que hay un flujo de fuego aquí en medio. ¿Puede ser?
Puede ser, tú puedes sentir cualquier cosa. Con
Sí.
Falun Dafa se sienten muchas cosas.
Bueno, y ahora hago así.
Bajás.
Sí.
Y ahora sí, vamos a estar un poquito juntitos, pero bueno, vamos a tratar. Ahí.
Sí.
Ahí sí. Ahí te quedas relajado y trata de cerrar los ojos sin pensar, si es
Bueno.
posible.
Sí. ¿Y ahora?
Normalmente son 10 minutos así.
No,
Ahora
no,
vamos a
no.
hacer 10 segundos.
Vamos a hacer 10 segundos de meditación. Y me queda sin Meilín, ¿no?
Sí, te quedas así.
Yo lo puedo hacer entonces en mi casa, lo puedo hacer en la punta de la cama, sobre donde. En serio, estamos haciendo meditación con la Meilín para poder irnos a dormir tranquilos sin ningún problema. Si usted tiene problemas de insomnio, hace la meditación Falun Dafa, ¿no, Meilín? ¿Qué día vas a estar en el Colón? ¿Me contaste el miércoles?
Sí, vamos a presentar un documental sobre Shenyun, que es la mejor compañía de danza y música clásica china en el mundo, de Nueva York.
Muy bien.
Y va a ser el miércoles y jueves a las 6:30 de la tarde, al lado del Teatro Colón, en la pantalla gigante.
Qué lindo. Sigamos con el Falun Dafa. ¿Y ahora? Estoy como...
Ahora haces tu mano, sí, ahí, como estás, muy bien. Este es como una...
Como un huevo grande, un huevo de Pascua grande.
De energía, muy bien.
Sí.
Ahí también se queda...
Siento como una energía, en serio, aunque no creas, siento como cuando haces Reiki, ¿viste que pasas energía de arriba para abajo?
Es que Falun Dafa es muy poderoso, entonces son ejercicios muy simples. Pero
¿Qué significa Falun Dafa, Melin?
Fa es la ley,
Sí.
Luen es la rueda, y
Bien.
Da es grande y Fa es la ley otra vez. Así que la gran ley de la rueda. Es una enseñanza espiritual de la escuela Buda. Ahora subimos la otra mano bajo esta.
Sí.
Que se empezó a difundir hace 20 años en China, ahora se practica en todo el mundo.
Sí.
Tenemos los principios de verdad, benevolencia, tolerancia.
Sí.
Tratamos de vivir, a poner nuestra vida diaria.
Sí.
Y es algo muy bueno porque uno sabe por qué está acá, dónde va a ir.
Es difícil meditar, es difícil concentrarse, es difícil,
Es
por
muy
ejemplo.
difícil,
¿Sí?
pero uno dice, con el corazón puro,
Con el corazón puro,
uno puede meditar y tratar de y meditar mejor.
uno
Pero-
puede tratar de meditar y meditar mejor. ¿Está bien?
Muy bien. Y ahí terminamos.
Ahí terminamos. Qué divino esto. Te juro que me siento. Usted en su casa seguramente lo está sintiendo, vos que estás allí estudiando, quizás usted que está trabajando. Siéntese, por ejemplo, si está en un sanatorio, siéntese en la ambulancia. Vaya, siéntese con el señor de la ambulancia. Si está en un cuartel de bomberos, cuélguese del tubo y baja y sube sin problema. Y se están haciendo, los muchachos, vio que los lunes nos ve mucha gente que del rubro de la peluquería y demás, ¿no? Siéntense en la silla del peluquero y hagan esto, ¿no?
También se puede.
Muy bien. Meilín,
Mira,
recomiendo
así, Roberto también está sobre la silla, sobre un... ¿Cómo se dice esto?
un cojín.
Bueno,
Qué bien que tenés los pies. ¿Te limás mucho las uñas? Meilín?
no, nada, son terribles mis pies, mira cómo
Son
están.
terribles. Bueno, entonces, ¿cuánto falta para meditar, Meilín?
Bueno, no son terribles, pero no voy al...
¿Alguna vez
pedicura.
has podido levitar en tu vida? ¿Has sentido que has levitado, que te has levantado?
Yo no, pero hay gente que sí. Pero igual,
¿Cómo hay gente que sí? ¿Qué me está diciendo?
hay gente que sí levita.
Si alguna vez vos en esta posición de la flor del doble loto has podido...
Pero si uno se mete a la televisión, no creo que va a poder hacerlo.
¿En serio que has levitado?
Yo no sé, un montón de gente.
¿Pero te has levantado del piso?
Sí, sí, levantada así
¿Pero
todo.
cómo se hace eso? Yo quiero.
Entonces tienes que hacerlo. Mira, corazón puro, sin pensar en que querés levitar. Es así. Si no, no vas a poder, Robert.
La cosa que me dicen por acá. Me dicen que si quiero levitar me puedo sentar arriba de un pinocho. Esa guardacada que me están diciendo. ¿Quién fue el ordinario que me dijo eso? Nada que ver.
Por eso se ríe Roberto siempre, porque yo no tengo la cucaracha.
Menos mal,
Menos
Meilín, que no
mal.
tenés la cucaracha, menos mal.
Ya me
Porque
contaban los chicos acá.
me han dicho otro tipo, que me puedo despegar del piso de una manera, no la voy a repetir, me la puedo imaginar. Que eso no es ordinario, guarangos y catológicos.
Pero no
No
es
lo
Carolina
pienso.
que habla así, son los
Sí.
varones ahí arriba, ¿no?
No la hagas.
Este que estaba comiendo
Sí, ese
acá, ¿no?
gordito que viene y se come todo acá. Bueno, entonces, vamos, Meilín. Discúlpame, esto está midiendo, no sé
Bueno,
por eso me tiene acá.
terminamos con Hirsch.
Podemos estar acá hasta las 5 de la mañana meditando porque estamos midiendo el rating. Siento como que se me adormecen las piernas, no siento el cuerpo y siento que mi sensación gástrica está complicada.
Eso último no debería pasar.
Ah,
pero
no.
bueno.
¿Nunca hubo un accidente cuando vos meditabas, Meilín?
Cuando yo medité, no.
No, pero a tu alrededor. Me refiero a que si, por ejemplo, vos estabas así meditando y de repente pongan un ruido. Está bien, no lo voy a hacer yo, pero
Eso puede ser.
estabas de repente, ¿tienen un ruido, por favor, arriba? No, en serio, ¿viste qué pasa? Que la gente se afloja y de repente, bueno,
Eso puede pasar en cualquier lugar, ¿no?
lo hizo la famosa María Muchaste, que no la conoces vos, una gran profesora de gimnasia. Estaba haciendo, no sé si meditación y se le escapa un gas.
Solo un gas está bien.
Ah, sé que se han escapado varios. O sea, a ver. Veamos la posición, por favor. Busquen el ruido. ¿Lo tienen? El ruido no lo voy a hacer yo, por supuesto. No. ¿Lo tienen por allí? Usted avíseme, mi querido director. Si... Bueno, muy bien, entonces. Ay, Meilín.
Sí, yo no sé lo que está diciendo arriba, pero mejor. Estoy tranquila.
Bueno, ay, por favor, vamos a repetirlo y vamos a ver qué sucede con su paciencia si se escapa un ruido. Vamos, cuando ustedes quieran y vean el momento oportuno,
Ay.
entonces vamos. Estamos de repente
No.
haciendo
Vamos a ver si me asustan.
cuando ustedes quieran.
No creo.
No, nos van a sorprender rápidamente.
Esto hacemos normalmente afuera en las calles, barrio China, etcétera.
Sí.
Pasa cualquier cosa ahí, así que
Ay, Maylin.
No pasó.
Nunca te ha pasado esto, ¿no, Maylin? Ay, Maylin. Pero qué barbaridad. Un aplauso a Maylin que nos ha enseñado a meditar. ¿Me pueden sacar de acá arriba, por favor? Sáquenme de acá arriba que estoy encerrado en mí mismo. Por favor, que ya viene Marina Will, que es un papelón. Sácame. Despacito. Miren, no voy a repetir. Usted sepa disculpar y usted también en su casa, la guarangada que me acaban de decir. Mire, irreproducible. Maylin, gracias, divina la Maylin, vamos a felicitarla, por favor. No, otra vez no me mire de atrás, así no, dice Amita. Vamos por este lado, aquí. Ay, Maylin, por favor, la señorita. Gracias por venir, Maylin. Divina como siempre. Bueno, recordemos, el miércoles vas a estar en el Teatro Colón.
Sí, al lado del teatro ponen una pantalla gigante. Sí. Vamos a proyectar un documental sobre Shenyun, que es la mejor compañía de danza y música clásica china del mundo, con música y danza clásica china. Y a las 6:30, miércoles y jueves.
¿Puedes venir el domingo que viene? ¿Te esperamos? ¿Te vas a incorporar o no vas a venir más?
Sí, no.
Venite. ¿Sabes qué? Vamos a hacer un tópico que todos los días, todos los domingos en realidad, vamos a darle una diferente manera a la gente para que se vaya a relajar y duerma. ¿Te parece? Después de las 5 de la mañana. Hay que inventar algo para que después de las 5 de la mañana la gente palme.
Entonces me duermo y vengo acá, me despierto a las 4 y vengo...
Venís tempranito y hacemos eso. Lindo.
Pero tú con un pantalón más cómodo, ¿no?
Sí. Quiero uno de estos cositos, por favor.
Así que...
No, aquí en cámara no, Maylin, por favor.
Hoy
gracias, un aplauso a Maylin Kleman, divina. Con todo el humor, gracias, mi querida. Yo que ya...
Te digo la otra, la política dicha desde otro lugar.
Todos me dicen que nunca voy a llegar a nada, que está probado que soy un caso...
Bien, recibimos, te digo la otra, Natalia Nating, de la asociación Falun Dafa en Argentina. Ella va a conversar con nosotros en un formato de derecho a réplica, podríamos decir. La semana pasada conversamos, te digo la otra, con la antropóloga Anabela Aloy de la Asociación Uruguaya en Defensa del Pensamiento Racional, asociación que cuestionó distintas prácticas de corte religioso y demás que se han llevado a cabo en algunas instituciones educativas públicas nacionales. Concretamente hablaban de la práctica religiosa Falun Dafa que se lleva a cabo en una escuela de Montevideo. Ellos cuestionaban esto y decían, bueno, que la laicidad en cierto sentido está en peligro. Gente de la asociación Falun Dafa en Argentina se comunicó con nosotros y en derecho a réplica es justamente que recibimos ahora a Natalia. ¿Cómo estás, Natalia?
Hola, ¿qué tal, Emiliano? Bueno, muchas gracias por recibir, por llamarnos y tomar en cuenta esto. Bueno, por un lado,
sí.
Nos preocupó la forma en que se mencionó la práctica de Falun Dafa. O sea, mencionar la palabra secta es una forma tendenciosa de referirse a esta disciplina. Antes de hablar ante un medio público es muy importante informarse porque esta práctica en China, que es una práctica tradicional muy popular, está sufriendo una persecución actualmente en China y es una de las peores persecuciones de la historia. Entonces voy a empezar un poquito contándoles de qué se trata esta práctica y para después pasar en la situación actual de lo que ocurre en China, que es muy grave y es fundamental informarse para no cometer este error que tal vez fue por desconocimiento, un error inconsciente. Entonces, primero, informarse es un derecho que tenemos todos. La práctica de Falun Dafa es una disciplina tradicional china de Qigong. Son estas disciplinas que cultivan la energía interna. O sea, así se llaman estas prácticas chinas que tienen miles de años y siempre se basaron en una serie de ejercicios físicos muy suaves de meditación que pueden referirse también a la medicina tradicional china, que se habla de meridianos, canales en el cuerpo, que es otro tipo de investigación distinta a la nuestra occidental, pero corresponde a la medicina tradicional china. Estas prácticas tienen como base una la cultivación interna de valores, mejorarse internamente como persona, cultivar virtudes que mejoren el comportamiento de uno como ser humano. Falun Dafa sigue los principios de verdad, benevolencia y tolerancia. O sea, uno trata de asimilarse esos valores en el día a día para ser, por un lado, un mejor ciudadano, una mejor persona y tener la mente más clara. Siempre pensar primero en el otro, antes que uno mismo, dejar de lado muchas nociones que pueden ser muy nocivas, muchas nociones que no nos permiten avanzar como persona, muchos rencores, muchas ideas fijas, y tratar de estar como más abierto y con una actitud más pacífica ante uno mismo y ante los demás. Esta práctica se hizo muy popular en China en los años 90, si bien es una disciplina milenaria. Hay que tener en cuenta que en China, bajo todo lo que fue el proceso del comunismo desde principio de siglo, muchas prácticas tradicionales dejaron de enseñarse al público o fueron reducidas solo a ejercicios físicos, especialmente durante la Revolución Cultural, y las enseñanzas que eran la base de estas disciplinas no se pudieron enseñar más. Entonces, cuando en China, en 1989, fue lo que se conoce como la masacre de Tiananmen, a los estudiantes que buscaban libertad de expresión y que fueron reprimidos en la plaza Tiananmen, y de los cuales no se sabe la verdad cuántos miles murieron porque fueron avasallados con cañones. Todo el mundo pudo ver esa situación en China, la situación de los derechos humanos, de la falta de libertad de expresión. Entonces, durante esos años hubo una cierta apertura y la gente pudo gozar de cierta libertad dentro de China para, digamos, como aplacar un poco toda esa conmoción, porque China estuvo ante el ojo de la mirada del mundo, y China siempre ha sido muy cerrada en ese aspecto. Entonces, en ese contexto es que esta práctica milenaria que antes se enseñaba de un maestro a un discípulo de forma más privada, como miles de otras prácticas tradicionales de China, empezó a enseñarse al público en 1992. ¿Y qué pasó? Se hizo muy popular. La práctica es gratuita, se enseña en los parques públicos, y la gente empezó a adoptarla, gente desde campesinos hasta altos miembros del régimen, porque vieron lo efectivo que era para la salud. Realmente es una práctica muy simple en sus ejercicios y con valores muy simples que generan un efecto en la salud física y mental muy rápido. Y como esta disciplina también tenía los valores, los principios, la parte filosófica, digamos, los chinos es algo que lo tienen como desde su cultura de miles de años, estos principios. Entonces recordaron estas cosas que les enseñaban sus abuelos, sus ancestros, que luego fueron como olvidadas, que es las virtudes, el respeto hacia el otro. Y bueno, encontraron en Falun Dafa una práctica popular que también los mejoraba internamente como personas. En muy poco tiempo se hizo tan popular, al cabo de 7 años, del 92 hasta el 99, se hizo tan popular que habían, según recuentos del mismo régimen en China, 100 millones de personas practicando, ¿no? La situación en China es muy distinta a la situación nuestra en Occidente. Allá viven bajo un régimen totalitario que es como que sabe completamente tus pasos, todo lo que haces, lo que pensás, porque hasta en los libros de texto está planteado qué puede uno pensar, el régimen en China, en ese momento Jiang Zemin, prohibió esta disciplina. Lo hizo de forma ilegal, porque en la Constitución china supuestamente hay libertad de creencia y de expresión, pero lo hizo como todos los regímenes totalitarios, con una organización paragubernamental, igual que el régimen nazi, igual que en Argentina durante el proceso de la dictadura. una organización de una agencia para perseguir especialmente a la gente que practica Falun Dafa, perseguirlos en el trabajo, en las escuelas y también a otras disciplinas tradicionales, a cristianos, a comunidades étnicas. Fue una maquinaria de persecución muy intensa que primero se basó en la difamación por parte de en los medios de comunicación, que en China son todos estatales, son todos manejados por el gobierno, ¿no? No hay prensa libre allá. Entonces, esa es la forma en que se manejan todos los regímenes totalitarios para eliminar a un grupo de personas que no les conviene, ¿no? Siempre el primer paso es difamarlos para poner a toda la sociedad en contra de un grupo de personas. Entonces,
Lo que te quería preguntar era concretamente, yendo a la entrevista, la palabra secta, que a ustedes les molestó
bueno, el
mucho
tema
la
de la
utilización de la palabra secta.
sí, justamente, o sea, esa es una palabra que utilizó el régimen para difamar esta disciplina y justificar su persecución. O sea, Falun Dafa no se acerca a esa característica de secta, porque es una práctica que es abierta, libre, gratuita, no tiene una organización, no tiene templo, ni ritos, ni adoraciones, no se cobra dinero, no hay un listado de membresía, es una práctica totalmente libre. Mantiene principios como eran las disciplinas en el pasado, donde depende de uno mismo practicar, el entendimiento al que uno llega, no hay templo ni estructura, ¿no? Eso es muy estricto en la práctica y uno puede leerlo en los libros. La filosofía de Falun Dafa, que está toda disponible para el público, o sea, todo el conocimiento, los principios de Falun Dafa están abiertos para cualquier persona, para que los pueda descargar de internet en la página de falundafa.org. Están los videos de los ejercicios, los libros.
¿Cómo se financia la organización que tiene un gran alcance internacional?
¿Cómo? ¿Podrías repetirme esa pregunta?
Sí, ¿cómo se financia la Falun Dafa a nivel internacional, que tiene asociaciones en distintos países?
Sí, esa es una buena pregunta. O sea, no hay una organización de Falun Dafa, son individuos. Por ejemplo, en mi caso, yo practico esta disciplina hace 12 años y es por una cuestión humana y también por ser practicante de Falun Dafa que siento responsabilidad en contar a la gente lo que está pasando. Entonces, cada uno de nosotros como individuos imprimimos volantes, hacemos un montón de cosas, usamos un montón de nuestros fondos personales para poder llegar a la gente, ¿no? O en este momento, por ejemplo, tomando este tiempo en hablar con ustedes en la radio. Yo soy docente desde mi lugar, y soy traductora, y